We'll get this going on the tube. We pull the chat up. I gotta turn my heat down real quick. It is super hot in here, so I gotta turn that down. And I'll be right back. Alrighty. I don't have the call-in screen on here. Oops. What up, Sparty? What up? What up? What's up, Allie? All right. Yeah, we're streaming on TikTok right now. We're also streaming on YouTube. So if you guys want to call in, feel free to do so on one side or the other. Well, we're just going to try this for a couple minutes, and if we don't get something going pretty quick, then I'm just going to switch over to YouTube and start covering the news. So we'll give this a shot for just a little bit before we head over. Sheesh. Oh, we got to 1.4 thousand likes on TikTok. Appreciate it. Why do Democrats support PDFs, human traffickers, prostitutes, pimps, murders? We don't. Republicans do. Been Republicans who have been protecting everybody from the Trumpstein files this entire time. Just Republicans, man. Been Democrats by themselves fighting against this stuff, and it's been Republicans defending it the entire time. So lucky for you, you now know the truth. You can now stop repeating those stupid talking points. Or if you'd like, you can call in. We can go over the evidence. If you're unaware of this, but you're an honest person, you know that there's things that you could possibly be wrong about. If you're an honest person, I'm sure that you'll call in and you'll want to hear the information. You'll want to hear the evidence. So calls are open. Lines are open. You can call in as soon as you want. Assuming you're an honest person, you would actually want to know that information. Thank you, Mantis, for the heart on TikTok. Oh, that came in 45 minutes ago. Never mind. Let you some love here from Germany. Keep fighting the dictator. Got you, homie. We got you. We won't let Germany happen again, bro. All right, we're gonna cut off the stream on TikTok. Head over to YouTube, youtube.com/TomFoolery Show. We're gonna go over there and start covering the news. So, if you want to see the news that we're covering, head over to youtube.com/TomFoolery Show. And unless somebody wants to hop on and debate here within the next 30 seconds or so, we're gonna head out and go over to YouTube. So, we cover the news every day on YouTube. Cover debates, cover all sorts of stuff. So make sure you follow us over there. Hey Tom, blow us a kiss. Got you. Got you, homie. I always blow a kiss for my homies. But all right, we're gonna end TikTok. Head over to YouTube, youtube.com/TomFooleryShow. We'll be over there for the rest of the night. Later, TikTok. All right, YouTube, y'all stay put. We're getting into it. All right, we got a lot to get into. We got all the stuffs. We got all the stuffs to get into. So don't you go nowheres. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Ah. There we go. All right, I gotta start my other stream real quick. Real quick, like. Bottoms up Democrats? Why you guys always say some gay shit, dude? Conservatives are some of the gayest motherfuckers, bro. And they always do it whenever they're like under whenever they're under accounts where like it doesn't have their real name or anything on it, like that's always the one, right? They always want to go and do gay shit under anonymous accounts. This is why we need to get rid of anonymity so everybody knows how fucking gay conservatives are. I've got European acquaintances that crossed then, but couldn't before, and they cashed out a lot from the US. What? I have no idea what that means. But okay, cool, 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 yeah. Totally. Alright. Let's giggity started. We're gonna go over a bunch of stuff from Afroman later. I got stuck in a rabbit hole about Afroman just a little bit ago. It was freaking hilarious. So we're gonna go over some of that stuff later. What's the phone number? Right here on the screen, bucko. Right there. At the bottom of chat, you can call that number. What's up? What's up? 2030, come. We don't like that old come, bro. We want that future come. What's up, sane Americans and normal folk? What it do? We want that 2030 come. Pick up my call-in. Oh, where did it go? Wait. My bad. I have no idea where the hell it went. Okay, call one more time. My bad. I didn't have it up for some reason. What the hell happened? Where did it go? ADHD is a hell of a drug, man. I had it pulled up a second ago, and I must have just gone and randomly X'd out of it out of nowhere, so that was weird.
Call from
Laszlo.
Laszlo.
Hello?
You there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, can you hear me, Tom?
Yes. Chat, you guys hear him?
Let me see if I can
All right,
hear myself.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think everything's good.
Okay, cool, man. Well, first off, you didn't have any title or something, just Trump MAGA politics. Could I just ask where you stand?
I'm a liberal Democrat. I had a whole like thing up just a little bit ago, like a prompt up that if you look at the screen now, it's on there, but took it down just a bit ago. Like right
okay.
before you came in the chat.
Oh, okay, I get you now. Yeah, okay. the whole Trump has ruined America is interesting. Could you give your your thesis on that?
I mean, I think it's pretty simple. Like it, for the most part, it's just the institutions. That's like the main thing. Trump has torn down our institutions, made it to where they're not respected anymore, made it to where like the more that our institutions disappear, the less like the things that made our country great exist anymore. And I think that those are like the most important part of our country. Things like our media, our universities, our science, like all of these things are by far the most important things to our country, and he has drastically degraded what it is that made our country great, including the Constitution.
Okay, so you were saying he ruined the two examples you gave were media and the sciences. Um,
Sorry, journalism, universities, science, Constitution.
okay, and he journalism, universities, and the Constitution, and you think he's completely ruined them?
We completely ruin them as if like we can't ever go back to them. No, but
What is
currently, I
your
think the
verbiage?
trust in these
So what do you
things
mean by
are
ruin? Or degraded
is
them?
true.
Is that a better word?
Yeah, degraded trust in them.
Okay. Well, I guess I would, posit the question, do you think they were fantastic before he came into office, or especially media? Because I mean, you were around through the 2016 election. Do you have the position that the media was fantastic and he unjustly degraded trust in these institutions, and there was really no criticism to be had and it was all fluff? Because I don't think you would think that, but maybe you do. So let me hear.
I'm fine with people criticizing media. I think by far the majority of the time they're correct. I think by far the majority of the time they're doing a good job. But he didn't just criticize them. He made it to where like nobody who follows Trump really trusts real journalism anymore, and they only go to alternative media instead, where the alternative media just gets their information from those journalists and then gives the like twists it into their own very ultra biased opinion now. And so it's I think that you're way better off getting your information from like CNN or MSNBC or places like that than you are from Tim Pool or any of Benny Johnson.
Well, I don't think the argument that the common or the popular alternative, or yeah, I guess alternative would be the best word, that has arrived from its kind of degradation, is good. I'm not really arguing with you on that, but I mean, are you familiar with like Noam Chomsky's manufacturing consent?
Uh huh.
Okay, well, fantastic. And I've had this opinion for a while that I think
I think
Trump
it's one of the
kind of
most
just gave
overused terms of all time, but
the
I'm
term or
aware of
the
it.
or the book.
The term has like
Oh,
everything now is considered manufactured consent. Like everybody feels like it's a
what is
thing
this in
that you
like pop
apply to
culture?
anything. Yeah, just in general, like especially in alternative media, but anytime something happens that people don't like. So the term manufactured consent was used over and over for vaccines, right? It was used over and over for lockdowns. It's used for capitalism. It's used for big pharma. It's used for like getting everybody to go to university or college. Like it's just used way overused at this point.
Yeah, probably. I don't. I've read the book. I don't really know it as a term. I can see how it can be used as a term. I can imagine so many people use it to sound intelligent, when they really don't
Well,
know what
that's
they're
what the book
talking
is
about.
about. The
So
book is about a concept that he is describing to you, and
yeah,
the
I've read the book.
concept is that right. But I'm saying that you're saying you're unaware of it as a term, but the book is about the term. He's giving you a term that describes a concept, and the book is describing the concept of manufacturing consent. He's saying what they're doing is manufacturing consent.
Well, he manufacturing consent is the process of modern day media. That is its
Correct.
goal ultimately. That's
Correct. That
its
is the term for the process. Yes.
function in society. Right. So when you say it's overused, I mean, if people are saying it, I probably don't even disagree. If you mentioned, like, if you showed me something, someone saying it, I probably wouldn't disagree. But what I'm saying is that's the function it plays in society. That's why it exists, like in a as a social institution in like a Emily Durkin sort of sense. And I think it's a logical, analysis of media. And so to you know present the media pre-Trump as this starling, no problem institution, and Trump came along and put in and with a wrecking ball, got rid of all its respect and trust. Probably isn't reflective of reality, right? I think there was a lot of problems, and he perhaps used it for his selfish interest. I'm not disagreeing with that, but it definitely wasn't a the media wasn't a fantastic institution, and then Trump came along. You wouldn't say that, I don't think.
Uh, Again, I don't. I think that they are going to get things wrong. I think that that is like a part of the process, and a lot of times when they get things wrong, it's other media institutions that are calling them out for getting something wrong, and then they correct it. And we have tons of examples of this happening, to where right now I think that the bigger issue is that, like, people are calling out CNN for getting things wrong that they never got wrong, or they're calling them out for things that they got wrong, that they admitted they got wrong, that they apologized for, that they retracted, that they fired people over, that like they made changes over, like that, like they ignore all of that. And that, like, to act as though they're just never going to get something wrong is ridiculous. I think the institutions that
Yeah.
existed are just the best option possible.
Right. And the criticism isn't that they get things wrong. That's not the main criticism. It's more so
It's
that they
that they
operate,
lie.
that they lie, but also, the most effective and common form of a lie is omission. What you do report on and what you don't report on. Chomsky, talks about how the media is ultimately a magnifying glass, and it's power which decides what that magnifying glass focuses on, and that's really where its power comes from. In your list, you mentioned the Epstein files, right? There had been multiple victims who had went to the New York Post and the New York Times, who had said this is happening. Very powerful, rich, plutocrats are doing these horrible crimes, and it was pushed under the rug and dismissed multiple times from multiple media sources. And that's because the donors are ultimately advertisers, which are these commercial interests, who dismiss such things. So it's not that they came out and said, oh, he's an innocent guy. It's not like they lied, but the omission, deciding what to report on, what to not. You can even go in the other direction. You can say the Hunter laptop story. That was on both sides. It was first swept under the rug, ignored. If you shared it on Twitter, you were banned. There's this control. And to pretend that
But
it's a
I think, again,
startling
I think
thing
that's an
is
example
wrong.
of the exact opposite. I think the Hunter Biden laptop is actually, again, an example of where media is, like, mainstream media is what we should be trusting in, and that the alternative options totally fucked up that entire process of how we ought to
Well,
have handled the Hunter Biden laptop story.
well, do you think the censoring people who talked about it was a correct process? The censoring of talking, because it was a scandalous story. I mean, there was stuff on it that was scandalous. If it was a
Mm-hmm.
national security thing, that's different. But it was scandalous, and to even talk about it and to be dismissed as a hoax. The point is, the media isn't the innocent victim that has been humiliated and disgraced by Trump. I mean, he maybe
I totally,
exacerbated it
again,
and
I
used it
totally
for
disagree
selfish
with this.
motives.
Yeah, no,
So
I
you think the
totally
media was
disagree with it.
perfect, more or less,
I
made mistakes,
again,
but
no, again,
was a
I'm
good
not saying
institution.
perfect. Again, I'm not saying perfect, but yes, it is a, so, like, in all cases, we are always going to have a lesser of two evils options. We want to go with the best option possible. So, like, if we're talking about Adderall being something that we want as a medication for somebody with ADHD, this is something that, like, is similar to amphetamines from of other types of sources, like a methamphetamine or things like that. Is this the best thing that we want kids taking in school? Probably not. Is it like the ultimate, like, thing that we're all hoping we can achieve one day? Is amphetamines being in our kids all the time? Probably not. But it is the best current option. There isn't anything better than that. There isn't anything that actually gets the outcome that we want, which is that they're capable of paying attention in school. This is the case with mainstream media, where they're going to get things wrong. I don't think they're maliciously like getting things wrong. I don't think that they're colluding. And even when there are times where that might be the case, I think that they're making changes to correct that, because the trust in those institutions is necessary in order for them to exist at all. But Trump unnecessarily criticizes them. He calls them out for lying about things that they never lied about. He calls them out for saying that they did, for saying things that they never said. He calls them out for, doing witch hunts against him, which never happened. Like those, to just say like, oh, well, there's problems that exist. Okay, those problems were not being addressed by Donald Trump or MAGA.
Okay, so if your premise is that the media was a good, well-intentioned, well-run institution, and Trump came along and completely ruined its reputation, really on no grounds, with no valid criticisms, I don't know. It just I can't believe if that is it. Please tell me, and I'll move on. But that just seems. I feel like that there's issues with the media, and it's not simply just that he came along
Well, it's not.
and
So
brought a
let's go into
wrecking
the
ball to
Hunter
it.
Biden story. I wouldn't call like what Twitter did as part of like mainstream media. I wouldn't call them mainstream media, but I do think that what Twitter did was based on the information that they had at the time. They were trying to be as responsible as they possibly could. There were emails that were still like in some of the email addresses that have been released in the hard drive. There was like doxing information in there. There were a bunch of things, and so they initially said we're taking this down. The New York Post corrected the things and like blocked out the things that were stopping Twitter from allowing it on there. Twitter, we know from the Twitter files, we're having a ton of internal conversations about this, arguing, like having healthy debate about what it is that ought to be done there. They didn't just like make this dictatorial decision and say, no, this is it, like that's the end of it because the FBI told us so, or anything like that. There didn't seem to be any outside influence. They were just trying to make the best decision. It was down for 2 weeks, and then they put it back up. I can't see anything they do there
Yep.
as like this horrible
Right.
or malicious or negative action.
Yeah, and perhaps you don't know of it. I'm going to assume that rather than you just didn't mention it on purpose. I'm assuming you just didn't. I'm going to think it's assume you're in good faith, but you did not mention that there was, and as you mentioned in the Twitter files, provable documentation that the Biden administration was in direct talks with Twitter and was directly advising to censor people. So the issue was that
On
the
what?
government,
On what?
the New York Post,
No, no,
there's a
no, no.
couple other people like Garrett Ziegler, Kayleigh McEnany. They were saying you should shut this down and you have to ban, or we advise you to ban people who are sharing this story. So the issue isn't that they have community guidelines. The issue is this major platform, which is
Mhm.
in this context, a media platform, is enforcing the administration's will. And how is that a free and open society that the administration is censoring via the proxy of a private corporation and the mainstream media in this context to enact its will? How is that? You support that? You think that's fine and dandy?
I think that if they were using the power of the government to get them to do so, so what we're concerned here with, and this is like the way that the law is structured as well, is if there's coercion that forces them to do so. If they say something like, if you don't do this, we're going to take away your broadband licensing, or if you don't do this, we're going to pull you back in front of Congress and take away your what was it, the section, what was it, 230 protections or whatever. Like they like if there's some sort of threat there where it's now coercive to force them to do something that they wouldn't do otherwise, then sure, that is a horrible thing to do. That's not what happened in that scenario. And all of us can report things to Twitter, ask them to take things down. Like we can all do
Okay.
these things. That's not.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but that is not the criticism that they enforced a rule. The criticism is directly that it was the political body instructing them to censor these people because it was harmful to their administration. E- do you think that's good? And you can say no to that and say, but this is what made it acceptable. That would be totally rational. But do you think that's okay?
I don't think they were instructing them. From what I remember, it was a simple request that Twitter chose to abide by. That wasn't, I don't remember them instructing them to do anything.
I doubt that if Donald Trump made a simple request to now owner Elon Musk to
He
ban
has.
people who, okay,
He has.
so you would support it then if you were, well, you didn't even let me finish, so you don't even know what I'm saying. But to ban people who were talking about the recent bombing on the Iranian elementary school, if they were saying you should ban people because we haven't confirmed this, you should ban people talking about this, you would be rightfully outraged, I presume. So, but it's the same
Uh,
logic. He's just asking.
if somebody said, hey, we have inside information from the government that Trump purposefully bombed the girls' school in Iran, and that they were maliciously trying to kill all of these children. And this person never gives any evidence to their claims. And the Trump administration reaches out to them and says, hey, this person's putting out information that is a problem with national security. I would have absolutely no issue with them asking them to
Really,
take
you
that
do
down.
not see
And
that as
I think Twitter ought
paternal
to do it.
overreach.
I think that
Yeah,
Twitter
okay.
has a
So you
responsibility to do so.
so the arbiter of what is truth should be the federal government, should be the president in this
Wait,
context.
what
Is
is
that what you're
truth?
really
That is
advocating
not.
for?
No,
Well, yes,
Twitter.
because they're deciding what is truth and what is desire needing censorship, and you're saying yes, the president, the party in power should be the arbiter of what is
No,
true that you
Twitter.
can publish at the direction of the party and administration, i.e., Trump or Biden.
At a request from the administration, yes.
So you don't believe in free press then? You believe that the president should be able to override a free press and say what is and is not ready to be disseminated.
Do you know
So
who
you
the
don't believe in
Russian
a free
Times
press?
is? Do you know who RT is?
Yeah. Yes.
You know that they're banned in the United States, and that there's tons of regulations on what they can and can't post about or talk about within the United States, right?
You have to be, they're not banned.
Well, they have been. They might not be right now. They've been banned numerous times.
They have been
And
designated as a foreign agent. That's not the same as being banned.
no, they're
I'm
no,
not
no,
trying to
no.
nitpick you. You can get
Okay.
to your point.
So
I'm not
when I
trying to
say
nitpick.
banned, they have a ton of regulations on what they can or can't do. So they can't have a radio show on the radio airwaves. They can't have a television show on TV or cable.
Right.
There's
Because they're a
there's
foreign
tons
agent.
of
They're a registered foreign
yes,
agent. Yeah.
correct. There's tons of regulations on what they can or can't do, and so I'm saying that they we do restrict things all the time, and that in cases of national security, it does make sense in some cases. But I don't you put way more weight on the Trump administration asking for something to be done, whereas I don't. I don't give a fuck. They can ask for things to be done all they want. That means nothing to me as long
And
as they
you
don't
say that
threaten
the
them.
corporation should be obliged to follow that request. And I'm saying that's
No,
antithetical
no, I
to
didn't say
free
that. I
media.
didn't say that. Again, I did not say that. I've said
Well,
over and over.
I,
You said the Trump administration should be allowed to dictate what is truth. And I said, no, Twitter. I corrected you numerous times. No, Twitter should be able to.
I did
Not
not.
Trump.
Okay. You're right. You said they have an obligation to follow that direction with the Hunter Biden. And then I gave you the example, a hypothetical of the Iranian bombing the school. And you said,
Mhm.
yes, I feel like they should follow that request and they have an obligation. Is that not what you are trying to say?
Yes, I'm saying that if they don't have any evidence of their claim, they don't have any reason to put this out, and they're just making a claim that if this did have some sort of threat to national security, yes, Twitter has a responsibility to get rid of this post.
Well, who? Okay, nobody claims things with zero evidence. Of course, the person who's coming out and claiming these things believe they have evidence. So the question is, okay, let's say the New York Post, whoever comes out and says America has bombed a Iranian school,
Do you know who
right?
Candace Owens is?
Candace
She,
Owens?
yeah, she makes claims with zero evidence all the time,
But she
like
believes she
20
has
times a
evidence.
stream. I don't
You
know if
would
that's
agree.
true.
Okay, we don't know if she's good faith is what you're saying. But let's assume she probably even would say she believes in evidence. Nobody says, "Well, I have no evidence of this, but this is fact." No one serious does that. So, when it comes to a question of, okay, who is going to say you can't publish that evidence is not sufficient, therefore it's going to be censored? The entire idea of the First Amendment is that there should be a free press who is able to make those decisions by themselves and have the freedom of speech to say such things without the government censoring them. You're saying the government and the administration, in this case, the federal administration, should be able to step in and say, no, that is not true. Therefore, it should be censored. And that's antithetical to the First Amendment, which is so ironic, seeing as you said Donald Trump has destroyed the Constitution, when by your logic, you are against you are against this amendment. You are against
So
this
the First
idea
Amendment says nothing
in
about what
itself.
can or can't be posted on somebody else's private property, which is Twitter.
You
These
said they
press
have a moral
organizations can post
obligation to
whatever they
censor it.
want. Yes, you just brought up the Constitution. Yes, what I said is not against the Constitution. It's not against free speech. These platforms all have their own platforms where nobody ever forced Washington or sorry, the New York Post to take down their article about Hunter Biden's laptop. Nobody ever did that, but they took it off. Twitter has the option to take it off of Twitter, and again, if they had just taken it down indefinitely and never put it back up, and or they put it back up like after the election or after it would have like made a difference in the election,
Right.
that would have mattered to me. That would have made like a big difference. But that wasn't the case. They took it down for about 2 weeks. They put it back up. It was they still had like I think 2 to 3 weeks
Okay.
before the election ever happened. I think the information was able to get out there freely and without any real bumps. But yeah.
But if they have a moral obligation, then in your logic, the federal administration has a right to dictate and an obligation, your words, to enforce a standard of what is and what is not credible and true. Do you believe
Twitter.
that? Can we start there?
Twitter?
No, because this was at the direction or the recommendation, whatever, of the federal government. I'll phrase it in one sense. Do you believe the federal government has a right to dictate what is true when it comes to media, and the right to dictate what is and is not allowed to be
Okay,
broadcasted
we're gonna
as
have to
news?
sit on this one thing for a bit here because I don't know why this still isn't getting across. I've corrected it like 5, 6 times now. I am not
Well,
saying
it's a
the
yes or no
government
question.
has the right. Well, but it's not because we've gone over this 5 or 6 times, and the fact that you're asking the same question again that we've been over doesn't make sense to me. So I'm saying
Because you haven't
Twitter
answered it.
has the obligation to enforce things, not because the president requested it. If I requested the same exact thing, they would still have the same moral obligation. Has nothing to do with the president requesting it. It has to do with Twitter having a responsibility for their platform, just the same as the
Okay,
New
so
York Post
you've shifted it
editors,
to Twitter.
editorial staff. No, I didn't shift it. I've said from the beginning, I've corrected you every single time you've said the president or the government. Every single time I've said, no, Twitter has the responsibility.
You didn't, but that's okay. So you're saying now
I
that
can play it
Twitter
back for you. I
itself,
promise you. Every single time I've corrected you. I promise you.
you can listen back to it. You were saying that Twitter has a moral obligation if it's requested by the government to censor an article that the government deems as untruthful. It
Not
has a moral
because it
obligation
was
to.
requested. Yes, not because it was requested just by the government. Not because of that. I made it about
Okay,
based on whether
so
or not they had evidence to back up their claims, whether or not it was like reasonably truthful. Like that's what I was making it about, not based on whether or not the government asked for it.
okay. I don't know if that's what you said before, but that is completely fine because this is what you're saying now, and that's what matters, and I get it. But I guess the entire disagreement is you believe that the media as an institution did not need correction before Trump came into office, and that it's a victim of Trump, more or less. And I would say
Mm-hmm.
I'm a bit more pessimistic of media as an institution, and that while I could probably agree with you that Trump used it to his selfish um, self benefit, that viewpoint that the media is a non-corrupt institution that never had or didn't have any major flaws before Trump and is a victim is naive, and that I think a more thorough analysis of media as an institution would be needed, and it is not as holy as you may present it.
Yeah, I never said no correction. Again, they can have flaws, they can have issues. The majority of the
But
time, it
corrupt to
seems
its
like they
core.
make those corrections. Yes, I don't think that they were corrupt to their core. Do you believe they were corrupt to their cores? Like, which institution would you say was corrupt to its core?
I think mainstream media is corrupt
All of it.
in its
MSN,
formation.
CBS, CNN, Fox News, like every
No,
single
as
one.
an
They're all
institution, as it exists, there might be some good ones, and there might be examples of it operating well. But as an institution and how it runs, it produces corruption. It is a system that produces corruption because it's built into its core. And this is just it comes down to how it's funded and how access is granted. To be to be a new media company, firstly, the only way you can be profitable, and it's a for-profit institution, so it needs to make a profit, is by having commercial donors. Now, if you are a media company and your commercial donor is paying everyone's bills, is paying for your company and paying all your employees' bills, and is the only reason why your company and you really exist, you existing in the sense that you have a job, is because of the commercial donor. You are not going to come out and bring out and report on laws that would hurt those commercial interests. Of course, you're
do you
not.
have
So that's
do
how.
you sure so do you have examples of that? First off, again, that's not anything that Trump ever criticized. So this is a totally different issue than what it is that I'm talking about with Trump ruining within these institutions, because these are wholly separate. But what is like an example of a time where they were like supposed to criticize some corporation that they didn't criticize?
It's countless, and well, I'll finish. I can hear. Don't interrupt me. I know that sounds bad, but listen, please, please, please. It is countless, and also lying by omission, not reporting on something, is ultimately impossible to tell you about. I can't really tell you about a time they didn't report on something, right? But I will give you a time they've spun something, and if you don't believe the media spins things, I mean, come on, you weren't born yesterday, and I don't think you were. I don't assume you to be an idiot, but I assume you do know that. But I'll give you an example. I believe it was in 2012. There was talks about changing SNAP benefits to make it where you couldn't buy soda and candy, and they have since instituted this. But the media, who of course is funded and a big commercial buyer of both television advertisements as well as paper media, is of course the soft drink junk companies, PepsiCo, etc., etc. Spun this in the papers and said this is a racist policy. It's a racist policy to not allow people to buy soda and cookies with food stamps. Now, of course, that's ridiculous. And of course, that's a bombastic argument. But of course, it was motivated by, and it is proven that both government was lobbied by these soft drink and food beverage companies, as well as media was commercially not bought out, but paid. They were advertised with. To push this narrative, this bogus narrative that to say you shouldn't be able to buy soda with food stamps is racist. It's an astroturf movement. So that would be one example that a story was spun by the media at the behest of their commercial donors. But of course, there's also all the omission, which is harder to prove. But there's one example of media spinning to benefit its commercial donors, hence being a corrupted institution.
Okay. I feel like I've gone over this with somebody once before, and it turned out that there wasn't like any media that actually pushed this. There were like progressive advocacy groups that were pushing this, and even the media, like liberal media, was like critical of them in these scenarios. But that's I would rather move to like what it is that Trump has like criticized the media for, what it is that
Okay.
he goes after them for, because the main like problem here is when we're talking about the media being like having freedom of press, which is again to an extent the press, like that doesn't mean that each and every single journalist has their own freedom. It means that like each institution does, because they're going to have an editorial staff that's going to decide what does and does not actually make it to press. So there's there are still like aspects to it that are what some people call censored to an extent. But the Trump has used this to say that they were like going after him for witch hunts, that they lied about everything having to do with like Russiagate, that like they had no reason to believe any of those things, that that they like are constantly criticizing him for things that he never did, and that like they're biased towards him, whereas like it seems as though he is just actually way worse than everybody else, that than anybody else that the media has ever had been confronted by, and that he's using this to like degrade trust in them, because they're supposed to hold the powerful, the presidents, the politicians in check by calling them out when they lie, by pointing out when they get information wrong. And instead now this for MAGA has made it to where they, every time Trump's called out, they just believe, oh, well, this is just the media lying again because they hate Trump.
Okay. So you've sidestepped it, and I hear you that you want to say you want to talk about Trump. Okay. I feel like you sidestepped everything I said and referenced some conversation
I
you had in the
didn't.
past quickly.
Okay, unless
But
you want
I
to
get
give
you
me
don't want to talk
examples
about
of,
that.
well, hold on.
Well, I just
Unless
did.
you want to give me examples of where media did this and not like progressive advocacy groups doing this.
Well,
I'm
if
happy
your
to get into
argument
that,
is,
but I'm assuming you don't want to go example by example showing me
I
where
just gave you
in
an example and you
2012
sidestepped it by
you
referencing, well, I
hold
think I
on,
had this
hold on. You
conversation
didn't.
beforehand. I
Hold
actually
on.
don't think it
No.
happened, but
You didn't give me an example of anybody in the media doing that. You just said the media did this.
what
I'm
do you
saying
want me
if
to
you want to go
find
over
reports from
sources,
2011 and 2012 of them pushing
that's
this
what
narrative?
I
Are we
no, I
really
don't.
having this
That's why
argument?
no, I
Are we
don't.
having
That's why I just said. I literally
Okay,
just said that's why I'm
now
not
here
asking you to do that, because
okay.
instead of me actually asking you to source this, I'm thinking, okay, well, let's just go to something that we actually can talk
I
about,
get it. And
because
I'm
the
also
only
going
way
to the
you
next
and I
step.
could have that conversation is for you to source it. So
I get you. I was just saying that let's not beat around the bush and BS each other. I think we can both understand that, of course, if someone's paying you, you are going to not burn that bridge by investigating them harshly. That is a very obvious thing that we can both understand. And that is just a institutional critique. That's not a witch hunt. It's an institutional critique. Now I hear you when you say, well, my stream is specifically about Trump and I want to talk about that. And I'm saying, okay, I understand that. Now, would you please give me something where you say this is completely untrue, no foundation attack on the media that has degraded trust in media by the American people and has ultimately made society worse by Trump? I'll give you the floor to make that piece because I'm willing to pivot as well.
Yeah, sure. So every time Trump and his administration bombed some Venezuelan boats, and the media started asking them about it, they started saying, and they were pointed out to have some inconsistencies in their stories, or even the same with what was it, the Signal group chat, when they're pointing out like what it was that happened there. Hegseth and Trump and all of these people, every time they're asked about these things, they say, you guys are the mainstream media. You guys are the liars who made up the Russia hoax. You guys are the ones who, lied about Trump trying to steal the 2020 election. You guys did the, you guys made up the Ukrainian stuff. And so there's no reason anybody should trust you guys in the first place. Like, this is like anytime anybody's attempting to hold them accountable, they pivot straight to these things to just say, well, you guys lied about all of these things, so I shouldn't even have to answer your questions.
Okay. Therefore,
there's no
what?
like that the people who actually believe Hegseth, who believe Trump, who believe the Trump administration, they will buy into this idea that the mainstream media just lied about all of those things, and therefore they have no right to hold Trump or his administration accountable.
I guess I didn't follow along totally. That no one's holding them accountable, and he doesn't see himself to be held accountable by the media.
Yes, that the idea is that nobody can trust the media. MAGA cannot trust the media because they lied about all of those things.
Because he denies what they say. I don't. Okay, I'm trying to. I believe that you have a deeper point, and I'm not seeing the deeper point, and that's why I'm being inquisitive. I'm not being difficult with you.
MAGA's
Yes, he's going
trust
to
in
deny
media.
things that make him look bad. Yeah.
MAGA's okay. MAGA's trust in media has been degraded for these reasons, and that they keep using these reasons to continue degrading MAGA's trust in media so that they can find a way out of every little thing they ever do without ever answering for it, without ever having any accountability, without ever like even engaging with the questions. They just reply with, "You guys did the Russia hoax," and that therefore they don't even have to. They don't have to be held accountable. And then MAGA, who should be listening to that and think, "Oh wow, they're not even willing to tell us what's going on here. They're not willing to answer any of the questions that we, the people, would want to know about." They instead hear this and think, "Yeah, there's no reason for me to believe this story about the signal chat. There's no reason for me to believe this about the Venezuela boats. There's no reason for me to believe any of the stuff about Iran because these are the same people who did the Russia hoax."
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, he does do that. I would argue that for if it wasn't, it's not like Trump is this boogeyman that totally ruined everything. Before this, there were things that people also had reason to dismiss the media. If Trump wasn't in office, if Trump never existed, and everything was quote unquote normal from 2016 to now, there would still be people who would say, well, they did lie about weapons of mass destruction. If you want to go back to, as the media, can you give me an example of the? I won't mock you, but to say, oh, can you give an example of the media spinning things? Weapons of mass destruction. If Trump never existed, there'd still be people that say, well, I kind of don't care what they're saying or believe what they're saying because I know them to be liars. I know them to spin stories that aren't true. So it's kind of self-deserved. You're saying, oh, if it wasn't for Trump, more people would trust the media. And I'm saying, yeah, Trump can reference the past and say they lie, and people believe them. The reason why people believe them is because they've experienced it. They're not born yesterday. They have been through times where it's like, oh, the media said one thing and it turned out not to be true. And that's the core reason they emotionally don't trust the media. It's not simply because Donald Trump waved a pocket watch and convinced these people and hypnotized them. They don't trust the media because they've experienced the media lying to their face. And to like start kaputs about Donald Trump seems so vapid. I mean, why? Yes, okay, yes, he's using it to his advantage. What politician wouldn't? The deeper rooted issue that really matters here is that people don't trust the media because they lie, because they have experienced them lying to their face. And so it really confuses me why you don't focus on that.
Because again, when they seem to get things
Alley
wrong,
Katz
there
just said, "Can
seems
he
to
name a
be
lie? The weapons of
accountability.
mass destruction." I mean,
Yeah,
this
so the
lady in
weapons
your
of mass
chat is a
destruction, I don't
user.
know that they ever lied about that. I know that the government seemed to be putting out information where normally we don't expect every single detail, but we do expect some evidence or some sort of reasoning. And when they tell us we have intelligence that says that there are weapons of mass destruction, that is why we're going to Iran or sorry, to Iraq, that is our motivation there. What is the media supposed to do? What would they do there? Be like, no, you don't have that intelligence, while numerous other countries are all claiming that they also have the same intelligence. What is the media supposed to do?
It was just Israel and the United States. The International Board of Nuclear Weapons, the IATE, multiple international organizations said Iraq did not have nuclear weapons and never didn't have any access to enriched uranium. There was open intelligence that wasn't the case. And after the war was over, the United States, it was found that it was fabricated. There was evidence to the contrary that Iraq did not have nuclear weapons. It was a person reading the papers and being able to look it up online could deduce that, let alone a multi-billion-dollar corporation whose entire job is to collect evidence on such a thing. To pretend that they're a little baby victim that was just saying what they knew is so dishonest. It's so dishonest. Of course they were able to know that they probably don't have nuclear weapons, or at the very least, this isn't a absolute fact that everyone knows and can't be disputed. Well, you're just saying,
okay.
Oh, we pooped
countries
the bed,
claiming
guys.
that
Come
they
on.
had intelligence that they had weapons of mass destruction. The United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, Poland, Israel, Spain, Italy, various national, international groups like Vilnius Group, Eastern European nations that issued joint statements supporting the U.S., including Albania, Bulgaria, Croatia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Macedonia, Romania,
Yeah, you
Slovakia,
can read
and
your
Slovenia.
Google AI, but can you get to your point?
Japan, the, that it was not just the United States and Israel claiming that they had intelligence that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. There was intelligence, it was faulty intelligence, and they seemed to have a bias to where they were willing to buy into intelligence that was not well vetted enough. But there's not, when you say, oh, well, it's easy enough for anybody just reading the paper to deduce that this was untrue, there's no fucking way. It was not. It was not that fucking easy. Nobody knew this shit until a good bit later. There were progressives who were anti-war the entire time and were very upset about it, regardless of
Yeah,
whether or
it's
not
not
they
about
had
being
weapons of mass
anti-war,
destruction.
and I'm not going to be so obnoxious to name countries like you did, but there was the director of the International Atomic Energy Agency. There was the director of the UN. There is the director of the UN's Biological and Chemical Weapons Inspection body. Countries that actually went inside of the country and deduced this, whose entire organizational purpose was to deduce such a thing, said it didn't exist. You didn't even hear this in 2003. It wasn't a conversation. It wasn't a debate. The media took it and ran with it. You can deduce why and question why. It is probably because, oh, I don't know, because they're fucking, excuse me, I won't swear on your show, but they're commercial. The people who are paying their bills are these arms manufacturing companies. But either way, the point is they ran with this story despite there being contradictory evidence and valid and ultimately what was the truth contradictory evidence, and they didn't say anything. And to pretend that, well, they just didn't know what to do and listen to the government is it's pulling the wool over your eyes, and it's so bizarre. It's not even like you're not even supporting your team. It's just pulling wool over your eyes and saying, well, the media has no problems and they don't lie and they don't spin stories to benefit their own interests.
Hold on.
Come on.
That's not what I'm saying. You keep taking everything I'm saying to some like ridiculous, like, cartoonish extreme. I'm saying that there was enough intelligence there at the time to where this isn't a lie from them. It is reasonable to believe that all of the most powerful countries with the best intelligence in the world all saying the same things, that this is something that they would align with. Even when Donald Trump bombed Iran recently, saying that they were planning on building a bomb because they were enriching uranium to over 60%. There were still countries claiming that they weren't ever enriching uranium above 6%. There were tons of media outlets saying that they didn't ever plan to build a bomb. Al Jazeera was saying this. Like, there were tons of outlets that kept saying there's no evidence they ever planned to build a bomb. But that they were wrong. They were completely wrong. They were stupidly wrong. And the like, just saying that there are some people who said a thing doesn't mean much. Like, you have to weigh evidence. You have to weigh intelligence. And at the time, from the media's perspective, they had every reason to believe that the United States was correct. They were wrong, but they had every reason to believe that they were correct.
Okay. But it's your position that it was a complete. They were victims, but they had no control, and it wasn't a failure. There was no institutional problem. There is no institutional reason why the weapons of mass destruction hoax was pushed by the media. There's not an institutional critique to be found.
From the media's perspective, no.
Okay, so yeah, there's just nothing to argue with. Your entire thing is there's no institutional issues with the media. There's no institutional problems really
That's the
anywhere,
position.
and the only
What do you
problem
mean?
is
There's
Trump is
nothing to
coming
argue
in.
with. That is the position. That's what you came to argue
childlike.
with from
I'm
the beginning.
sorry, I don't mean to be insulting, but yeah, it's a vapid, childlike position to
Hold
say
on,
there
again,
is no
that's not my
institutional
position.
problems.
That is a childlike position
And if
because you
Donald-
keep
and if
stretching
Don-
it to
and
a
if Donald Trump
cartoonish
didn't
position, but
exist,
that's
it would
not
be
what I
fine.
said. Yeah, I didn't say
If
that
you
there's
think
no
Donald Trump,
criticisms of them, but you keep saying that every single
no,
time
there's
we get to
no.
this point.
That's
You
not
keep
what I
saying
said.
there's
No
no criticisms to
institutional.
have of them.
I
Yes,
said
no
institutional.
institutional. Correct. No institutional. There are
You
anecdotal
do believe that though,
aspects.
correct? There is no institutional criticisms.
Correct.
That
Correct. There are.
Okay,
Correct. There are not
okay. So you think everything's
institutional
dandy, and if
aspects.
Donald
Correct.
Trump didn't exist, the country would be super fine and dandy, and he's the only real, not the only, of course, but the biggest issue in the country, and there is no institutional rot that led to him.
Yeah, I think alternative media is like already a problem where they have a reason
Okay.
to like push people away from mainstream media because they want
Yeah,
to
there
like
it is.
have
There
more
it
of
is.
the
It's all.
power,
It's
and
Donald
so they
Trump is
back
just
up everything Donald Trump says and he's the
exactly,
one
man.
like
That's
legitimate
true.
person who says this.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you now, man. You convinced me. There is no issue in America. There are some issues here and there, but overall, all the institutions in America are good. There are no institutionally corrupted, institutionally maladapted institutions. And if Donald Trump wasn't here, everything would be good. We'd be out to brunch. We'd be out to brunch if it weren't for that big old orange fascist. Are you fucking 12? Like, how do
That
you
would be
think like
your
this?
burden, dude.
Do you not
Well,
challenge yourself?
you won't challenge myself. You're not even going to challenge it. Everything that we go over, you just
going
fold
up what you
immediately.
said. You just said there are no major institutional flaws with media in America. Therefore, this is what I'm adding. Therefore, if it weren't for Donald Trump, everything would be fine. It's a childlike, vapid, stupid belief system to not look at the institutional roots of these issues. You pull the wool over your eyes. You really believe you'd be out to brunch. You'd be out to brunch if it weren't for Donald Trump, and everything would be dandy. It's juvenile, man.
I don't know why you just keep repeating yourself. It's your burden to make the argument, but you're just repeating yourself. Yes, you're just virtue signaling right now.
Because you're so juvenile. I have to.
You're just virtue signaling. Make an argument.
Virtue signaling.
Yes, you're just virtue signaling. What argument? What argument? I argued against your argument and you folded. You immediately started spurging. Yes, I argued against your argument. You can't engage with it, so now you're spurging.
Can you give me a yes or no? Are the institutions of America fine, and they would be fine if it weren't for Donald Trump? Yes or no?
Again, there can be problems. We can criticize those problems. The institutions are not the problems, no.
Okay, so no institution in America is corrupt or needs revamping or can be criticized, and everything would be dandy without Trump. Yeah, you're a fucking retard, and you should kill yourself.
Yeah, see, you can't make an argument. Yeah, see, they spurg out every fucking time. It's your burden to make the argument. If it's so ridiculous, if it's so insane, if it's so outrageous, you can easily disprove it. Just do it. Just engage with it. That's if it's so insane of me to say, then just engage with it. Why can't you just make the fucking argument? Damn, dude. It happens every fucking time, dude. There's always somebody who is so propagandized and so stuck in their fucking cult that they meet somebody who actually has a brain and they just like malfunction. It happens so often where they just turn off, they just malfunction and just disappear. Like I engage with literally sometimes the dumbest fucking arguments from people. I've debated pedophiles on whether or not it's okay. They'll come on being like, oh, there's no reason for there to be an age of consent. I don't fucking malfunction. This is an easy argument for me to engage with. This is an easy argument for me to dismantle, but
Call from
Brinson.
what's up, man? What was it, Brinson?
Yeah, it's Brinson. What's going on?
How's it going, man? What was
and what's your name? What should I call you?
Tom.
All right, Tom. Yeah, so I was coming in here. So I was wondering how you think that there's any evidence against Trump in the Epstein files. Or sorry, yeah.
So there's about like a mountain of it. I don't know where to even start. There's a bunch of claims of him engaging with underage girls. There's claims from the Epstein victims that we've all known about that have been in the public, talking about the fact that Trump would come up to them when they were underage and say inappropriate things to them. There were already stories out about Trump going into like Miss Teen USA dressing rooms while they were naked, and in looking at all of them, there's him being on radio shows bragging about walking into those locker rooms. There's affidavits signed within court cases under penalty of perjury from numerous witnesses saying that they watched him rape under 13-year-old girls. And from the 13-year-old girls, there's about 4 different cases that are almost identical to one another like that. We could keep going.
Well, I mean, all of that's anecdotal. It's just, oh, somebody said this, somebody said this. It just seems like propaganda to me. I mean, all of these people saying the same, similar thing, and you're just telling me their story. Like, obviously, it's not.
An anecdote is one single story by itself. If I give you a bunch of stories that all align with the same narrative, it's no longer anecdotal. Like, each one by itself could be an anecdote, but once we have like massive amounts of information,
the same story. There's not much actual difference. There's no variation. It's all just a similar process, and they're all just saying the same thing. You don't think that's strange?
That's when we call it corroboration.
Okay, so that's definitely interesting, and you haven't even given me any of the information either.
All right, we're gonna move on. Before we get to the politics, though, I did want to pull this up. So this is interesting. Okay, so I want to know. I didn't watch it. I saw that this was happening, and I thought I want to do this on stream. So let me know what you guys think. I want to get some answers from you guys real quick.
Top 30 largest chain restaurants by sales, with the letter P in its official name. The P.
Top 30 restaurants. Did he say fast food
by
restaurants?
Sales. Top 30 largest chain restaurants by.
Largest chain restaurants by sales, with the letter P in it. That's fucking crazy, dude. I don't even know if we could name 30, but I want to see. All right. I want to see. I want to see if we can get 30. Okay. So, 1, Pizza Hut. 2, Papa John's. 3, Subway. Wendy's. Popeyes. Okay, Popeyes. 4, Pizzoli? Is that Pizzola? Is that a Taco Bell? There's no P in there. Panera. Yes. Oh, Panera's good. Panera's going to be definitely one of the top ones. Okay, 5. In terms of the media, I tend to agree. Those people usually get fired, and if the network is found liable, they are sued. They're not being sued every other day. Correct. P.F. Chang's. Nice. Okay, that's a good one. I never would have thought of that one. Panda Express. We have Panera. It's Panera Bread, I think is what it's called. Panera Bread. So far we have 6. Chipotle, nice. Okay, 7. Chipotle. Okay, number 8. Papa Domino's. Peter something. I don't know. What are we doing? We're naming 30 restaurants. The top 30 restaurant chains with the letter P in it. Does it start with P? No, it just has to have a P in the name. Peter Piper's Pizza. Ooh. Peter Lungers. I don't know what that is. Oh, a P anywhere in the name? That could be a billion places. Let me think. Yeah, well, that's why we have Chipotle in here. Everything else we did starts with the letter P. Tom, jump in Discord. Wingstop. Nice. Okay, okay. All right, I'm jumping in Discord. Bubba Gump Shrimp. Is that a real thing?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
I didn't realize there's a guy in the waiting room. Sorry, I'm not going to be long, so you can talk.
Oh, I thought you were jumping on to talk to somebody. I thought this was who
No,
you were jumping on to talk to.
Is Moriarty, is that the guy that called in? I think he's the guy that called in. He's in the chat, and he thinks I'm a bot. So I'm just calling in to let him know I'm not a bot, and just because you're too dumb to justify your claims doesn't mean everything's fucking corrupt. It doesn't mean everyone's a bot. Like, maybe you should assess how you think about things. Maybe you could sit down and think, how are the institutions corrupting everybody? And maybe come up with an answer, and maybe learn how to speak about it properly before you start insulting
earlier
everybody.
he literally made the argument that it's just intuitive because they're getting paid by somebody that they're not going to criticize them. That's not intuitive. That's just
I mean, I think that is like the retard's way of like, it's like the follow the money thing.
Hold on, stop talking. The guy keeps calling on Google. So in order to get into the same call as her, you would have to join through Discord. There's a link in the description, or you can just go to my channel and click the Discord link there. But there's the Discord link is right there. There's no other way for you guys to be able to hear each other or engage with each other outside of just joining the.
Yeah, well. I'm not planning on sticking around. I think. Oh God. I'm not sticking around. I just came on to show I'm not a bot. So have fun with this guy.
Okay. All right. Later. All right, Prof. APOC. What's a restaurant with the letter P in it?
A restaurant with a P. So you got Popeyes already, don't you?
Yeah, we got Popeyes. We got Pizza Hut, Papa John's, Popeyes, Panera Bread, PF Chang's, Panda Express, Chipotle, Wingstop. The P can be anywhere in the word. It just has to be somewhere in the name.
Pizza Inn.
Oh, he actually joined. Well, Mantis, if you want to come back, he did join. Okay, did you have a disagreement that you wanted to get into?
Pizza Inn. That'd be one.
Pizza Inn. Okay. All right. So did you have a disagreement?
Oh, I've actually talked with you before, Tom. We've actually did it in like DMs and stuff. I just figured I'd join. I think the topic was like you're wanting to discuss MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
What? Can you hear me?
Yes, now I hear you.
Okay, yeah. The thing is, I had YouTube still up on the sidebar, so it was like I was echoing back and forth. But So what is your big, like, I've heard you talk before, but like, what is your big deal against Trump in general? Because the way I see it is, ever since Obama, and I'm not hating on Obama, ever since Obama's been in office, though, there seems to be a polarization between both parties to where, in my opinion, they've both become cults. Like, I think the left and the right are both cultish as hell. And I'm to the point now where I'm a centrist and I lean slightly right, but it's gotten bad. And it's like, I don't know, I guess I come from a time when, we used to think of elections as like the Super Bowl. Everybody would get together, we watch the elections, have our own picks, and then we go back to life as normal, and we wouldn't label people based on what affiliation they were, because we realized individuals were more nuanced than that. And so I was just curious why you have like a thing for like Trump, like why you have a disdain for him.
Well, I almost everything that you said, I just like 100% disagree with. I think that Donald Trump has made things way more partisan, way more polarized. Under Obama, at the beginning of his administration, they had the majority in the House and the Senate. He did everything he could to have a bipartisan kind of sentiment. And then once the Republicans gained the majority, they did this whole thing where they said, we're literally not going to allow any legislation through for the rest of his term. Then when Biden got into, then Trump came in. Trump literally, again, he had the majority in the House and the Senate, and they just shoved everything down the Democrats' throats. And same when Democrats had power, they seemed to be willing to act in a bipartisan fashion. Then Biden got into office. Again, Biden had a majority in the House and the Senate at the beginning of his term. When he was praised by Republicans across the board for being so bipartisan that they had such a small minority, they had no power to do anything. Yet Biden kept inviting them to meetings. He kept sitting down with them. He kept taking all of their concerns into consideration, and they praised him for implementing all of these things into bills and actually taking them seriously when they had no power to actually back up any of the things that they wanted. And then, at the second that the Democrats lost the majority in the House and the Senate, Republicans went right back to saying, you're not getting shit through. And then Trump and the Republicans get the majority in the House and the Senate, and same thing, they are not letting Democrats get fucking shit. They literally had to go through like the longest government shutdowns every time Trump is in office because of how partisan he is. So it's not like both sides are becoming polarized. Trump is setting the partisan standard in making things polarized.
Okay, I hear you, but I want to give a little pushback on some of this stuff. Like, first off, yeah, when Obama first got in office, everybody was pretty happy about that, and we thought that would bring the country closer together. And by his second term, this is why I think a lot of Trump supporters, like I'll hear in some of these debate areas, will not listen to y'all when y'all point things out because, like for example, Obama, deported a lot of people, and the news media didn't really say much about it. They would cover it, but they didn't hate on him. They didn't jump all down his throats. But then when Trump got in office, started talking about putting a wall up. Well, I mean, they just lost their fucking minds. And it's like, well, hold up. I mean, every country on planet fucking Earth has border policies. The only people left on this planet that play Russian roulette with immigrants to have political power is the United States. We're the most powerful country in the world. This border stuff should have already been fixed a long time ago. The reason why it's not is both parties are guilty as using this as a bargaining chip to get in office every election cycle. So that's fact. The Democrats do it. The Republicans do it. Some do it worse than others.
Nobody's complaining about Trump having border policy. And nobody said Trump's not allowed to have border policy.
Well, the Democrats did because the first term they stopped him almost flat from doing everything that he could. And then when Biden got in office, he rescinded all that stuff out of hate. I mean, anybody that's objective, anybody that's objective can go read all the policies that Trump put in place. And when I vote for somebody, I vote on policy, not the person. I give two craps what a person says or does. I care what policies they put in place because that's what affects the American people. And the thing is
bro,
when
we can
Biden
go over these things.
We can.
Off, just real quick, hold on. Just slow down. Hold on. You can't both say that like I think that the partisanship and like the how split everything is, I think that does matter. I don't think it's just policy. I think that the fact that Trump does keep tearing our country farther and farther apart, I think that does matter. And it's not just policy. I think that like when we go to war and Trump continues to say just random shit about these different countries that heavily affect our relationships with allies, and whether or not they're willing to work with us anymore, whether or not they're willing to back us, what it is that the other countries think of us while we're at war with them, and whether or not they're willing to negotiate with us because of the things that he says. These are not policy positions. He is currently degrading our position in the world by just saying anything that comes to his mind. But if you want to go again, Biden set the record in deportations when he was in office. It wasn't that nobody talked about it. It was that he didn't do anything illegal. Trump was doing things that are illegal. If Trump is trying to put a wall up,
if Trump's trying to put a wall up and people stop him from doing that, how's that illegal? I mean, if anything, like most normal Americans, like most normal people that don't get into these big giant like sections, they don't have a problem with immigrants coming over. I mean, I don't know anybody around me that I live around, and I know this is anecdotal, but I don't know anybody around me, and I've lived in 4 different states, that care if people come over and live in our country and just have a better life for themselves. No one gives two shits about that. We would welcome them. In fact, I have friends that's come across from different countries. I have no problems with them. The only problems we have is when
let's try to go to one thing. Let's try to just stick to one thing.
Let me finish this one. Let me just finish this one little spot, if you don't mind. We have a problem with people coming over here illegally and not being vetted properly, and then our tax money having to support them because of that. And it's also not fair to the people that are trying to come over here legally and having to wait in big giant lines while people get to cheat and come in straight up. That's where most people's problem is with that type of policies.
Okay. So we'll just start with that then, okay? We want to focus on one thing for a bit, so let's start with that.
All right.
I agree. Donald Trump ran on wanting to saying that he only wanted legal immigrants, not illegal immigrants. This is something that is shared across the political spectrum. Pretty much everybody is in favor of legal immigration, not illegal immigration, which is why Biden and Obama have the records on deportations, because they are definitely in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. The problem is Donald Trump got into office and took away legal status from millions of people who came into the country the right way, and then told them to either self-deport or they would be deported. That is not somebody who's in favor of illegal immigration.
Are we talking about people that came in when Biden was in office that just got let to come in during the COVID and all that jazz? Or are we talking about them people?
There wasn't really immigration during COVID. After COVID, yes, there were people.
Actually, there was. I live in Texas, and I would see truckloads of people being moved from the border all the way across the state, all the way going in other places. They let people in like crazy here in Texas, and I live here.
Title 40. So, hold on. Title 42 was still in effect. I might be
anecdotal, but I actually live down here. I live very close to the border, and I would see trucks and buses all the times come through with illegal immigrants coming through here that wasn't even getting tested for COVID. And mind you, Biden's got the blood on his hands because Biden letting all these people come in without getting them tested for COVID and them spreading the Delta variant, and the Delta variant being one of the most harshest ones to get over, and it killed a lot of people. That's on his head. And I mean, he shouldn't have done that. He should have locked it down.
We're going off. Hold on. We're going off on other things again. I want to stick to just whether or not people are coming in. That there weren't a lot of people coming in under Biden. There was Title 42 that Trump put in place for COVID that literally shut down the border because of COVID. And until Title 42 was rescinded by the courts, that was still in place. But once it was let up, yes, there were a lot of people who came in, but they did go through the vetting processes. They did go through all these processes. Like one of them was people who came in through the CBP One app. Okay, these are people who were coming through from war-torn countries or countries that were dealing with insane amount of violence from rebel groups and things like that. They created a CBP One app for these people to where they would sign up through the app to get refugee status in the United States. When they signed up, then they went through a pretty difficult vetting process, and then if they were approved, then the Biden administration and said, okay, you're approved. You now have to find a way here. So you have to buy a plane ticket or whatever else, and then you have to meet us at a port of entry. And then from there, lots of times they would detain them for even longer and do more vetting on them. So like this is one thing that did have long vetting processes that Donald Trump got rid of and told them all to self-deport.
Well, I know for a fact there was a lot of people coming in here, and in fact, they would just say they would seek asylum and they would be granted it. And there was actually people in my town that got hired at some of the jobs here in town that didn't even speak a lick of English.
Hold on. I don't want to go to these other things again. You understand that Donald Trump, millions of people who came in legally, did it the right way. Donald Trump took their status and deported them. That is a thing that happened. So this is not just about again, there might be some people who are illegal immigrants that the Trump administration deported. Nobody's fighting him on that. It's the fact that we don't trust him to do things legally or the right way. That's the problem. Even if they are illegal immigrants, why would we trust them to treat them correctly when even some people who came into the country the right way got sent to fucking prison in CCOT? It makes no sense.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I don't, like I said, I'm not 100% MAGA. I'm not someone that walks around with a MAGA hat. I think that's cultish as shit. But at the same time, you gotta also think y'all created this monster, because when this monster first come in office, he wasn't like this completely. But then everybody had to jump his shit. They had to jump him everywhere. They had to sue him 5 ways from Sunday. You didn't think he was going to be like...
Hold on, wait, we're doing it again. Hold on, wait. No, hold on, no, seriously, hold on. We're going off on a drastically, totally unrelated topic to immigration right now. I'm happy to go to that direction. If you're going to say, hey, you guys made this monster who just can't follow the law, then fine. I will go to that instead, where we can talk about the fact that he did commit all of these crimes, that there is mountains of evidence that proves that he committed all those crimes, and that they didn't unnecessarily go after him, that Donald Trump just is a monster. Nobody created him. He just is that thing. We can go in that direction if you want, or we can talk about immigration.
I'm going to go in the direction of this. This is the most unbiased take that there can be. When he got in office, everybody before he got in office loved his guts. They made rap music about him. These same people love this guy. The minute he got in office, they turned on him in a heartbeat. And the reason why they did is because he's not someone that they could buy out and just go with the flow. So they were worried about what he would do. They would even make campaigns about, oh, he's going to have the button to the nukes and everything. And what happened is during his term, they were constantly trying to get him out. They were constantly trying to impeach him. They were constantly trying to do everything they could to get him out of office. And I mean, they insulted him. They attacked his family. They put him on this big magnifying glass. They locked him down in social media. They did more. I've never seen a president in my life, and I'm a pretty old dude, that was hated on by the media as vehemently as he was. And the weird thing is, most of the stuff they hated on him during his first term wasn't true. I mean, the Russia stuff, I know you're talking to somebody else about that. But the Russia stuff
go
wasn't
into
true.
what was not true.
And I would love to hear you or any Democrats say, hey, they messed up. They shouldn't have went after him for that. But you never hear that. You never hear
Okay, so let's get into the Russia stuff then. Okay, hold on, stop. Hold on, bro.
You want Republicans to admit things.
No, I don't. Hold on. We got to stick to one thing. Okay, so if this is what you want to talk about, we can talk about Russia. But we got to stay somewhere, okay? I don't want to jump all over the place. Once we agree to talk about Russia, as soon as we get into the details that you don't know anything about, you're just going to jump to a different topic. I don't want to do that, okay? I want to stay and focus on something so that we can actually come to some sort of consensus here. If you don't think that it was fair the way that they went after him on Russia, we can get into those details. But it was absolutely fair. Across the board, it was fair. It was Trump's fault.
If it was fair, how come he didn't get convicted?
There was no charges of crimes. There was never a charge, a criminal charge.
Exactly. So if there was none of that, then why was it fair?
What do you mean exactly? It's not relevant. There wasn't a charge of a crime. You're making it criminal.
So we distracted the president of the United States, who should have been doing stuff to serve the country, for no reason, really.
So okay, hold on. You said that it was unfair. That's what I want to talk about. Whether or not it was fair. Okay. So Donald Trump, his administration, tons of people, I think it was 16 people within his administration, got charged and convicted of crimes, okay? They did, involving Russia. Now, Donald Trump, the head of this campaign, makes sense to think that he might be involved. On top of that, every time Trump was questioned about these things, he lied, provably lied. Every fucking time he was questioned about it, he provably lied. And every time he was proven to lie, people think, well, okay, he probably did this then. He keeps lying every time he's asked about this. He lies over and over and over. So he probably did it. Now, I'll agree he didn't commit like any sort of like Russian collusion, whatever that means. Like that's not a crime. That's not a thing. But but he didn't do it. But it was 100% reasonable for people to believe he did when he kept lying about it, provably lying about it. We know for a fact every single time he said something about this shit, he lied about it. Like, I can show you the emails. I can show you the proof. He lied every fucking time. Do you not think it's reasonable that somebody who can't stop lying about this stuff, do you not think it's reasonable to think that they're lying for a reason?
There could be several reasons why, but if you go actually take them to trial and then try to impeach them and stuff for like that, and you don't have any real evidence, not really.
They didn't try to impeach him over
whatever.
Over Russia.
Him just saying whatever doesn't really matter if there's no evidence to back it up. The whole point is all that Russia stuff that was thrown out there, regardless of what was there and not. Obviously, he wasn't guilty, because if he really was guilty,
try to impeach him
for
over
himself.
Russia.
Well, if I'm saying with the Russia stuff, if he was that worried about getting convicted for anything that he did, he'd have probably just pardoned himself and kept himself from getting in trouble. He didn't do that, So I mean, I don't know why that the whole problem is the Democrats
He
just seem to
pardoned
be
all of his
dude.
friends. He pardoned all of his friends who did get in trouble.
I mean, and Biden pardoned his son when his son objectively was doing a bunch of bad stuff.
Wait,
so, I mean,
that's not what I'm saying. Hold on, that's not what I'm saying. Hold on, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when you say he would have just pardoned himself ahead of time, well, he didn't do that with all of the other people who did commit crimes. He waited for them to be convicted and then he pardoned them. So he may have done the same thing for himself. He may have waited for there to actually be charges or convictions and then pardoned himself, but he didn't. Like that's not what that's what he did with literally everybody's. He just waited for them to be convicted and then pardoned them. But the same thing, he was never impeached for that. They never even voted on impeachment for Trump. That was not part of impeachment hearings. The things that he was impeached for, he again did do. He did all of them. Like every fucking time. He didn't even deny that he did these things. He just denied. He just said that he should be allowed to do it every fucking time. The first president in history to do these things, and he thought he should be allowed to do it. But he never denied he did it. So these were not witch hunts. These were not unfair. He just did the things. Like the Ukraine impeachment. That was his first impeachment. He did it. He admitted he did it. Like there was no fucking challenge there. He just did it.
I mean, like I said, there is things that he's done that's bad. But my biggest complaint with all this is that even before he was doing anything that was bad, the media and everybody was already on his ass. They were constantly hating on him. They were constantly putting stops in his way. Pelosi wouldn't work with him at all. And we were always talking about
there's reasons for that though.
There's not reasons for that. I mean, the thing is no, and that's why I say y'all created this monster because
that's your post hoc rationalization. That's your post hoc rationalization. When he comes in and he is lying from the very beginning and keeps getting caught lying, and every time he gets caught lying, he just moves to a new thing and starts a new scandal. That is not people just making up reasons to be against him. That's him just being a fucking piece of shit liar, and you guys finding reasons to excuse it. That is not the Democrats' fault that they call him out for lying.
Do you think the majority of any of these politicians tell the truth, or do you think they say whatever they want out of their teeth or whatever their donors want them to say?
If you want to play equivocations with these things, that's fine. We can go into what it is that Trump did in each one of these instances, what it is he lied about.
No, I'm not playing anything. I'm just being objective about it. Like,
hold on. You're not being objective about it.
So Biden tells the truth on everything. So Obama told the truth on everything.
That's not what I said.
Trump is the only dude that lies.
Hold on. hold on. That's not what I said. I said if
That's
you
what you
want to go
just
through these
said.
things, it isn't what I said. Stop talking. Let me get through my sentence so you actually know
Hey,
what
you're
I
the one
said.
that interrupts me
If
more
you
than I
are,
interrupt you. That's fact.
yes, because you go off on unrelated tangents that aren't on topic.
Because you
I'm
say
trying to get
3 or
you on the
4 different
topic.
things at one time, and I'm trying to answer each one, and then you're like, hold on, we're going into 2 different things. Then just say one topic, and I'll stick to that topic. But
Okay.
when you started talking earlier, you blasted me with 4 different topics. And then when I started
Okay.
trying to answer each one, you're like, whoa, 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 we need to stick to one thing. Okay, then stick to one thing.
Okay. Donald Trump. If you want to go over a lie, we can go over a lie that he told, and then I will challenge you to find another president that was on the Democrat side that told a similar lie that had similar negative ramifications from it.
I think the most important thing to debate is their policies, because all
See,
presidents lie.
that's what I'm
We're
talking
here
about.
all day. No.
You're
What's more
saying that
important?
this
A
is what
person
created the
lying all the
monster.
time?
That's your
Or
argument. It's your argument. They created this. Your argument is they created this. You're saying everybody lies the same. I'm saying they don't. Donald Trump makes way more detrimental lies.
No. You put them words in my mouth. I never said everybody lies the same. I said most of the politicians lie. I didn't say it was all equal down the board. And
Then
I
why
never really
would you
got a
say
chance
that?
to tell you. I never got a chance to tell you why I thought that way, because you cut me off and started telling me we needed to focus on Russia. So I said that because it doesn't matter. All politicians lie. The only thing you can do, because we don't have the power to change anything, we could try, but realistically we don't, is look at their policies and see which ones have the better policies and go with them. The main thing would be to debate Donald Trump's policies. I mean, do you disagree with all of his policies? Do you think they're all bad? Do you disagree with the idea of America first, like trying to get more factories back here in the country? Do you disagree with all them things? What about the Keystone Pipeline? Do you disagree? Did you disagree with that? The policies is what matter when you debate politics. The politicians are going to always lie. Some get caught more than others. Trump might be the biggest liar of them all, for all I know. I'm not a computer. I'm not data from Star Trek: The Next Generation. I'm not going to pull up every lie in my head from every president there's ever been. But to say that we should focus on his lies and other ones didn't lie, maybe other ones were better at lying. Maybe he just is not good at lying. He gets caught all the time, for all I know. But the policies is what matters. And I never heard a lot of bad policies from Trump. A few of them, yeah, but not a lot of bad ones. And it was just weird that the other side would be vehemently against it. And I think they did that just because they don't like the man. And they might have a good reason for it. I'm not on Capitol Hill.
Okay, I didn't just decide that we were going to talk about Russia. I said we need to focus on one thing. If you want to move from the last topic on immigration and move to Russia instead, we can do that. You seem to want to do that, so that's the direction that we went. You were saying that they created this monster. It's their fault. I said, no, they're calling him out for lies. Then you, in response to that, said, but everybody lies. If you're not saying that it's equivalent, there's no reason for you to bring up that everybody lies unless you're saying it's equivalent, because we're arguing about whether or not Democrats created this monster. But as soon as we get there, now we're moving to a different topic again, which is now about whether or not he has good policies. So I'm happy to move to the policies thing, but again, I want to stay on one thing at a time. So if we move there, like this is the last direction I want to move. So we can go to this, but I need to actually talk about the policies then and not everything else.
Well, let's just go to, your prompt was about MAGA in general, right? And you wanted to debate why, let's just stick to the policies under Trump, the MAGA, because that's effectively what he's pushing for and what the people are voting for him for. That's what MAGA is, really. What he's the America first, everything.
Sure. So as I said earlier, Donald Trump says that he likes legal immigration, not illegal immigration. And then as soon as he gets into office, he gets rid of tons of people, millions of people who came in legally. The majority of people who have been deported under Trump were legal immigrants that he took away their status from. So this is him saying he has a policy position and then refusing to live up to it. That's going to be pretty much everything. So I'm going to go over tons of these. If you want to challenge that one first, you're welcome to.
Okay, so if he did that, then how come the Supreme Court, nobody challenged him on it? You would think if he did something that's wrong and that we, are not supposed to be doing, then obviously the opposition who vehemently hates him so much would have challenged him to the Supreme Court on it. And the Supreme
He's
Court
legally
just
allowed to do
recently,
this. He's legally allowed to do this. This is not what he ran on. He ran on wanting people to come in legally and wanting to get rid of people who came in illegally. And the majority of people that he's gotten rid of came in legally.
well, I mean, when he did that, wasn't his cited reasons for this is that we had too much people come in? Wasn't these a lot of people that wasn't really were these all people that were actually registered American citizens, or was it just people that came in?
Not citizens. These are not, nobody, it takes like 10 to 20 years to become a citizen. Nobody's going to become a citizen in 5 years. Like, that's insane. There's a million different types of statuses. You can be a refugee, you can be an asylum seeker, you can be a green card holder, you can be on a work visa, you can be on a student visa. There are tons of different ways to come into the country. But if you go through that really long process of coming into the country and being vetted and like going to court and going through all of these like with a immigration officer and everything, and then people just vote in a new president who gets to just snap at his fingers, take it all away from you, all of the work that you did, moving your family over here and everything. That, like, to me, that's just wrong. He's allowed to do it. He's legally allowed to do it, but that's not what he ran on, and I think it's wrong.
Well, I'll say this, and maybe we'll find common ground here. A lot of my friends that are conservative don't like me saying this. They actually get mad at me for this, but I said, we have too many people that came in anyway. Why not just go ahead and make them all American citizens and call it a day so they can pay taxes? They're already here. And then
I mean, I wouldn't even agree with that. Like, citizens is like well overboard. Like, people should go through a long process of being a visa holder or a green card holder. They should get more, like, you get more rights the more that you're given a new status, and you have like long period of time that you're able to prove yourself, that you don't commit crimes, things like that. If these people are committing crimes on a visa or on a green card or something, like serious crimes, yeah, they should be deported. And that's something that Democrats agree with across the board. But that is, again, that's what Trump ran on. He said he was going to get rid of the worst of the worst. He said that's what he was doing. And then he came in and got rid of, by far the majority of the people that he deported were people who came in legally. So it's just, that's not what he ran on. He didn't run on this. You can have the opinion that that's something he should have done, but that's not what he ran on. So when you say, I just agree with the policies that he's running on, that's what I vote for, that's not what he ran on.
Well, the policies that I agreed with, even though I didn't vote, that I thought were good that he was running for was, and take this in consideration that this is before what he actually did. I like the idea that he was trying to bring peace everywhere. I thought he did a decent job of that his first term, and I thought he was going to continue that. I like the idea of him letting us be more of an export, more oil, the Keystone Pipeline, because, for everybody out here that like talks about, the pollution and the environment, even if we cut back on our energy, China does so much oil distribution and everything. And plus India is coming up big time in that cutting us back wouldn't solve the problem globally as far as like for ozone layer purposes and things like that. So I always thought that was a detriment to us because you can't really change, fuels that fast, and just change everything in a hurry. And plus electric is really not a complete viable solution to gasoline. It's getting close, but it still needs to be refined quite a bit before it gets to a point where we could say it could actually take it over. Same thing with solar. But I'm not trying to pivot away from the policies. I was just
it's fine if you don't like agree with him deporting all of these immigrants who came in legally. I'm not going to try to get you to agree with it. But every single thing that we go over, I'm either going to go into that it's illegal, that it's immoral, or that it's not what he ran on. I'm going to go into like the issues with each and every one of them to show that these are not things that people are just subjectively pushing against just because they have Trump derangement syndrome. But instead, these are things that are just objectively wrong, and that like these are there's issues there. So if you talk about the oil thing, Donald Trump, the Keystone Pipeline in and of itself was illegal, and it was ruled to be illegal by the courts, and Biden ended it because it was going through land that was given to Native American people through treaties, and Donald Trump decided to just build the Keystone Pipeline anyways, regardless of whether or not he was violating those treaties. We didn't need it because when Biden came in, we had brand new technology that made it to where we were able to pump like 5 times the amount of oil with this new technology than we were able to do before. And then under Biden, we were pumping record amounts of oil while shutting down like 2/3 of our oil, what do you call them? Oil drills. Like we shut down like 2/3 of them, but still pumped record amounts of oil because we had new technology to where we didn't have to have all of these oil fields anymore. We didn't need the Keystone Pipeline anymore. We didn't need all of these things. We made it to where we were still doing record amounts without those things.
Yeah, but even with doing that, the gas prices didn't really reflect that very much during the Biden era, because I noticed
Why?
that right after COVID hit, gas prices went up. At least
Why?
in the
Why
state
did they
I'm
go
in.
up? Why did
Well,
the
there
gas
might have been a
prices
couple.
go up?
Well, I mean, the only thing I could think of during that time is probably the lockdowns, because probably wasn't enough people to do the jobs. But I'm talking about even after that, after the shutdowns let off and they started hiring people back and people started going out there, we still didn't see a really big decrease in gasoline. I mean, even now, I thought we were going to actually see some good gas prices, and then we got into this Iran war, and now it's like jumped up big time.
Yeah, I mean, Biden did some things to like, he went into our reserves to try to like lower the amount of gas prices to add more oil to the market so that the demand wasn't so high. But most of it was because of COVID. Like, it wasn't like lockdowns. Lockdowns didn't have as much to do with it. It was definitely a big part of it, but there was massive supply chain issues across the entire world. The whole world had record-breaking inflation, and the whole world had to deal with like high amounts of oil. But at the end of Biden's administration, he got inflation down to I think it was 2.9% or 3%, to where like we had already recovered from inflation by the time Biden left. So like the gas prices weren't Biden's fault, and the things that he did were good solutions to try to keep it down. But this is kind of on a different line. So as you said, you voted for him for peace. Obviously, what's going on right now doesn't really align with that idea. So we can go to other deportation issues that Trump did, where he used the Alien Enemies Act to get rid of people's due process and then ship them to terrorist confinement centers in third-party countries where they didn't live and they weren't from. A lot of those people, again, came into the country legally and then were put in prison.
Well, you glossed over the peace part. Do you think that the whole Russia versus the Russian and Ukraine war?
Well,
I don't know that you
wait,
could put that.
I assumed that you weren't like. I assumed you didn't feel like he was doing a good job there, considering we're at war in Iran right now. That's why I did that. Do you want to defend the peace part?
Well, what I would say to that, I wasn't going to spend a lot of time on it, because I know probably other people are going to want to talk too. But I was going to just say that I don't really blame him for the Russia-Ukraine war. I don't think that should be laid at his feet. That actually got started before he even got back in office. And I don't blame Biden necessarily for that either. I don't think the United States in large had any major thing to do with that.
Yeah, I don't blame Trump for that either. I don't blame Trump for that either. But I'm talking about Iran war. Like, he just started a new war in Iran.
Do you think that we should have ever went to war with Iran? Do you not believe that them like threatening this country over and over, and as they slowly got more and more technology, it was only a ticking time bomb? I'm not saying I agree we should have attacked them now, but you don't think they posed a threat at some point in time? You don't think that they were eventually going to do something to us?
So I am not against war across the board. I would never say that. Like, there are times where it's justified to go to war. I don't know anything that Iran's doing that is like super different from China, Russia, North Korea. Like, all of these countries have all been threats to us. They've all been like in alliances to an extent that have always been threatening to us. But we're choosing right now to go to war with them. I have no idea what that reason is, and I don't think you do either. Nobody knows why we're in Iran, why we're at war with Iran right now. Every single reason that they've given, they keep giving us contradictory reasons every single time they talk about it.
No. You don't have to guess this. I'll tell you. I'll admit when I'm wrong. I'm wrong, or I don't know something. I have no idea why we're at war either with Iran. I don't know why we're needed to be there. I mean, Israel's got plenty of technology to probably take it by itself if they needed
Mhm.
to. So I don't know why we're involved in that. That's a mystery to me too. I don't agree with it either. And I mean, but I do agree with the idea they did put a hit out. I mean, whether you like Trump or not, he is our president. Even if you don't respect the man, you should at least respect the title. And when a country puts a hit out on our president, that's, I mean, I'm not saying we should have went to war over it, but there's definitely needs to be some kind of pushback to that.
Sure, just to be clear, like they never came anywhere close to fulfilling that hit. Like neither of the two people who actually attempted to assassinate Trump were working for Iran. These people had been arrested before either one of those assassination attempts happened, and so like while I agree that is like a thing that there should be some sort of reckoning for, that didn't have much to do with I don't think that has much to do with us invading or bombing them right now. And if anything, it seemed as though the initial reason that we were given was about uranium, but Trump is the one who pulled us out of the JCPOA. So, like, it doesn't make sense that you would give them the ability to enrich uranium and then go bomb them for enriching uranium. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So, I have no idea what the reasoning is for that. But as I said, I can go back to like more things with the immigration if you want to get to more policies.
Yeah, I do. But I was going to say, a lot of people put the war with Iraq on Bush's head for oil. I mean, if I was a guessing man, I mean, one of the main reasons why you would try to hook up something to take out Iran might be for oil and stuff like that. So that might be what it's about.
It's possible. I would assume that you would disagree with that if that was the case.
Yeah, I'm not like I said, I'm not super pro. I like some of the
Sure,
Republican
I'm
stuff.
trying to get into things where you think he's done a good job. Your statement was that it was about policies, so I'm trying to get to policies that I think are bad that you would think are good.
Okay,
and so that's
what
I'm trying to.
Yeah, go to the next. Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
So again, we can go to him using the Alien Enemies Act and then sending a bunch of people to CCOT. CCOT was a terrorist confinement center, and a lot of the people that they sent to CCOT were people who came into the country legally, and then they just took away their processing, took away their status, and then threw them in terrorist confinement centers where they were reported to have been abused the entire time.
Now it's to my understanding that a lot of them ones that got sent over there were ones that were either convicted of felons or had committed crimes. Are you saying that every single one of them that went over there, these are just people that were just innocently thrown there for whatever reason?
One second, hold on. Sorry, somebody was spamming the Discord with an app. Some of the people, yes, it seems as though a lot of the people who were sent over there for no reason. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that happened and he knew that they were, innocent of everything, because you got to think he probably, I would assume all presidents have like a cabinet of people that advise them to do things. They'll probably pull up on them in the office and go, "Hey, this is going on. We need your approval here or there." I mean, if he knew, like, for sure that these people were not criminals and they were being thrown in there, then of course, I mean, that would not be good. But I don't know what he knew on that. As far as what he's told the public, and as far as what we've heard, he's mainly targeting illegals that are breaking the law or are doing crimes. And I'm on board with that. That's at least the policy points that he's thrown out there.
So how do we normally know these things? How would we normally know about this?
That's part of the problem. I feel social media in general and the news has gotten to the point to where it makes people question it. Even if they're telling the truth, it's hard to know if they're really telling the truth nowadays, to where in the old days, you would know they were telling the truth for the most part. But
Well, the
nowadays, it's like
problem is
it's hard to know.
it's through court cases. We would know through court cases. Normally, these people have some level of due process to where they would go to court, and then we would be able to see their court cases and see what went on there. In these cases, the whole reason they said they used the Alien Enemies Act was to avoid due process, to where they felt as though if they used Alien Enemies Act, that meant that they didn't have to give any court cases. They didn't have to allow these people to challenge anything. They didn't have to actually provide evidence for their claims. They could just say, we think this person's a terrorist, and then put them in prison somewhere. And so when the Supreme Court ruled on this, that one, courts told them, if you're shipping people out under the Alien Enemies Act, you can't take them. You have to wait until we rule on whether or not you're allowed to ship people off under the Alien Enemies Act. They didn't abide by that. They kept shipping people off anyways. And then the Supreme Court did eventually rule that they weren't allowed to ship people out under the Alien Enemies Act without any sort of due process, that they had to give them the right to challenge their detainment under habeas corpus.
And are a lot of them people still there? Did they bring them back? Yeah, I don't know a lot about this one that you're talking about. I knew they were sending people to that old, like, it might have been somewhere in South America. Huh?
They did not bring them back. No, even the ones that they were ruled to bring back, they didn't bring back.
And is there anybody challenging this, or they're just stuck?
So what ended up happening is, because they were in a third country, they went to Venezuela, or sorry, not Venezuela, El Salvador. Because they went to El Salvador, they just said that El Salvador is refusing to give them back. Though there was one person that they ended up asking for back, which was Abrego Garcia, and they asked for him back 2 months after the Supreme Court ruled that they had to request him back. They took 2 months to finally do that. And then again, they said that they were deporting him. And then the courts kept saying, hey, when are you going to deport him? And then they kept playing games with the courts, refusing to deport him. And so the courts kept trying to get them to deport Abrego Garcia, and then they refused to do it. And then eventually Abrego Garcia got let out of jail because they refused to actually sign a final order of deportation.
Yeah, I mean, if they're doing stuff like that, I wouldn't be on board with that. I do agree that we need to get our immigration under control. That was something that he preached he would do. I do agree we should have some sort of a border where we can kind of see who comes in. That's all kind of baked into that policy that he preached to the American people, was that, he was going to try to get immigration under control, get all the dangerous, he would say this 1,000 times about the rapists. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that. The R people and the murderers, things like that. That's stuff I was on board with. As far as him doing crooked things afterwards, as it comes up and is brought to my attention, I wouldn't be on board with that. Just like the Iran war.
But this was part of the problem, though, is that this is what Trump does every time. Like, when he ran for his first term, he said that he was going to do a bunch of things that he did not do. He did the exact opposite on. Donald Trump, on his first term, ran on lowering the deficit and lowering the budget. He ended up by far setting the record in spending. Even before COVID happened, he had already set the record. Like, he said that he was going to lower taxes for regular blue collar workers. What he did was lower taxes for 2 years, and then made it to where the next 4 years after that, you not only paid all of that back, but ended up paying more, whereas big corporations and elites, top bracket people, actually had lowered taxes for all 6 of those years. So he did literally the exact opposite across the board on everything that he promised in that scenario, and tons of other scenarios. He said coming into this administration that he was upset that Biden and Harris weren't giving North Carolina the aid that they needed. As soon as he got into office, took away all of the aid that North Carolina got from the Biden administration and put it on hold. Like that. He has continuously done the exact opposite of everything that he's promised.
Well, there is things that he did promise he did do. He did bring a lot of jobs back, because, I mean, one of the things I wasn't fond of with Obama that Trump came in and I thought he kind of balanced the back
Not
to
in
some
this
degree was,
administration.
well, we're you were talking about, before. My thing was that I felt we become too much of a globalist economy. We had too many jobs outsourced and not enough here at the state here, and it was affecting us. So one of the policies that he ran on that got him elected the first time, and that people were hoping he would continue to do, is bringing jobs back here. And that's something that most people, even that don't like him, can at least credit him on that. Bringing some of the
So to an extent,
jobs
so
and
again,
just like
for his
just
first
like in
term, to an extent, but
Oh, go ahead.
Biden ended up bringing more jobs. Like even with COVID, Biden ended up bringing more jobs than Donald Trump did. Biden had a
Yeah,
much larger job growth than Donald Trump did. If that's something that
but
was really
Biden
important to you, yeah.
Yeah, but Biden piggybacked off a lot of the stuff that Trump started with them jobs because when Obama was in office, he globalized us too much. Now I know why he was doing it, but I think he did too much of it. He went a little overboard to a point to where almost there was most companies that already just left here altogether. Whether it was the automotive industry, software industry, you name it. Well, when Trump came back, he started bringing them back here, and he slowed down a little bit. And Biden come around and kind of piggybacked off of what Trump started and brought a lot more jobs back. And I mean, that's typical with, and I'm not saying that Biden didn't do anything for himself there. That's kind of a typical thing. And there's things that Obama did that was good that Trump piggybacked off of. Because sometimes, they'll set a policy in motion. And I'm sure you know this, that some policies don't enact right away. They normally take a few years to really catch effect.
Of
And
course.
then when you see it's a good policy and it's working, if you're a president that really cares about the country and not about politics or about hating somebody, then you go, okay, this works. I'm going to implement it more so it's beneficial. And that's something that you hate Trump or not, that is something he did do good is he brought some jobs back to the country. And he also built the military back up quite a bit because our military was going down. And I don't know, one of the things that really creeped me out about Obama, and I don't know why he did this, but Trump did do good here, was refunding NASA, was also bringing back more our military might, because apparently we were going to need it, looking at what's going on around here, because you got China over here. I don't know what China's about to do. People keep saying China's about to go. It's getting close to doing something with Taiwan. I don't know if they're going to actually do that or not, but
I'm sorry.
China
Hold on
has
one
been
second.
being.
Hold on one second. Hold on. AUE79. If you're in my server and you're a minor, there's in the rules that you are not allowed in my server. So I don't know why the fuck you would go in my server and then complain about the things that are in my server while you're a fucking minor. Also, you shouldn't be in my chat either. So, adios, amigos. But if there's mods, there is somebody still brigading the server. So if somebody can look into that, please. They're a troll, you idiot. I'm pretty sure that's the person who's doing it, bro. Wasted. I'm pretty sure they're the motherfucker who's doing it. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that that's some of the policies that Trump put in play that I thought were really good, was bringing jobs back stateside and also building our military back up and funding NASA, because NASA has done a lot of good for the world actually. So that was always weird to me that Obama defunded them, even though the one policy I loved about Obama that the Republicans shot down is I used to be a salary worker. So Obama tried to push through to get salary workers to get paid even beyond their hours, and the Republicans shot that down. So I was definitely giving
Yeah,
Republicans a
but
middle
what
finger
is
when
it
that happened.
that you think that Trump did that Biden copied? Like, what is the action that he did? Like that, because Obama had like record-breaking job growth under his administration. Biden worked under Obama with him with the recovery from the housing bubble. What do you think he was copying from Trump?
Well, Obama's economic growth come a lot from him coming in after the Bush era, and we were during the Bush era, we didn't have a lot of global reach as far as like doing a lot more global deals, having companies work abroad, and being more global in our business sense. Obama went ahead and did that. Obama started outreaching our jobs. making deals with other countries, bringing jobs over to them, kind of become more of a global business partner with everybody. And so when he started that up, our businesses started booming. But then when we hit that little bit of a snag and that little bit of a, I wouldn't call it a depression, but when our gas prices spiked to almost $4 a gallon during that time, it was starting to be as a resort is that we're outsourcing too much of our stuff to other countries, and he never wrangled that back. So when Trump came in office, Trump immediately started wrangling it back. That was one of his big things. We're going to bring all these jobs back home. We're going to incentivize them to come back, yada, yada, yada. He did do that. And as a result, our economy started growing again because of it. And then
I don't know
when
where you got
Biden
that
got
from.
off,
I thought that then are you talking about the tariffs?
no, the tariffs didn't happen to this current run. Talking
No, he
about
did tariffs in his first term.
he did some, but he's doing a lot more now, which I think the Supreme Court shot him down on the tariffs, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
They
not
said that
only
he couldn't be
that, but
doing
that has actually slowed down growth within our economy. It's actually made it to where more companies are offshoring their work because it's too expensive to do business in the United States now, because you have to pay high tariffs to get anything from any other country. And so they're just going to other countries to build things instead, because it's just way too expensive to be a business in the United States right now.
I mean, well, the tariffs that he ran on, that he was going to say he was going to implement and use, they sounded good in nature. I don't think they were all used in practicality the right
They didn't
way.
sounding good. They didn't sound good in nature. He lied about them from the beginning. He literally lied
Well,
from, like, everybody knew he was lying. I'm not saying he lied saying he was going to do X and then he didn't do it. I'm saying he literally kept saying China would pay the tariff. That's impossible. China doesn't pay tariffs. The United States companies pay tariffs. That's how it works. Like, he lied from the beginning, saying that other countries are paying tariffs, as though either he doesn't know how tariffs work, which, if you want to say he's stupid, then I don't know why you would vote for him. But he didn't. I don't think he's stupid. I think he's lying. I think he knows, which, again, I don't know why somebody would vote for him. Either way, he's either too fucking stupid to know how tariffs work, or he knows how they work and he's a fucking lying piece of shit. Like, I don't know why anybody would vote for that motherfucker.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, yeah, tariffs, you can't tariff a country outright. And even if you say they could pay it, they could choose not to. It's not like you put a gun to their head and make them pay it. I do agree with the idea that he was pitching out there, that other countries for a long time have bid off of us a lot and not paid their fair dues back to us. I don't know if you agree with that, but I do. I think the UN, anytime
who
there's
would pay? Wait, who would pay their fair dues?
I think in general that a lot of countries, when doing business with us, were getting a little bit better sweetened deals than what we were getting out of it. And then also, anytime there was any global conflict, anytime there was any global anything that needed to be solved, the United States was pumping in the majority of the amount of money into NATO for the money, and the UN for troops, for all that jazz.
That was the
And
point
a
of
lot
NATO.
of these UN countries, and the whole point of the UN, that was that Trump come in there and did was he started making them pay their fair share of monies back, which I agreed with.
Sure, I don't have a problem with them paying
their
their fair share. I don't have a problem with that. The problem is that NATO seems like it's about to fall apart. Trump is even threatening leaving NATO. The point of NATO is to create an alliance that is, like, beneficial for the United States. It gives us power. It gives us, like, a lot of, like, decision-making process. It gives us an alliance that, like, builds a wall around our superpower status. And that's why we're just pretty much always happy to make sure that all of these countries are taken care of, because they don't get a whole lot of benefit from that. Nobody's really going after all of these countries. It's not like they're a huge target. The big target is the fucking United States. Like, we're the big target. We're the ones that, like, everybody wants to knock off the chopping block. And we are happy that we have all of these other countries now that are claiming to be in alliance with us. And that's what matters. Like, that is the thing that is really important. But now we not only have all of the countries in NATO talking about the fact that they don't know if they want to be in NATO with the United States anymore, but then we have all of the EU saying that they don't want to trade with us, that they don't want to be allies with us anymore, that they're moving to create their own alliances separate from the United States. Like, this is the things that made our country the richest country in the world, the things that made us, like, super insulated and powerful to where nobody else would fuck with us. He's tearing all that shit down. He is fucking all of it up.
Do you think he is doing all that, or do you think like the government in general is? Do you put
They
any blame at the feet of the Democrats at all, or is it all Trump that's doing the problems?
what give me an example of something I would be upset with the Democrats for in this scenario.
Well, I mean, like when the Democrats were in power, back during Biden, there was just like anything, there was times where they could create pushback. Like for example, in Iran, during the Obama and Biden times, they tried to give Iran money to stop doing the deal, and both times Iran pretty much told the United States, "Fuck you." They kept the money and they kept proceeding anyway. Well, I mean, the whole world is watching this. And if we're not providing any pushback to a smaller country that's pretty much taking billions of dollars from us and then saying, fuck you, we're going to do this anyway, well, what is the other countries going to do? They're going to be like, well, I mean, the
Wait, hold
United
on.
States is just.
The Iran didn't take billions of dollars from us.
Yes, they actually. I mean, I'm on my phone. It'd be hard for me to pull it up, but yes,
No,
there
they
was actually an
didn't.
article. There was actually an article on it. There was
Hold
an
on.
article where
Hold on.
Obama.
Hold on. We unlocked their money. We gave them their money. We had their money frozen from it was the JCPOA. Within the JCPOA, we were just unfreezing their money that we currently had. We weren't giving them our money. It wasn't American taxpayer money or anything. When they signed the JCPOA, part of the deal, if we're going to get them to like agree that they're not going to build a bomb, that they're not going to enrich uranium, there has to be some sort of upside for them. Why the fuck would they agree to a deal that is not beneficial to them whatsoever? So yes, part of the deal is Obama was going to give them unfreeze their money, but that money went to Qatar, and Qatar then had a very strict they had very strict limits on what it was Iran was allowed to spend that money on. So they couldn't just go spend that money on like growing their military or spending more on like shit that was going to hurt the United States. Like we put limits on what it was that they could or couldn't do with the money, but we didn't give them our money.
Well, from the articles, which I'm like on my phone right now, the articles I've seen that were pulled up when they were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, the articles that they pulled up on there stated that we did give them money. Now, I don't know if it was taxpayer money or if it was something like you're talking about, and then that Iran pretty much got a hold of that money and then never, and then actually broke the agreement that they made, not only with Obama, but they did it again with Biden when Biden tried to do something similar. So they've been notorious for not following treaties and agreements. They've been notorious for breaking them.
Iran, when they were in the JCPOA, they abided by the JCPOA the entire time until Donald Trump pulled us out in 2018. And then, yes, they broke the JCPOA because Donald Trump pulled us out of it. Like, they didn't need to abide by an agreement when the United States was the one who was pushing for this. Obama was the one who negotiated it. So the United States negotiates this deal with them. And then the United States pulls out of the deal. Like, yeah, they're not going to abide by the deal anymore. But then Biden did give them money. He also, same thing, unfroze some of their assets and gave it to them, but that was in return for American prisoners that Iran had. Like, we weren't just giving them money; we were trying to get American prisoners back.
I wished I had that. I wish I had that link so I could send it to you. But anyway, the link was the thing that they were talking about was that they were given money as a catchback for not developing nuclear warheads. Like they were going to get special trade deals or things like that if they didn't do that, and then they took the stuff and then they did it anyway. And I mean,
yes, correct. But again, that's after we pulled out. Again, that's after we pulled out of the JCPOA. That's after we pulled out of the deal.
Well, I mean, even if we did pull out, I mean, if they accepted the reward to not do something, even if we pulled out of something later on, that's still fishy and not cool. I mean,
it's not.
You were already
pulled
paid.
out. We pulled out. Okay, so the deal is that like in the future, we're going to continue releasing funds to them. When we pull out of the deal, that means we're not going to abide by our side. Yet the entire time, they've lived up to their side. They have not been enriching uranium. They've been allowing the IAEA to come in and do audits of all of their enrichment facilities and all of their I forget what it's called, but all their facilities. They allowed us to do audits the entire time. They abided by everything across the board. We did one thing, which was unlock their money to them. That's it. And when you say, like, well, we gave them, okay, we did one thing, but we still were supposed to keep unlocking money over time. And then we pull out saying, well, we're not going to keep unlocking money because you've been abiding by the agreement the whole time, and we're no longer going to live up to our end. Like, that's the fucked up part. We were the ones who did a fucked up thing, not them.
Well, from that article and everything, it stated that they were the ones that initiated not doing the deals both times. I wish I had that where I could send it to you and you could check.
These are different deals. There's different deals with Trump that Trump was trying to get them to sign.
Well, the thing is that this article was talking about was the agreement that Obama made a long time ago than the one that Biden did. It didn't say anything about Trump.
Yeah, you can send that to me, but again, the one that Obama did, according to the IAEA, they were the ones who were doing the audits. According to them, Iran stayed within the parameters of the deal until the United States pulled out. Now, there were other countries who were part of this deal. There were other countries who signed on to the deal within the EU, but it didn't matter. Like, again, Iran doesn't give a fuck about what other countries like England and England and like France, and they don't give a fuck that they're part of the fucking deal. They care that the United States was part of the deal. And so when the United States pulled out, according to the IAEA, again, they're the ones who did the audits. According to them, the Iran had abided by the agreement the entire time. And the IAEA is the one who also blew the whistle on Iran enriching uranium up to 60% and building new facilities and stuff. So the IAEA was not some like Iranian simp. They weren't somebody who was like unnecessarily trying to protect Iran. They were people who were calling them out when they did start enriching uranium again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna get too far into this because I don't have the thing with me to show you. And I get on your stuff off and on and listen to your stuff. So when I get a hold of it, I'll probably just message you in your chat and say, hey, I got that link for you, and I'll send it to you. I'm not gonna
I mean, you're on my Discord. You can't post links in chat, but you can post it in my Discord. So just send me a DM on Discord whenever you get it.
Yeah.
But all right, I gotta head out. I appreciate it, man.
All right, nice talking to you.
All right, have a good one. Oof, I got a really bad stomachache. Ooh, I got a really bad stomachache. Woo! All right. We got pizza at Papa John's. Is there an H in there? I'm just gonna put an H in there because it's bugging me. Papa John's, Popeyes, Panera Bread, PF Chang's, Panda Express, Chipotle, Wingstop, Applebee's, Pizza Inn, Comet Pizza. All right, let's see. What do we have, Schmear?
Top 30 largest chain restaurants by sales with the letter P in its official name. The P could be anywhere.
Oh, anywhere.
Anywhere in the name. It doesn't start with P. P could be anywhere in the name. And we're going official name. This is from Restaurant Business Online. That's our Bible for this. Official name. Timer begins now.
Panera.
Okay. Let's see, where's Panera? There it is. Got it.
Papa John?
Yeah.
Papa John's.
Let him go until he needs help.
Popeyes. Pizza Hut.
Oh, yeah.
IHOP?
Oh, IHOP. Oh, man. IHOP. That one should have been obvious. Oh, Joe just said it. Damn. IHOP. That should have been obvious. That we should have had that one.
Chipotle.
Great answer.
Okay, Chipotle.
Portillo's. Portillo's.
Yeah. Applebee's.
Yeah,
good answer.
2Ps. Applebee's.
Potbellies.
Oh,
Good call.
Great.
Don't know
To
what that
send
is.
it to sudden death.
California Pizza Kitchen.
That's not a bad one. I mean,
California Pizza Kitchen.
Number 30 on the list. Sudden death.
so what about like is the word pizza in Little Caesars?
5, 4, 3, 2,
Domino's over that. But
1.
I don't know if it's Domino's Pizza.
For the win. 2.
Little Caesars Pizza.
Okay.
We continue on.
You can try the one I just threw out there.
4,
They're all over like trucks, like
3,
on the highway and shit.
Cooper's Hawk.
2, 1.
Ponderosa's.
For the win again.
Panda Express.
Yes. Nick,
Yeah, that's number 2 on the list. That is the bonus
That
round
was mine.
win.
That was mine.
Fucking
Let's go.
This,
That's
by the way, this is the
devastating.
crazy one. Cooper's Hawk was on the list.
Wow.
So why'd we get it wrong?
Wow.
Because I
You
didn't say it.
He said Ponderosa. Wingstop,
Oh, that
Tropical
was-
Smoothie, El Pollo Loco.
Wings.
Wingstop, nice. We didn't get El Pollo Loco. Tropical smoothie, shit.
Marco's Pizza, PF.
Bro, I thought of Marco's like 10 times and I kept thinking, I don't think pizza's in the name. I think it's just Marco's. I kept thinking of it. I kept thinking Marco's Pizza is... I don't think it's Marco's Pizza. I think it's just Marco's. What is Marco's? Just a pizza restaurant.
Chang's, Krispy
No.
Kreme, Papa Murphy's.
Chang's.
PF Chang's, we got that one. Let's fucking go. And we got Wingstop.
Domino's and Little Caesars do not have pizza in their official name. Cooper's Hawk, Noodles and Company, Mod Pizza, Capitol Grill, Twin Peaks, Jet Pizza,
Twin Peaks, fuck.
Captain D's, Perkins,
Captain D's. Holy shit. We should have had Captain D's. Captain D's and IHOP, we should have
Paris
had those.
Baguette, Hungry Howie's Pizza, Round Table Pizza, and my favorite, Top Golf.
Yeah, so the last two, I didn't even want to put these on because I've never heard of these. I've never heard of Pizza Inn or Comet Pizza. So I didn't even want to put those on the fucking list. But I feel like Comet Pizza is from like a movie or a TV show or some shit like that. I feel like there's something called Comet Pizza and like, what is it? I said Krispy Kreme. Is Krispy Kreme on there? Oh, it is. I didn't see Krispy Kreme. Okay. I said Top Golf. Okay. I said Mod Pizza. Yeah, I've never heard of these things. So like there's a lot of these I just didn't want to put in. Shit.
No
Wow.
way.
Oh, wow.
Well, shit. I mean, how many did we get? We got all of our top 9 got in out of 30. Damn, that's not, we didn't even get 1/3 of them. But, shit. Oh, I like this guy. Do any of you guys watch this guy? I like this guy.
What country with the highest population has 0 snakes?
The highest population has 0 snakes. New Zealand has 0 snakes. But I don't know if that's the highest population. Antarctica? Is that, well, no, they have no population. I know New Zealand has 0 snakes because I talk to Mantis a lot about, like, I live in Georgia. We have a lot of snakes, and so I talk to Mantis a lot, and she's always like surprised that like we just have snakes around.
Ireland.
No.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
Where is this guy? Where is this guy? Like, he's always got very cute chicks around him all the fucking time. Where is he?
Highest population 0.6. Oh, maybe like Ireland?
No.
Ireland? Does Ireland have 0 snakes? There's no... Okay, Google. Does Ireland have snakes?
On the website scientificamerican.com, they say, even for those with ophidiophobia, Ireland has 0 native snake species. This snake-free status predates St. Patrick, though. In fact, the fossil record suggests the island has never hosted wild serpents, or many other reptiles for that matter.
Wow. Okay.
Australia.
No.
Australia? Australia? Doesn't Australia have just like some of the most horrific snakes? Don't snakes in Australia have legs? Like, Australia? Snakes are terrifying animals. Australia has all of the most terrifying animals. What are you talking about?
Ireland.
No.
Wait. What the fuck did they tell us about St. Patrick?
Well, it's true, but there's a country with
Oh, the
more.
highest population. Oh, good. Trick. You're a fucking trickster, you know that?
I am, yeah.
You're a real piece of shit. How you do this shit?
Does New Zealand doesn't have a higher population than Ireland, does it? Okay, Google. Does New Zealand have a higher population than Ireland?
On the website georank.org, they say, Ireland's population is 1.03 times bigger than New Zealand's.
1.03 times bigger than New Zealand. So then it can't be New Zealand. Shit.
You're a real piece of
Especially
shit.
on St. Patrick's Day,
Highest
setting you
population, no snakes. They have snakes in Russia?
Yeah, they do.
Where do they not have snakes?
I think the Indonesians don't have any snakes.
No, they got a couple.
Dang.
Oh, it is South Korea.
No. Poland.
No.
Switzerland.
Nope.
Australia.
No.
No, they were allowed. Croatia.
No.
Ireland.
No. 0 snakes. I know this answer. Come back to me. I know this answer. That's
Everybody's saying Ireland.
not how
Dude.
this works. I know. I swear to God.
You don't get to do that.
Come back to you.
No snakes in the grass? Ireland?
No.
South America feels snakish. Somewhere in Europe?
The UK is not
France.
a country.
No.
0 snakes. France.
No.
Well, I know it's not Australia.
True.
Who got 0 snakes? That's a good question. I don't know.
Happy St. Patrick's Day?
Ireland.
No, it's actually
What
New
the?
Zealand.
Why did you do that?
Wait, what did you just say?
Patrick's Day?
Ireland.
No, it's actually
What
New
the?
Zealand.
Why did you do that?
You said it's actually New Zealand? No. No, it's not. No, it's not. It doesn't make any sense. No. The Happy St. Patrick's Day was funny. The Happy St. Patrick's Day was fucking good, dude. He fucking got her on that one, dude.
Who got 0 snakes? That's a good question. I don't know.
Happy St. Patrick's Day?
Ireland.
No, it's actually
What
New
the?
Zealand.
Why did you do that?
What country with the highest population has 0 snakes?
What country with the highest population has 0 snakes? Ireland has a larger population than New Zealand. He's wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong. He said, Google said Ireland had a bigger population, right? Okay, Google. Who has a bigger population, Ireland or New Zealand?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Check the date on this post. March 17th, 2026. Okay, Google. Does Ireland have a larger population than New Zealand?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question. According to Shiksha.com, overall, when comparing Ireland versus New Zealand, Ireland generally has higher living costs due to housing shortages in major cities. However, students in both countries can reduce expenses by sharing accommodation and working part-time during their studies.
Okay, how many people live in Ireland? 5.3 million, okay? $5.3 million. 5.3 million. Okay, so New Zealand is slightly bigger. So New Zealand is slightly bigger by 40,000. No, by 100,000. Or no. Yeah, this says, okay, 2026 is 5.35 million. Okay. 5.35. New Zealand's 5.34. So Ireland is bigger. I was right. I was right. Posted proof in Discord. Proof of what? Oh, that you said it. Okay. New Zealand makes sense. It's cold, far, blah, blah, blah. Grok. Is it illegal to own a pet snake in Ireland or New Zealand? Is it illegal to have a pet snake? No. Oh, I think you pooched this one. Ireland. Yep. 5,396,000. New Zealand. 5,288,000. Yep. Fucked it up. Yep. You know there's a war going on? Yeah, over whether or not snakes are in Ireland or New Zealand based on population size. It's getting nasty out here. I love this shit though. This guy's got great fucking
map tap
shit.
Today we're doing. All right, let's try a little map tap today. Today we're doing top 10 practice. Oh man, I almost clicked on fucking Africa. Let's go with Chile here.
Oh, fuck that shit.
A new game. See how many countries in a row you can get right. And the winner at the end of the month is the king of the maps.
Wow!
Or queen of the maps.
That's better than any large monetary prize you could ever give someone.
King of the maps, yeah.
That's all I want.
All right, here you go. Speakers.
What city has the most Spanish speakers? New Zealand has a larger population in our hearts. make sure you say it twice. Oh, you did say it twice. Nice. Nice, nice. Thank you.
I would think like Madrid, but like Miami.
No.
What city has the most Spanish speakers? So obviously, you would think it's going to be like a place in Spain. Where was Mantis when you needed her? She wouldn't have known anything about Ireland. 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 Fucking Ireland. Found New Zealand? But I said New Zealand. I answered. I said New Zealand because I know that they don't have snakes.
Acapulco.
No, good. Great guess.
Good guess.
San Antonio.
No.
City in the whole wide world. Miami.
No.
Miami.
No.
San Diego.
No.
Barcelona.
No.
Well,
I'm thinking it's got to be somewhere in like Central America. And there's Spanish is not a language. Shut the fuck up. Go fuck yourself, short stack goblin. I think he's a teacher, Tom. Wouldn't it be Brazil? Brazil, they speak Portuguese.
Probably Madrid, right?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not.
Mallorca.
No. Good guess, though.
Let's go with Rio.
No.
What is it?
That would be Portuguese.
I'm an idiot.
so hard.
Also, Brazil's a country.
Madrid.
No.
Spain's also a country. So I said earlier, I think that like the first place that I would think of is like somewhere in Spain, but that would be too easy. Mexico City. So I think maybe like that is a big city in Central America. So yeah, I would think that that is like the most likely, but I don't know.
Is it in the Western Hemisphere?
I'm not giving you any hints.
No hints this time? What city? I mean, Mexico City.
Exactly right. Well done. He's back.
You guys looked it up. You guys are gay as fuck. I hate you guys.
You think two things. Well, maybe three. You think Full House #1, Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco
country named after a woman? What's the only country named after a woman?
Nobody cares.
Looking at this map, what region would win in a bar fight?
Oh. Oh. Okay. So A is losing across the board. Anybody who picks A, you're a fucking idiot, okay? A will never win a fucking fight, ever, okay? A is done. Do guns count? Nah. H, you got Colorado in there, you got California, they're not winning shit. G, they just don't have enough people. They just don't have enough states. You're kind of fucked there. E, okay, you got Oklahoma, you got a little bit of you got a little bit of Kansas, you got most of Texas. E's okay. F. F is okay. E is all right. I'm going with D. By far fucking D. Okay? By far D. You got Kentucky, you got Tennessee, you got North Carolina, you got South Carolina, you got Georgia, you got Alabama, you got a little bit of Mississippi in there. Bruh. I'm going D. You got Atlanta in there. Fucking over, okay? Now, with that said, C, C is pretty good. C is pretty good as well. D and C, these two are pretty close. No guns though? No guns in Georgia? What the fuck are you talking about? No guns in North Carolina or South Carolina? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, that we don't have to have guns. Bro. We got Tennessee. In Atlanta. Alabama, like, you don't need guns. We got a lot of black people. Also, look, C, over here, you got New York City. Well, actually, New York City might be in B. Ooh, okay, that's a little rough. You got some. Okay, so you got New York City. You got Detroit in there. You got Chicago in there. C is rough, bro. I'm going with D, but C is still pretty good. I'm going D. I'm staying with D.
Like 25 good men from Louisiana, about 50 that just don't give a shit about their lives in Mississippi, a couple of hicks from Missouri and Arkansas, and man, you got yourself a ball.
She's E.
Yeah, I agree. That's
Okay.
tough.
Listen, I don't think they play by the rules in the South, so I'm either going with E. Now, give me all of Texas. Give me F.
All right, Texas, good choice.
Idiot.
So if I go D, I get Broward County, I get Dade County, I get all of Georgia, I get North Alabama, I get Tennessee, South Carolina, most North Carolina, Kentucky.
But also,
Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize D gets most of the Florida men. Bro, it's fucking over. You get a bunch of Florida men in there, bro, it's fucking over, dude. It's D. It's D. I was thinking D and C are a little close. I didn't even realize Florida was in D. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, y'all are fucked.
So Missouri.
And I get Missouri.
No, you don't want
I don't
that.
want Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
F, you got a lot of Texas, Oklahoma, but I got to stay with where I'm from. I got to go with D.
Great choice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go with B for sure. You got Chicago in there, Wisconsin, and Michigan. I feel like.
And the farm boys in Iowa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of Indiana.
That in B? I thought Chicago was in C.
Yeah, the fellas in Milwaukee.
That's corn fed.
Yeah, the dudes that live in northern Michigan. That's a lot of log splitting.
It is big boys.
Yeah.
E.
You were fast.
Yeah.
You and Megan making money. Same answer.
Louisiana, they can fight down there.
Okay, good answer. The fighting Cajuns.
Yeah.
I gotta go C because I feel like if the Massholes teamed up with the Philly scumbags, teamed up with the New York scumbags, yeah. And if you really zoom in on the line, I think with C you get the south side of Chicago.
That's the side you want.
Yeah, you want them in a bar fight over the north siders.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was
Evanston
right.
Doesn't need it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The South, D.
Yeah, D's a good one.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
farm boys in North
I got
Carolina,
SEC
South Carolina.
country.
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
Atlanta
yeah.
in there. You got the heart of redneck Florida.
Yup.
So
D,
that's a
D.
good answer. Yeah.
D.
I'm gonna go with D with the Bama, Georgia, Florida, wild southeast.
Yeah, and those meth heads in Kentucky.
I don't want to. Tennessee.
Oh yeah.
That's my answer.
Oh yeah. Yep. See? Those guys know. Those guys know. I feel like the D places rely on guns too much. They don't, bro. We're talking about fucking strung out meth heads. We're talking about like a bunch of black people who are very athletic and like are just born with extra leg muscles and born ripped. All right, last one.
Per capita, what city in the United States has the most strip clubs?
Atlanta, right?
Well, would it be Vegas?
No.
Per capita,
what city in the United States has the most strip clubs?
Per capita, what city has the most strip clubs? I would think Atlanta again.
Well, would it be Vegas?
No.
Oh, Vegas would be Nevada.
You went backwards there.
Dallas. No.
Florida's not a city.
Reno.
No.
Atlanta.
Mm-mm. You look super tiny.
Shit, that's Atlanta.
No.
Miami? Damn it.
Tampa.
No.
Let's go Reno, Nevada.
No.
Not a bad guess.
Houston.
No.
Oh, Tampa.
No.
Per capita. No, Washington's huge. Washington State.
City.
City. Fuck! Jesus.
Vegas.
No.
I think just because a lot of people don't live there, I think it's Vegas.
No.
A lot of people do.
Vegas?
No.
Okay. Vegas?
No. Vegas. No.
Ah!
Georgia or Atlanta?
No. Be Vegas. No.
Yeah, see, everybody's going with Atlanta or Vegas. I thought it was Atlanta.
Atlanta?
I've never been to a strip club, but I believe the answer is Tampa, Florida.
No.
Fuck.
Wyoming. That's a state.
I know the answer to this, and it's not what you think. It is Portland.
Got it, my man. Fuck.
Portland. You nasty. Portland. Oh my goodness. Allie got it? It's because she's from Colorado. They're all a bunch of fucking weirdos. I hate that CBS always fucks with me this way, dude. They do this to me every fucking time. It says key moments from Gabbard and Ratcliffe Senate hearings. It's an hour and 36 minutes. You gave me the key minutes? You gave me key moments in an hour and 36 minutes? The fuck is that?
Across America's intelligence community, who work every day to keep our country safe. Their work is by necessity secret. That is the nature of intelligence. But that is also why hearings like this one matter so much. Over the past year,
Mantis, you missed it a minute ago. We were doing a bunch of trivia videos real quick, and one of the questions was, what country has what country with no snakes has the highest population, or what country with the highest population has no snakes? And did you see Jank lose it on Pierce? No. Send it to me. But yeah, they said, what country with the highest population has no snakes? I said New Zealand. The answer at the end they said was Ireland. We went and fact checked them. It's actually I said New Zealand. It turned out at the end they said it was New Zealand. They said New Zealand was the right answer. Then we went and fact checked them. Turns out New Zealand was not the right answer. And Ireland was the right answer. Lots of Irish people here. That's not related to anything I just said.
we have seen a series of developments that raise serious concerns about the erosion of safeguards that protect both our democracy and our security. And nowhere is that more worrying than when it comes to the integrity of our elections. For decades now, our intelligence community has warned that foreign adversaries, including Russia, China, and Iran, are actively seeking to shape the outcome of American elections.
You also called me.
These efforts have included cyber intrusions, disinformation campaigns, and covert influence operations designed to divide Americans and undermine our confidence in our democratic institutions. Protecting our elections from these threats should be one of the intelligence community's highest priorities. The DNI is supposed to be coordinating intelligence on foreign election interference, warning the American people about adversaries seeking to undermine our democracy, ensuring that federal, state, and local officials have the information they need. Congress even required the creation of a foreign malign influence center inside the office of the DNI to coordinate the intelligence community's response to foreign election interference and ensure that these threats are properly shared across the government. That is the mission Congress assigned to the DNI. But while foreign adversaries are actively probing our democratic institutions, the DNI has eliminated the Foreign Malign Influence Center and does not have a designated official coordinating the response to election threats. And for months, the committee has repeatedly requested briefings from the IC, briefings that are required by law on legitimate foreign threats to the midterms. We have received no response. Now, that silence, I believe, should concern every member of the committee.
Wow.
Because it clearly demonstrates that the DNI is not interested in protecting American democracy by combating foreign influence. Instead,
yeah, because all of the foreign influence is going to come from Russia. It's going to come from Iran. It's going to come from North Korea. It's going to come from China. All of the people who are trying to meddle in our elections. It's going to be all the countries that Tulsi Gabbard is working for. So, yeah, of course, they're not going to. The DNI is not going to turn around and give you reports on the people who pay their fucking checks. Oh wait, now I sound like the guy who says that you're not gonna do you're not gonna do real journalism on the companies that run ads on your network. Oh man.
Unfortunately, we have seen the DNI involve herself in purely domestic matters. Last month, we saw Director Gabbard personally participate in a law enforcement raid to seize election ballots and voting machine records in Fulton County, Georgia. A raid tied to an election that the president lost 6 years ago. When the warrant supporting the raid was unsealed, it showed something deeply troubling. There was no foreign connection to justify the involvement of our nation's top spy. Instead, the predicate for the warrant was a slop of debunked conspiracy theories that had already been rejected repeatedly by courts, by independent investigators, and even by Georgia's own Republican Secretary of State. Yet the nation's top intelligence official was personally involved in this operation. This raises one very serious question. If the intelligence community is not being deployed to mobilize against foreign threats, why is it being deployed at all on a domestic issue? The DNI's appearance at this raid, as well as their involvement in seizing voting machines from Puerto Rico, suggests something that should also alarm every American. I believe an organized effort to misuse her national security powers to interfere in domestic politics and potentially provide a pretext for the president's unconstitutional efforts to seize control of the upcoming elections. Don't take my word for it. The president has repeatedly pushed for the nationalization of our elections, calling for federal government to override the state election laws and, quote, take over voting while continuing to make false statements.
That was weird. There were more people who stayed for the fucking trivia. We actually peaked in views on both channels doing trivia and then dropped off after we stopped doing the fucking trivia shit. That's wild.
About election fraud. And we have heard troubling rhetoric from senior officials that reinforce these concerns. As former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said publicly, we've been, and this is a quote, we've been proactive trying to make sure we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country. At the same time, the administration has brought into government individuals promoting conspiracy theories about our elections. The so-called White House Director of Election Security and Integrity, Kurt Olson, played a key role in efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Now, Mr. Olson...
Imagine having a political stream and then making the rule no one cares who you voted for. It's because people would come in here spamming Trump 2024 or Trump 2028 or MAGA over and over and over and over and over. This is the first thing they say every time they come in, right? So it's not as if we're saying like, hey, if I ask who you voted for, there's no reason to say anything. But it is weird that people come in and the first thing they say is MAGA 2024 or Trump 2024 or whatever, right? And the reason that we put it in there is just mainly because we know it triggers people when they want to come in and just tell us who they voted for. That's all they care. They come in, they say MAGA, and then they leave because that's all they want to do. They just want to tell us about their identity. They just want us to know their pronouns are Trump and MAGA. That's it. They just want to like, and it's so weird to me that like the MAGA and Trump are so much a part of their identity that they'll go into a chat and it's the first fucking thing they say every single time. Like, it's yeah, it's not weird at all when you've dealt with these people for years. It becomes kind of necessary.
Hold a position inside the federal government with the authority to refer criminal investigations and access our most
Trump won.
sensitive
Yep.
security information. All supposedly doing his witch hunts around elections. Matter of fact, according to the court filings, he helped trigger the FBI seizure of the ballots in Fulton County. So it's worth asking, why is someone whose career has been devoted to undermining the legitimate results of a democratic election now operating from inside the federal government with access to law enforcement and intelligence authorities? What exactly has he been empowered to do? As members of our committee know, this committee was created in the aftermath of the unconstitutional abuses exposed after Watergate. The guardrails have been built around our intelligence and law enforcement agencies over the past several decades exist for a reason. Without them, America begins to look more like adversaries emphasized in this year's annual threat assessment: China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and less like a democracy. Confronting these very clear and present threats to American security requires experienced professionals in intelligence agencies that are focused squarely on their mission. Instead, over the past year, we've seen actions that only serve the. Now, I don't believe this omission means that the threat has disappeared. It means that the intelligence community is no longer being allowed to speak honestly about it. And it raises serious questions. And I will be asking about your priorities.
Yeah, it's really weird to go get a fucking Russian shill to be the one to investigate Russia.
Priorities, Director Gabbard, in terms of what you're choosing to prioritize instead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Director Gabbard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Cotton, Vice Chair Warner, members of the committee. Good morning. I'm here.
So remember, this is the first time we've seen her since the war in Iran started. She's been quiet. She's been nowhere to be seen. She has disappeared ever since the war in Iran started. And she was somebody who was pretty hardcore against going to war with Iran. She kept saying that there was no reason to believe that they were going to build a bomb. That there was no evidence that they were an adversary of the United States, that there was no danger from Iran, and then disappeared. That was it.
I'm here today to present the 2026 Annual Threat Assessment, joined by the directors of the CIA, FBI, DIA, and NSA. Before I continue, on behalf of the intelligence community, I want to extend our thanks to General Hartman for his 37 years of service in uniform and closing out his 37 years with tremendous leadership of the NSA. This briefing is being provided in accordance with ODNI statutory responsibility. I'd like to remind those who are watching what I am briefing here today conveys the intelligence community's assessment.
Yeah, I can't believe I just did that 10-minute rant, dude. Oh my goodness. I just went on and on for 10 minutes about that one Trump rule.
Of the threats facing U.S.
or voting rule.
citizens, our homeland, and our interests, not my personal views or opinions. In this assessment, we're following the structure of priorities that were laid out in the President's national security strategy, starting with threats to our home.
And yeah, threats from Russia were not part of that.
Homeland, and then shifting to global risks. The defense of our homeland is of the utmost importance to the American people, and efforts by this administration have shown over the last year the results of bolstering homeland defense in the security of the American people. For example, the strict enforcement of U.S. policies at the U.S.-Mexico border and regionally have served as a deterrent, drastically reducing illegal immigration. Based on Customs and Border Patrol data, January 2026's monthly encounters are down 83.8% compared to January 2025. Encounters declined 79% compared to 2024. The drivers of migration are likely to continue. Potential worsening instability in countries like Cuba and Haiti risk triggering migration surges, and smugglers who have long operated as transnational criminal organizations continue to view chaos as an opportunity for profit and will continue to look to profit from illegal immigration flows. These transnational criminal organizations continue to pose a daily and direct threat to the health and safety of millions of U.S. citizens, primarily and directly by producing and trafficking in illegal drugs. Under President Trump's leadership, fentanyl overdose deaths have seen a 30% decrease from September 2024 to September 2025. President Trump's aggressive efforts to more directly and actively target these transnational criminal organizations and reduce the inflow of fentanyl precursors has already had a significant impact, which is likely to continue. We've seen fentanyl potency also decrease, likely due to disruptions to the production supply chain. U.S. efforts to work with China and India to halt the flow of fentanyl precursor chemicals to North America are...
Why would disruptions to the supply chain decrease potency? Why would that be the case? Why in the world? It feels like it would be the opposite. That if there's disruptions to the supply chain, normally the longer, like, so earlier in the supply chain is when things are the most potent, right? The more hands that a drug goes through, the less potent it gets, the more diluted it gets. But when you get issues to a supply chain, you stop going through more lanes. You start to shrink the amount of middlemen that something goes through so that you can get it through in a faster, more seamless process. I don't understand why the fuck why would it become less potent?
Are demonstrating some improvement, but there is more work to be done, as sadly, there are still tens of thousands of fentanyl-related deaths in America every year. Mexico-based TCOs like the Sinaloa Cartel and Jalisco New Generation Cartel dominate the production and smuggling of fentanyl, heroin, meth, and cocaine into the United States. Colombia-based TCOs and illegal armed groups like the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia and the National Liberation Army are responsible for producing and trafficking large volumes of cocaine to the U.S. and European markets, with now some indicators of attempts to expand their market to the Asia-Pacific region. Colombia remains the world's largest producer of cocaine, and Colombian criminal groups have expanded their trafficking relationships with neighboring Ecuadorian and Brazilian gangs. As you know, MS-13 is well established in cells within the United States and uses violence to intimidate the Salvadoran diaspora, engaging in murder, extortion, retail drug trafficking, firearms offenses, and prostitution, fueling...
What I've been trying to understand, when do we use the term diaspora and when do we not? Because we don't ever seem to use the term diaspora for people in the United States. We use the term diaspora mostly when we're talking about people in the Middle East. We don't really use it for Europe. It seems a little strange that she's using it for Central America, but okay. But it's always... I always felt like we only use the term diaspora for the Middle East. Am I wrong on that? Do we use it for other groups as well? Diaspora is used for nationalities outside of their home countries. Diaspora is the scattering or migration of a people, culture, or languages away from their established or ancestral homeland to various parts of the world. It describes both the process of dispersal and the community living outside of their home country, often maintaining ties to their origin. Yeah, dude, you are not. You are not correct. That is used for nationalities out. Oh, okay, sorry. You're saying the nationality is outside of their homeland. Yes, that's what I'm saying. But we don't ever use it for people. So, like, we're talking about somebody who's like from we don't say that like people who moved here from Ireland. Like, we don't talk about their diaspora, right? We don't talk about all of the Latino people coming into the country. We don't call them a diaspora, but we use diaspora pretty often for people like in Palestine. We'll use it for people who were who left Syria or Iraq or Afghanistan. Like, we'll use these terms as for diaspora, but even the Israeli people are a diaspora, but we're not talking about we literally do. I've never heard the term used that way. But okay, that's what I was asking. I've never heard it used that way.
Increased violence and instability. These and other TCOs continue to present a very tangible and individualized risk of violent crime to everyday Americans and contribute to regional instability. As the president increases his focus on counter-drug and counter-cartel pressures, they're likely to seek ways to try to adapt their operations, including shifting production locations and trafficking routes and methods. The United States continues to face a complex and evolving threat landscape with a geographically diverse set of Islamist terrorist actors seeking to propagate their ideology globally and harm Americans, even as al-Qaeda and ISIS remain weaker today than they were at their respective peaks. The spread of Islamist ideology, in some cases led by individuals and organizations associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, poses a fundamental threat to freedom and the foundational principles that underpin Western civilization. Islamist groups and individuals use this ideology for recruiting and financial support for terrorist groups and individuals around the world, and to advance their political objectives of establishing an Islamist caliphate which governs based on Sharia. There are increasing examples of this in various European countries, and President Trump's designation of certain Muslim Brotherhood chapters as foreign terrorist organizations is a mechanism to secure Americans against this threat. In response to setbacks to their capabilities of conducting large-scale complex attacks, Islamist terrorist groups have shifted toward focusing on executing information operations to spread propaganda and inspire or enable individuals located in or with access to the West. U.S. counterterrorism efforts, primarily in Iraq, Somalia, Yemen, and Syria in 2025, were instrumental in removing key terrorist leaders and operatives, degrading the ability of al-Qaeda and ISIS to quickly reconstitute its leadership and plan large-scale attacks against the homeland and U.S. interests abroad. Strict U.S. border enforcement measures and increased deportations of individuals with suspected links to Islamist terrorists have reduced access to the homeland and removed some potential sources of future terrorist attacks. Since January, U.S. officials have only had a handful of encounters at our borders with individuals associated with terrorist groups. This is a positive trend. However, our interagency coordinated efforts to continue to identify, locate, and remove known or suspected terrorists who may already be in the United States continues with vigilance. In 2025, there were at least 3 Islamist terrorist attacks in the United States. Law enforcement disrupted at least 15 U.S.-based Islamist terrorist plotters. Roughly half of last year's disrupted plotters had some online contact with Islamist terrorists.
Plotters, that's what I use to roll my weed. Plotter paper.
Inspired by Islamist foreign terrorist organizations abroad. For example, in the recent attempt to attack a synagogue in Michigan, the shooter had familial ties to a Hezbollah leader. Al-Qaeda and ISIS pose the biggest threat to U.S. interests overseas in parts of Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia, where these groups operate.
Mantis, did you like her makeup or did you dislike it? When you asked who did her makeup, was that like meant to be insulting or is it a good thing? I wasn't really sure what you were saying or what you meant by the question about her makeup.
In the Middle East, AQAP in Yemen, ISIS-K in South Asia, and ISIS in Syria are among the most likely groups conducting external plotting. ISIS in Syria is likely seeking to rebuild its ranks, expand support networks, and solicit funds by re-engaging with and recruiting from the likely hundreds of ISIS detainees and thousands of ISIS-linked women and children who were either released or escaped from prisons and displaced person camps that were previously run by the Syrian Democratic Forces in northeast Syria. Meanwhile, state actors present a risk broader in scope by seeking new capabilities in kinetic and cyber warfare. The United States' secure nuclear deterrent continues to ensure safety in the homeland against strategic threats. However, the intelligence community assesses that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Pakistan have been researching and developing an array of novel, advanced, or traditional missile delivery systems with nuclear and conventional payloads that put our homeland within range. The IC assesses that threats to the homeland will expand collectively to more than 16,000 missiles by 2035, from the current assessed figure of more than 3,000 missiles. The IC assesses that China and Russia are developing advanced delivery systems meant to be capable of penetrating or bypassing U.S. missile defenses. North Korea's ICBMs can already reach U.S. soil, and the IC assesses that it is committed to expanding its nuclear arsenal. Pakistan's long-range ballistic missile development potentially could include ICBMs with the range capable of striking the homeland. The IC assesses that Iran has previously demonstrated space launch and other technology it could use to begin to develop a militarily viable ICBM before 2035, should Tehran attempt to pursue that capability. However, these assessments will clearly be updated as the full impact of Operation Epic Fury's devastating strikes on Iran's missile production facilities, stockpiles, and launch capabilities is determined. These nations collectively will likely seek to understand U.S. plans for advanced missile defense for the homeland, probably for the purpose of shaping their own missile development programs and assessing U.S. intentions regarding deterrence. Shifting to the cyber domain, the IC assesses that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and non-state ransomware groups will continue to seek to compromise U.S. government and private sector networks, as well as critical infrastructure, to collect intelligence, create options for future disruption, and for financial gain. The IC assesses that China and Russia present the most persistent and active threats and are continuing their R&D efforts. North Korea's cyber program is sophisticated and agile. In 2025 alone, North Korea's cryptocurrency heist probably stole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, the whole country knows that you were recently involved in an FBI operation to seize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia. Yet this was despite the fact that the warrant showed no foreign interference or nexus. Matter of fact, the warrant was based entirely on conspiracy theories that have already been examined and rejected repeatedly. Now, where is the authority for you to involve yourself in a domestic law enforcement activity?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I appreciate the question. As you know, I've addressed every issue you've raised in detail in a letter, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to do it in this forum. As you stated, Congress provided by statute ODNI with the responsibility of election security and counterintelligence in 2021. As you also know, ODNI has purview and oversight.
I know the history very well, but could you just
I am addressing the question. ODNI also has purview and overview over two domestic-related agencies, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, both of which have purview over election security responsibilities to ensure the integrity of our election.
Election security responsibilities from outside influence, not inside. You do not have the ability to get warrants for anything inside of the United States. You don't have the ability to interrogate people inside the United States. You don't have the ability to arrest people. Like you don't have the ability to engage in domestic affairs. That is not your responsibility whatsoever, and possibly even illegal for you to engage in it whatsoever.
I want to correct one of your statements that you've made multiple times, which is false. I did not participate in a law enforcement activity, nor would I, because that does not exist within my authorities.
You were present on the scene. Are the photos of you on the scene false?
I was at Fulton County, sir, at the request of the president, and to work with the FBI to observe this action that had long been awaited. I was not aware of what was in the warrant or was not in the warrant.
And what was the president's specific request for you to go to? What was the specific request that was made by the president for you to show up in Fulton County?
To go and observe the FBI's activities on this issue.
So why?
When you look at the your question, sir.
Do you have the answer why the president was knowing about?
Yeah, observing doesn't say anything. Observe for what reason? What are you looking for? What are you watching? What are you like to just watch? That's it. Like you're just gonna watch them? You like to watch? Is that what you're into? You're a watcher? Like what is the point of you being there to watch? What the fuck?
Question, sir.
Affidavit before it was even served?
I'm not aware that the president knew about an affidavit before it was served.
Then why was he sending you to Fulton County?
This occurred the day that the FBI had it approved, their warrant approved by a local judge, and they began to execute this. To address your question, sir, about the foreign nexus question. In order for us to better understand the vulnerabilities in our election systems that may exist today as we look to 2026, and yes, we are very focused on trying to make sure that this election is one that the American people have
Director
faith,
Gabbard, I've got a number of questions. Director Gabbard, I have a number of questions. Let me ask my next question, please. You have not provided any of the required reports or briefings to this committee on foreign interference. This is the first threat assessment since 2017 that didn't even mention foreign interference. Last year, when you were already confirmed, it mentioned it at high level. Are you saying there is no foreign threat to our elections in the midterms this year?
That bot was good, dude. That bot was really good. I didn't even see that coming. Jeez.
As I stated in the outset of my remarks, this year's annual threat assessment matches the prioritization of threats and
Please answer the question, yes or no. Is there foreign threat interference to our elections this year? Are there foreign...
Please allow me to answer the question, sir. The intelligence community has been and continues to remain focused on any collection and intelligence products that show a potential foreign threat for those who are
So far there has been none then because you've made no reports. Excuse me, ma'am. If you want to ask the questions, you should have stayed in Congress. Please answer the questions.
I didn't ask you a question, sir. I'm trying to answer your questions.
So you're saying the failure to provide any reports or the failure to have any mention of a foreign threat assessment, I would draw the conclusion there must be no foreign threat to our elections in 26. So that brings me a question that I have for both you, ma'am, and Director Patel. There are reports that in 2020, the president was preparing an executive order to potentially seize ballots or bring in federal forces. There is a published report that there is a similar EO being drafted right now about 2026, citing China. Director Patel, do you have any knowledge of that draft EO?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I do not, sir.
Director Gabbard, do you have any?
I do not.
Thank you. Let me move to Iran. Now, I understand, and I appreciated Director Gabbard, your comments yesterday about agreeing that the president has sole authority, I guess, in his bones to declare whether something is an imminent threat. I didn't agree with your friend, Mr. Kent, but I agreed with him yesterday on the fact that there was no imminent threat. I guess what I'm concerned about, one thing is, even in your printed testimony today on page 6, and your last paragraph on page 6, as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There's been no efforts to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. You omitted that paragraph from your oral opening. Was that because the president said there was an imminent threat 2 weeks?
No, sir. I recognize that the time was running long, and I skipped through some of the
So
portions
you chose
of my oral delivered remarks.
You chose to omit the parts that contradict the president. The president continues to say as well that he had no idea. It was shocked that the Iranians had moved to take over the Strait of Hormuz. Did you provide any intelligence that would say that it would be that it was not likely that the Iranians would try to move on the strait?
I'm not aware of those remarks, and I think those of us here at the table can point to the fact that historically the Iranians have always threatened to leverage their control over
Why would the president say he was
Hormuz.
amazed?
I'm not aware of those remarks.
What about the comments the president made that he was surprised again, reports that Iran struck the adjacent Gulf states?
Again, I'm not aware of those remarks. We have been and continue to provide
Did you brief the president? Did you brief the president? Did you brief the president if he starts a war of choice, that the likely result would be that Iran would strike adjacent Gulf nations and close the Strait of Hormuz? Did you brief him on those two facts that I think have been consistently the assumptions of the intelligence community?
I have not and won't divulge internal conversations. I will say that those of us within the intelligence community continue to provide the president with all of the best objective intelligence available.
See, the problem is we all know that Trump's lying. We all know that Trump's lying. We know that he's fucking lying. Either that or he just, he has the most incompetent intelligence administration. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. And yeah, she's not going to answer because this would prove that Trump's fucking lying about all of this shit. This is so annoying.
Available to inform his decisions.
Senator Collins.
Thank you all for your service to our country and the people you represent. We are in debt to all of you. I want to ask you, Director Ratcliffe, yesterday, the head of the National Counterterrorism Center resigned, saying that Iran did not represent an imminent threat to the United States. Is there anything to indicate that...
Mantis tipped $5. Thanks for streaming, Smile, you the best.
Thank you, Mantis, for the dono. Let's go. We are way behind on donos since I stopped doing the clock about, I guess, a month ago. We were, for the first 2 weeks when I got rid of the clock, we were still hitting all the same goals, so I didn't feel like we needed it anymore, and then got rid of the entire setup that we had for the clock. And then, yeah, within the last 2 weeks, we have not come anywhere close. So if you guys wouldn't mind, we could really use some donations by using the tips link in the description. You can write a message in there. Just click the description. Click on the link in the description to send a donation, or you can use super chats and memberships as well, but it is most beneficial to use the tips link. Aaron has still been fucking awesome, sending $20 donos at a time pretty consistently, so I appreciate him and all of the others who have still been sending donos. But yes, we are not coming anywhere close to hitting the goals, so we may end up going back to the timer, to doing the clock again pretty soon. But right now we could use some donos in the meantime. So if you would want to donate, use the tips link in the description. Thank you, Mantis, for the donation.
Iran had ceased in its nuclear ambitions or in its desire to continue to build ballistic missiles capable of threatening American troops and allies in the Middle East?
Senator, no. In fact, the intelligence reflects the contrary.
So you disagree with Mr. Kent?
I do.
I would think any fair-minded assessment of the situation, even based on open sources, would reflect the danger the regime poses to the United States. Isn't it true they've basically been at war with the West since 1979 during the Iranian Revolution and have American blood on their hands?
That's absolutely correct. I think Iran has been a constant threat to the United States for an extended period of time and posed an immediate threat at this time.
The threat assessment says that al-Qaeda and ISIS maintain the intent to launch operations targeting the U.S., but it's most likely to occur through U.S.-based lone offenders. I want to ask you, Director Patel, it seems like there's been a raft of incidents recently on March the 1st in Austin, Texas, where I live.
I don't know. I don't know if Patel is going to make it much longer. This guy, he literally has been getting thrown under the bus by everybody in the administration lately. Like, over and over and over, when shit gets fucked up, a lot of them are turning and being like, dude, that's the FBI. The FBI's fucking shit up right now. Like, holy crap. I feel like 3 different times now I've heard a bunch of people just totally talking shit about the FBI. Yeah, and I wonder if Patel's just going to get fired soon. Like, this is all of them. All of them really getting ready to fuck him up. I was trying to think of the name of the Noam Chomsky book to use that term again. They are, but I'm blanking on the name, so. You literally can't ATM? Well, get your bank to let you use the fucking ATM, bro. What the fuck?
A lone gunman wearing a sweatshirt saying property of Allah, and who the t-shirt he wore underneath had an Iranian flag, killed 3 innocent people and injured 12
manufacturing
more.
Consent, yeah. Yes, they're all manufacturing consent to fire Patel.
And then we know in Virginia, the Old Dominion shooting, somebody who unbelievably was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison for attempting to support ISIS, but then was released only to commit another terrorist attack. We all are familiar with what's happened in Michigan, in New York, and I applaud the important role that the FBI has played in stopping some terrorist attacks, but obviously the FBI can't be everywhere all the time. Would you please talk about your cooperation and collaboration with Homeland Security investigations in countering terrorist attacks against the United States?
Thank you, Senator. Absolutely. It is essential that the FBI cooperates with the entire interagency. But as to your question about DHS specifically, what we have stood up around the country are 59 Homeland Security task forces in 59 separate locations.
These are joint terrorism task forces?
Essentially, the JTTF model was expanded. So the FBI owns 56 joint terrorism task forces in each of our field offices. On top of that, we have 59 HSTFs, which are co-led by the FBI and DHS. And what that allows us to do is things like we did down in New Orleans.
Gerard 617 tipped $10. Automatic W for Zone C.
Hey, yo, J-Rod, let's go. Thank you, good sir, for the $10 donut. Sheesh. Let's get some W's in chat. W's in chat for J-Rod. If you guys are in the vertical chat, you guys can send donos by going to my channel and clicking on all the links on the front page. Scrolling down to the bottom to the tips link for stream elements. You can send a donation through there. That is the easiest way to send a donation because it doesn't show it to you in the description like it does for everybody else. So if you'd like to donate, that would be the way to do it. Thank you, J-Rod. W's in chat. Let's go.
Just over the holiday period where we surged for a 6-week period of time and where we dropped the murder rate by double-digit points, and also was the first time that Mardi Gras in its entire history had not one homicide. So when you bring the powers of the Homeland Security folks, DHS.
Stephen Miller looking boy? Man, I look nothing like that fucking bitch ass. That Voldemort looking motherfucker. I do not look like that dude. He looks like he should be fucking standing with fuck. I'm blanking on the fucking words again. I can't get a fucking insult out without forgetting what the words are. It looks like he was standing with a fedora with a fucking speech impediment talking about how he's got 500 girlfriends who are all afraid of him. See, you don't even understand. I got 500 freaking girlfriends. I'm such a tough guy. They wouldn't even mess with me because they know I'm a nice guy, but they don't want to mess with my backhand. The back of my hand will really mess them up. But it never does, because they already know it. They don't even want to do it. They'll freaking find out. Because my mom told them all about it when she watched me play World of Warcraft.
And the FBI together, this is the purpose of it, to get after not just the terrorism threat, but the violence and the criminal activity in our cities. And that's why we're in 59 cities across the country, and it's working in places like Memphis and every other city we have it.
Are you aware of the fact that Homeland Security investigation is a major directorate within Immigration and Customs Enforcement?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And are you aware that Senate Democrats have uniformly voted not to fund the Department of Homeland Security, including Homeland Security investigations, TSA, FEMA, and other functions of the
I like that you don't call it X, but still. What is X? Wait, you talking about Twitter? I don't call what X?
Department of Homeland Security?
Senator, I'm aware that employees of DHS are 1 month without pay.
They're not being paid, right?
Yes, sir.
And we were all seeing what's happening at airports where people are having to wait hours at a time because of the fact that these TSA agents are overburdened. But what I wanted to focus on with you is the refusal to fund the functions of the Department of Homeland Security, including Homeland Security investigations, making Americans less safe?
Absolutely.
So give us an example of some of the cooperation that you all have engaged in with the FBI has engaged.
Say that because Patel's brown, he's probably working with Iran anyways. That's what somebody who called in earlier, one of the MAGA people who called in when I was on TikTok, that's literally what their argument was about Zoran, is that because he's Muslim, he's more likely to align with Hamas, and that he's like, well, I would say the same about a Jewish person aligning with Israel. Okay, all right, bro. You're literally just like admitting you're being fucking racist right now. Like, this is fucking stupid, dude.
With the Homeland Security investigations, I'm looking at an article here that talks about the 190,000 Afghan nationals that were admitted to the United States, literally unvetted, and there are examples of individuals within that 190,000 who have committed terrorist attacks against the United States and against American citizens. Is that the sort of thing that you are investigating with HSI?
Senator, that's one of the many things we're investigating with HSI, DHS, CBP, ICE.
Give me some other examples of the collaboration on what other topics, including in addition to terrorism attacks.
What we're allowed to do with.
I did that on purpose because I really wanted to show you guys this thing. This is amazing. There's apparently a new Trump dance. Have you guys seen this?
Us dance.
You guys seen this shit?
Us dance.
with our DHS partners, Senator, is enable their massive workforce to supplement ours. And what they're allowed to do is share intelligence on things that you just talked about the 100,000+ illegals that came in from Afghanistan during the Afghanistan withdrawal. Unfortunately, they weren't vetted thoroughly. So what we're doing is going back with our DHS.
I made that edit last night and posted it on my Instagram account. Pretty good.
Partners and vetting absolutely every single one of them to the best that we can. But unfortunately, we're not able to go out into the country and find every single one of these individuals. But we need more than 12,000 FBI agents to do that job, which is why we are utilizing the 100,000 or so 1811s at the Department of Homeland Security to give us the information they have from their immigration records, from their travel records, from their travel logs overseas and within the country. And what we're able to do is remove these individuals off the streets in every single state across the country, to include violent gang members, to include Tren de Aragua, to include ISIS-affiliated individuals, to include Al-Qaeda-related affiliated individuals, and hopefully we do it before and not after, like the tragedy that we witnessed in Washington, D.C., where an individual from Afghanistan was allowed to enter into our country and shot multiple members of our uniformed military service.
Thank you. Senator King. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, last year your agencies testified, and I quote, Iran's large conventional forces are capable of inflicting substantial damage to an attacker, executing regional strikes, and disrupting shipping, particularly energy supplies, through the Strait of Hormuz. In other words, every problem we're seeing now was not only foreseeable, but was actually predicted by the intelligence agencies. So, Director, in the lead up to the start of this war 3 weeks ago, did the intelligence agencies stick to their assessment that in response to an...
Is the dancer trans? No. It's just a person who does a bunch of dances and in skirts and shit, and then everybody like takes their videos and turns them into transitions. It's funny.
attack, the Iranians had the capability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. The intelligence community has continued to provide the president and his team with the intelligence related to this operation in Iran before and on an ongoing basis.
So right now, we're in a global energy crisis. We're paying more for gas. The economy is in danger. And it seems to me, and I heard you discuss this with Senator Warner too, that there's a lot of hedging going on with respect to entirely foreseen consequences of the war. And that strikes me, Madam Director, as what amounts to a...
This is his, So everybody takes these and just puts them in the transition. I thought I had a bunch of them. Saved, but maybe not. Yeah, maybe not.
Historic mistake. Now, my second question is, did the intelligence agencies assess that the Iranians could respond to a regime change attack from us by attacking U.S. forces?
Oh, here they are. It's so good, dude. It's so fucking good, bro. This is silly. Why didn't you continue with the serious content? This is the serious content, bro. This is the serious content. Ah, it's so good, dude. It's so fucking good, bro. All right. Sorry.
Forces and other Americans in the region.
The IC assessment has always taken very seriously the threat of the Iranian regime's missile capabilities and how our American troops within the region may be put at risk.
Again, you know, it seems to me with Americans dying in the war, it's hard to see how you can sit here and say that the intelligence agencies couldn't provide a clear warning that if attacked, the Iranians would respond by attacking our people. Now, on Monday, Madam Director, Donald Trump was asked about Iranian strikes on the Gulf states. He said, and I quote, no, the greatest experts, nobody thought they were going to hit the Gulf states. You all are supposed to be the greatest experts. That's what we have you there for. Director Gabbard, did the intelligence agencies assess that Iran could conduct strikes on our own partners in the region if it was attacked?
The intelligence community has continued to assess the potential threats to the region, the existing threats to the region, and providing those assessments to the policymakers and decision makers.
Let me move on to several others of you with respect to 702 of FISA, and I'm just going to start with you, General Hartman. When Congress last reauthorized Section 702 of FISA, it included a provision that expanded the type of companies and individuals who could be forced to assist the government in its spying. Has this expansion resulted in any intelligence, General Hartman?
Senator, thanks for the question. Just to be clear, this provision provided us an ability to collect foreign intelligence on personnel outside of the United States.
This is the major 702 issue in terms of expansion. What was the effect of what was done?
Senator, I would prefer to talk to you about exact specifics in the closed session.
I'm happy to do that. Let's understand, though, this is a dangerously broad provision that could be used to rope in anybody with access to a cable box, a Wi-Fi router, or a server. It was jammed into the 2024 reauthorization bill at the last minute. Senators were told they had no choice but to support it. And now, 2 years later, we've just had testimony from a very respected individual who's saying, so far it has had no value. So, colleagues, we are getting ready to have another discussion on this, and this ought to be a warning to every senator that not every new spying power that is sold as urgent and critical actually is.
Senator, could I please respond to that?
Of course.
So, Senator, I just want to be clear. It provided us no additional authority that doesn't involve collecting intelligence on foreigners that are outside of the United States of America.
Fine. Director Patel, a question for you. In 2023, your predecessor testified that, and I quote, to my knowledge, we do not currently purchase commercial database information that includes location data derived from internet advertising. Is that the case still? And if so, can you commit this morning to not buying Americans' location data?
Thank you. The FBI uses all tools, Senator, thank you for the question, to do our mission. We do purchase commercially available information that's consistent with the Constitution and the laws under the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, and it has led to some valuable intelligence for us to be utilized with our private and partner sectors.
So you're saying that the agency will buy Americans' location data. I believe that that's what you've said in kind of intelligence lingo, and I just want to say, as we start this debate, doing that without a warrant is an outrageous end run around the Fourth Amendment. It's particularly dangerous given the use of artificial intelligence to comb through massive amounts of private information. This is Exhibit A for why Congress needs to pass our bipartisan, bicameral bill, the Government Surveillance Reform Act. I have time, I believe, for one more question. Director Patel, you 3 weeks.
Just to be clear, I remember like the day that we initially hit Iran. I remember like YouTubers coming out with videos. I remember like random nobody's on Twitter in like the replies to videos about us bombing Iran. I remember tons of people all over the place saying, well, fuck, the biggest problem with this is Iran's probably going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Like, this is again where somehow every random, like, normie seems to know more about geopolitics, seems to know more about the economy, seems to know more about legislation, about the Constitution, about the laws, about everything. Every random seems to know more about everything than the President of the United States. Like, it just seems to be the case every fucking time. Somehow, everybody else knows more than him. And this is the guy who's making decisions on whether or not we're going to go to war. And again, it's not that I actually believe that he didn't know that they would block the Strait of Hormuz. The problem is that he's lying about this while we're at war. Like, this is a massive problem. The guy earlier that I was talking to, where he kept wanting to like pivot the conversation over and over to, well, let's just talk about policy. Let's just, why do we care about what things Trump says? Let's just talk about the policy. But that is the problem, is that Trump says things that are highly detrimental to us as a country, highly detrimental to our relationships with other countries, highly detrimental to the war that's going on. And like, the words that he says, these are important. Like, the things that he says, the stuff that he's putting out to the rest of the world, this shit's important, and he makes us look fucking stupid. Like, people keep saying that it's peace through strength. He doesn't look strong when he keeps looking like an absolute fucking buffoon. He doesn't look strong. We don't look strong when it seems as though Trump has no idea what's going on at all times. That's not strength. We don't look strong here.
Weeks ago, indicated you were dissatisfied about having your phone records subpoenaed. Do you think the government ought to get a court order to collect phone records?
Senator, in my experience, the government does get court orders to obtain phone records.
One last question. General Adams, for you, in 2021, your agency confirmed that it had purchased and searched domestic location data. It is still your agency's position that you can buy Americans' location data without a warrant? And if so, are you still doing it?
Senator, thanks for the question. With regards to commercially available information in public,
every time they say thank you for the question, or I'm so happy to be able to address this here, you know they're not going to say anything. There are times where they don't say that, and they just immediately respond, and that's when we actually get somewhat of an answer. But every time they start with, thank you for the question, I'm so happy that I'm capable of addressing this here, because this is something that's very important to the nation's prosperity. And I think that in order for us to have an informed electorate, we need to be able to speak openly and freely about these topics and inform other legislators like the Senate and Congress. That's why these hearings are so important to the state of our democracy. Like, that's all they're gonna fucking say. They just talk about how important it is for them to answer the question that they never fucking answer. And so yeah, every time you hear them start off like that, you know that's all you're gonna fucking get.
publicly available information, the purchases that my agency makes is in alignment with the Constitution and protects U.S. persons' information.
But you're buying location data, correct? I mean, we've now had that referred to twice, and I don't think there's any question that you're doing it.
All of the
get fucked, bitch.
Purchasing
Get
of
fucked,
commercially
you little
available information
bitch.
by the agency is passed through legal
Back
channels.
to the
and is in
serious
complete
content,
compliance with law.
baby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
General Hartman, I want to give you a chance to answer more specifically what Senator Wyden said. You did answer it indirectly. Does anything in Section 702 give the government the authority to target any American with a cable box or a Wi-Fi router?
Chairman, nothing in 702 gives us the authority to target an American with a cable router or Wi-Fi device.
Thank you. And I would observe about commercially available data that the keywords are commercially available. If any other person can buy it and the FBI can buy it and it helps them locate a depraved child molester or savage cartel leader, I would certainly hope the FBI is doing anything they can to keep Americans safe. It's not much different from longstanding Supreme Court precedent that, for instance, says law enforcement can go through trash that you put on the side of the curb because you no longer have a privacy interest in it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do need to point out in response to some of the previous comments, twice in the last 2 weeks, as recently as last Thursday, Senator Patty Murray.
There's a big chunk of a snack back there. I'm waiting for the wall to go back there so I can get that bitch. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Appropriations Committee put a bill on the floor that would have fully funded TSA, FEMA, CISA, and the Coast Guard for the rest of the year, leaving the focus
CISA.
on the dispute
Saw her at
that
the
we
Super
have
Bowl.
with the conduct of ICE as separately. So inexplicably to me, that bill was blocked by my Republican colleagues. It would have, as I say, fully funded TSA, FEMA, CISA, Coast Guard, and then focused the attention on the situation with ICE. So I just want to be clear on who's blocking funding for those 4 agencies. I'd like to ask.
These people voted for Kamala. Now they suffer from chronic TDS. Hey, did Trump say that he didn't know that Iran was going to close the Strait of Hormuz? Did Trump say that? Did whatever YouTuber you watch know that? I bet they did. I bet you they did. I bet you whatever YouTubers you watched, we can go find clips of them saying that Iran was likely going to close the Strait of Hormuz. And yet Donald Trump said he didn't know. And us criticizing Trump for being a dumb fuck is somehow considered TDS. And you thinking it's a good idea to totally ignore one of the most important aspects of going to war with Iran. As President of the United States, you just totally ignoring that. That's not TDS. Somehow.
Ms. Gabbard and Director Ratcliffe, Director, both of you, were either of you in the room or your designees when the President was making the final decision about taking this action against Iran on February 27th, 28th? Was there an intelligence committee, intelligence community present in those deliberations? Mr. Ratcliffe, your
gotta get back
response?
there. There's a
Senator
snackening
King,
happening.
Probably in dozens and dozens of briefings with the president. I don't know if there was a single meeting where there was a single time where a decision was made.
Were those dozens of meetings right during the lead up to this war? I know you've met many times, but I'm talking about it in the 2 weeks or so before the decision to go into Iran was made.
Again, countless meetings with the president.
During
So
that
many
period.
meetings.
During that period.
Director Gabbard, were you present in those discussions?
Likewise, yes.
The reason I'm asking the question is there seems to be a discrepancy between what the Intelligence Community has reported over the years and what the President has said in terms of of this action. For example, Senator Wyden read the report from a year ago that strikes against neighboring states and action to close the Strait of Hormuz was predicted by the intelligence community. And yet the President says nobody knew. And my question is, did you tell him? Anybody want to answer that question?
Senator, I'll answer the question. So with regard to briefings, the President gets briefings constantly about intelligence. Now, the comments that you talked about, I had not heard.
I think when it's coming from you guys, calling it intelligence is a bit of a stretch, but okay. All right.
What I can tell you is that Iran had specific plans to hit U.S. interests in energy sites across the region, and that's why the Department of War and the Department of State took measures for force protection and personnel protection in advance of Operation Epic Fury. I think that's what's most important.
So Trump lied.
Any predictions to the President about the Strait of Hormuz? All you got to do is look at a map, and you'll see the vulnerability of the Strait of Hormuz. Was that part of the briefing, Director Gabbard?
I think the Director Ratcliffe made the point here is that this has long been an assessment of the IC, that Iran would likely hold the Strait of Hormuz as leverage.
And my question is, was that communicated to the President in the lead up to this action?
And it's because of that long-standing assessment that the IC has continued to report that the Department of War took the preemptive planning measures that it did.
Well, they've stated that they did not plan for the Strait of Hormuz. The President said, who knew that was going to happen? Anyway, let's move on. Does the President take a daily brief from the intelligence community? This is a yes or no question, I think.
Yeah, the President I would say, Senator, in my estimation, on average, I brief the President of the United States on intelligence probably on average 10 to 15 times a week, where I have conversations with him about specific, discrete issues. Sometimes there are dedicated sessions that last hours in length. Sometimes I'm briefing him on specific issues, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. But I would say on average, my interactions where I'm briefing the president on important national security matters happens probably on average 10 to 15 times per week.
Thank you. Could you update us on the intelligence on Russian intelligence sharing with Iran in the current conflict? What do we know?
Senator, if there is that sharing going on, that would be an answer that would be appropriate for a closed session.
Well, it's been in the public press. This is open source that it's occurring. Is it occurring?
Again, if it is occurring, that would be an answer appropriate for a closed session.
Yeah, she can't give up details about her employer in an open meeting right here.
What I can tell you is that according to the Department of War, any support that Iran may be receiving is not inhibiting their operational effects.
Okay, that's sort of the first cousin of a yes, I guess. According to intelligence analysis, can regime change or the elimination of the estimated 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium be accomplished without boots on the ground?
Senator, the discussion about the Iranian nuclear capability, we intend in the closed session to talk about that in great deal. With regards to revealing any information about the ability to do that, I would have to defer that to a closed session.
Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Finally, there was very little, if anything, in the report, in the assessment about climate change, and that's been in past reports. There is a lot of discussion about migration. The estimates are that climate migrants, because of the changes in the climate and the atmosphere, and particularly in the center equatorial area of the Earth, will range from 200 million to 1 billion people by 2050.
They're gonna be like, "Oh, wait, us? No, we never said we believed in climate change. No, sorry, wrong people."
Do you believe that is a national security threat that should be addressed? The Syrian refugees were about 6 million, and they upset the politics of Europe for several years. We're talking about 200 million to 1 billion people on the move. I believe that's something we should be discussing and that the intelligence community should be assessing. Director Gabbard?
Yes, Senator, there are a number of drivers of things like migration. It would be an extensive and voluminous annual threat assessment if we included every single one. This annual threat assessment is focused, again, on the priorities laid out.
Yeah, we're more worried about all of these countries emptying out their prisons and insane asylums. Obviously, that's the much bigger threat right now. That's way more people are in those prisons and insane asylums than there's going to be people affected by global warming. Like, whatever, dude.
By the president's national security strategy and on the effects that we can take action, operational action, to protect U.S. interests.
Well, I would suggest combating climate change is something we can take action on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today to all of our witnesses. So for more than a decade, the United States has tried to make a pivot to Asia in its national defense strategy in order to confront significant threats from China. For years...
Hey, host, why do you have such a big nose? It's when I'm eating your mom out from behind. I like to stick my nose in her asshole, and I had to get a plastic surgery just to make sure that I could. It's my thing. That's my thing. Chowday.
Administrations of both parties have identified China as a top threat facing our country and worked to build relationships across Asia and deter Chinese aggression. At the same time, we have bolstered our European allies and asked them to contribute more to their defense to deter Russia. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe, would you agree that China and Russia are our primary geopolitical rivals? Director Gabbard.
Yes, they are our primary strategic competitors.
Thank you. Director Ratcliffe?
I would agree with that, although I don't think they're equal in terms of the threats that they pose.
Thank you. So that brings us to the war with Iran. So this has created one of the largest ever supply shocks to the global oil supply, which has sent gas prices skyrocketing for Americans. But not everybody is losing. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe, is it accurate that Russia has gained billions of dollars in additional oil revenue due to price spikes as a result of the war and loosened sanctions? Director Gabbard.
That is what has been reported. I defer to the Director of Secretary of Treasury and Energy on that front for details.
Director Ratcliffe.
Yeah, I'm not an economist, not going to try and do those calculations. But as I talked about earlier, sometimes there are decisions made that will benefit adversaries at the same time policymakers think that it will benefit the American people.
It's clear, I think we'd all agree that sanctions were loosened, and that means more money into the coffers of Vladimir Putin. Would you agree that if he has more funding, he is likely to put that to his war effort against Ukraine? Director Gabbard.
I would defer to an actual intelligence assessment on what they would believe his intentions are.
Director Ratcliffe?
Yeah, I wouldn't speculate on that.
Wouldn't speculate? Okay. Okay. And is it accurate that China is continuing to receive preferential oil flows from Iran despite the conflict as Iran allows its own tankers to transit the strait? Director Gabbard? I'm going to go back and forth between the two of you.
There has been some reporting of China, India, and other countries being able to move their tankers through the strait. However, it is unclear the volume or the measure of that.
Okay, so it sounds like it's accurate. Thank you. I'm going to move on. Director Gabbard, you tweeted yesterday that President Trump concluded there was an imminent threat and made a decision to attack Iran after carefully reviewing all of the information before him. I think the country deserves to know what the information was. I'm going to ask a series of questions and just want a yes or no. We don't need any explanation, just yes or no, starting with, were you asked, I'm not asking if you did brief this, were you asked to brief on whether Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not going to comment on what the president did or didn't ask me on any topic.
I'm not asking if you briefed it. I'm just asking if there was a request
I understand
by the White House. Director Ratcliffe, were you asked to brief on whether Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz?
The briefings to the president and the White House typically don't come at the request of the White House. So typically when we get intelligence that we want the president to be aware of, the intelligence community brings that to the president.
Did you produce the analysis for the Straits of Hormuz?
There has been and continues to be analysis with respect to that.
Were you asked to brief on how our adversaries and allies would respond to the war in Iran? I imagine I'll get the same answer. So it's just to point out here, it's challenging to forget about actually what was in the brief for a second. We're having a hard time finding out not only if you briefed the president on something, but even if the White House asked if they could be briefed on something or if analysis was produced. So I just want to point out here, this is about 6 days.
Can I comment on
Yes.
that?
Yes.
I go back to the point. It's the same approach that we took to the prior operations, which to your credit, Senator, you have praised the intelligence and military communities in Operation Midnight Hammer and Operation Absolute Resolve. It's the same approach and the same professionals in terms of how they approached this particular operation.
We're trying to figure out if the president knew what the downside was of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. And I'm having a hard time finding out whether the White House asked or whether there was a brief, whether the president knew. Did he know this was going to happen, or did he just disregard it? And I just want to point out something that was released about 6 days ago. This is a fundraising email from the president of the United States. And in this email here, where there's multiple links to donate money, it says, as a national security briefing member, you'll receive my private national security briefings. Director Gabbard or Director Ratcliffe, do you think the public should be able to, supporters of the president should be able to pay and receive?
I feel like Trump's got to be so jealous of this guy. I feel like Trump wishes this is who he was. I feel like Trump just would kill to be this guy. I feel like he just really wishes this is who he was. This is the way he carried himself. This is the way that he looked. This is the way that he came off.
His private national security briefings. I assume these are briefings, Director Ratcliffe, that you provide to the president that is now going to be provided to somebody who makes a
regardless
donation.
of what that I don't know what that document is, but regardless of what it says, it didn't happen.
Oh, no, this is new.
But what I'm telling you is that the Hatch Act would prevent me from an apolitical role from engaging in that. I'm not aware that anything like that happened.
Yeah, this says unfiltered updates. So, Director Gabbard, do you have any comment on whether unfiltered updates of private national security briefings should be made to individuals that donate to the president?
I'm not familiar with that document, and
It's been made very public 6 days ago. We'll get you a copy here because I agree with you, Director Ratcliffe, that the Hatch Act should prohibit this type of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Mr. Director Ratcliffe, you just described the specific campaign that the president is engaged in, the country's engaged in, with respect to Iran. I think the campaign has been one, in my view, without a specific rationale for the American people. 19 days into President Trump's unauthorized war with Iran, and by which I mean there has been no congressional approval, at least 13 American service members are dead and many others are injured. President Trump has offered no credible justification for an imminent threat, no clear goals, no strategy or timeline. His message keeps changing, I think, in really damaging ways. President Trump said Iran's nuclear facilities had been, quote, totally obliterated in June 2025. But when he launched this latest war, he said we need to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat of those totally obliterated nuclear facilities. President Trump has threatened to seize Iranian oil and demanded our allies reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He said that I'm demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory because it's their territory. It's the place from which they get their energy. By the way, he wasn't just asking for our allies to protect or to bail them out in the Straits of Hormuz. He was asking China to bail them out in the Straits of Hormuz. And then he said maybe we shouldn't even be here at all because we don't need it. We have a lot of oil. And he said we do not need the help of anyone. President Trump has declared we've won the war. We won it in the first hour. But then he said we're not leaving until the job is finished. He said that there is practically nothing left to bomb, but then threatened to bomb Iran again, quote, just for fun. I think words that probably...
Yeah, well, they not only that, but they said that we've already won the war. We've already bombed everything. There's nothing left to bomb. And then the next day, Pete Hegseth said today is going to be our largest, our day of our largest day of bombing. That they were going to drop the most bombs that they've dropped. Excuse me. It was literally the next day. So fucking stupid. These people are so incompetent.
We have never come out of a military leader in the history of the United States of America. It shouldn't come out of the mouth of a civilian leader. President Trump said he will end the war when I feel it in my bones. And anytime I want to end it, it will end. But, Director, the war is not ending. It is escalating with thousands of U.S. Marines reportedly sailing toward Iran on an unclear mission, a mission that's become less clear over days, not more clear. Our airstrikes wiped out Iran's missiles and supreme leader. Nobody here, and certainly me, is shedding a tear for him. But the Iranian people now live under martial law. And by the way, no surprise to our intelligence agencies that that's the case. And the first of a puppet leader who's chosen by the IRGC. No surprise that to anybody on the Intelligence Committee. Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz and is holding the global economy hostage. No surprise to anybody who knows anything about U.S. intelligence. Launching drones at our embassies and military bases. No surprise. The president is surprised. Nobody who has looked at our intelligence is surprised. Iran's nuclear program is damaged, to be sure, but it still has a uranium stockpile. We heard today from the DNI at the very beginning of this conversation that the regime is in place and they are going to rebuild their military capabilities, the ones that we are destroying right now. The question I think is raised, Director, about your specific engagement is whether it will become a perpetual war, because what Iran will do is exactly what they have always done, and which the DNI is saying they will do again. In its briefings to the committee, the Intelligence Committee has been clear-eyed about what would happen in the Straits of Hormuz, has been clear-eyed about whether or not our military bases, our embassies, and our personnel in the region would be placed at risk and in harm's way, even though the administration did very little to protect them. I know, Director Radcliffe, that you warned President Trump that if Israel assassinated the supreme leader, the IRGC would replace him with potentially a harder line puppet. In fact, I think
that's why I never really got an answer on this. Was it Israel that eliminated him, or was it us? Because Trump did keep saying that it was us. But I never really got an answer on whether or not it was us, because part of like the analysis from a lot of people has been it was a chance that we had to take. This was something we had to do, but it seems as though like they just kind of followed Israel in afterwards and just did what Israel wanted to do. And they kind of said that Israel decided that they were going to bomb first, so then we followed. Okay, so then that means Israel bombed the Ayatollah, right? And Trump just, the lapdog that he is, just went and did what he was told to do.
what was clear is that the likelihood was that it would be a hardline puppet. Do you disagree with that characterization of the intelligence?
To that specific question, what we knew.
Rendezvis, thank you for the jewels. 10 jewels, appreciate it. And Joe Blow with 100 sent 100 for 2 jewels. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Was first of all, I guess I have to address up front. So much of what you related in there, the difference between political rhetoric versus
not political rhetoric.
Thanks, Trump, for $5 a gallon. Hey, but egg prices went down. All right, egg prices went down, so no reason to complain.
Quoting the President of the United States.
Political rhetoric versus military.
Director, I'll
difference between that and military and intelligence execution. But here's the most important thing. You mischaracterize this as saying there aren't clearly defined goals. The defined goals are very clear. Degrade and destroy the missile inventory.
You wouldn't be so salty if you didn't suck so much rainbow Israel. I wouldn't be salty that Trump was just doing what Israel tells him to do. If I didn't suck so much rainbow Israel. Interesting theory. Interesting.
Inventory.
Lori, thank you for the flower for 30 jewels. Appreciate it. Let's go. Let's freaking go, boy.
Drone inventory delay and degrade the military industrial base and factories that.
Lori, thank you for the lucky clover, 4 jewels. Wicked. Appreciate it.
Produce that, degrade and destroy the IRGC Navy that could control the Strait. These are all defined goals that were set out specifically. The premise of the question is that.
Time back, Mr. Chairman, I can't get a word in edgewise. He won't answer the question, and then he's taking a minute.
And then he won't shut the fuck up.
Big boys, you can handle it yourself.
Okay, well, Director, I agree that you are, and I appreciate what you're saying. And I'm not.
You're both big boys. You can handle it yourself is not really a fair answer. You have to give him time back if the other person refuses to allow him to ask his questions. Like, you got to be willing to give him his time back.
My point is not what your characterization of the war is. My point is what the characterization, the commander-in-chief. I'm not asking you anymore, Mr. Director. I'm sorry because I'm out of time because of how you use the time. The complete lack of clarity should matter to everybody. President Trump, most of all, he is the person that got elected on the criticism that we had fought 2 wars in the Middle East that had lasted for 20 years. And now we're hearing the testimony is to get their ballistic missiles, to not even get to the nuclear stuff, we're going to have to be in a perpetual war with Iran. And I don't think that's where the American people are on this. This is a serious threat. This is a serious threat to us and to Israel. The question is how to handle it. And President Trump said, we are not the policemen of the world. He ran on that. And now he's turned us into the world's policeman, into its jury, into its judge, into its executioner. And just because we have the most advanced military in the world, it doesn't mean...
Yeah, so now Biden is actually the no new wars president, okay? Biden not only had no new wars, but Biden pulled us out of Afghanistan when Trump couldn't. Biden is the one who ended the Afghanistan war, not Trump. So Biden is the real no new wars president. Donald Trump, not so much. Donald Trump is the new wars president. He is the all new wars president.
That we should be in a perpetual war all around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Before I ask you a few questions, I want to call everyone's attention again to this fundraising email signed by
I
the
have
President
ADHD. You
that
can't
Senator
call my
Kelly
attention.
mentioned earlier, in which the President of the United States invites his campaign donors to, quote, claim your spot, join now to receive private national security briefings to his political donors, featuring a photo of the President at a dignified transfer ceremony with a
Oh my goodness. No fucking shot, dude. No shot. Is that real? What? No fucking way is that real. No fucking way is that real. No fucking way, dude. He sold American intelligence. So he sold intelligence briefings to the highest donors. So you could just go to Russia or Iran or, you know, China. You could go to our enemies with information that you're getting from Trump's intelligence briefings. What advancement in physics have you Jews done? First off, nobody likes physics. Secondly, I'm not Jewish. There's no way that's true, right? President Trump ended 8 wars going on under Biden. So true, dude. So true. That's very real. Yeah.
flag-draped coffin of an American service member killed in action returning to their family. And the American people need to know that the President of the United States is fundraising for his political campaign and his PAC using images of American service members killed in action, and it's a disgrace.
So I went to a rally for Trump a while back. And if you haven't seen it, we got some great clips from it. Literally had some MAGA people agree with voting for Trump to achieve treason. But I still get like text messages from them all the time. So the other day when we were listening to Trump's State of the Union, right before the State of the Union, I got a text message from the Trump PAC pretending to be Trump. So they always pretend to be Trump, and they say, hey, like, hey, buddy, you're my special little guy. You know that, buddy? Don't forget that, friend. Don't forget it, pal. You're my special little guy. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Also, the left is trying to attack me. They're trying to tear your president down, and I need your help more than ever now. I need you to send me all of your money so that I can defeat the woke left and the Islamist terrorists. And like, I get these fucking text messages from him all the time. It's I could probably pull some of them up real quick to kind of go over what some of these say. Let's see. Well, fuck. I don't see him. Okay. Thankfully I died, so I don't have to worry about that shit anymore. Okay, here it is. Hey Tom, in just 2 hours, the State of the Union will begin. Do you still stand with Trump? I'm about to leave, and before I hop in the motorcade for my State of the Union address, will you do me a favor? And then it's a link to go donate. Dear Tom, this is a critical memo from Team Trump. You must read this immediately. All right, so let's go to the critical memo. Let's see what this says. This is a message from Donald J. Trump. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. We have a lot of work to do, so please consider donating to MAGA, to the MAGA movement only if you're able. I know with you by my side, we will make America great again. Who the fuck asks for donations after they've been elected? Who does this? Who the fuck does this, dude? This is maniacal, bro. This is absolutely maniacal. Who asks for donations after they won the election? I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this. To just keep asking for donos? Yeah, this is what fucking broke boys do. And then the next line. Donate before it's too late. $10, $20, $50, $100, $250, $500, $1,000, or other. Your contribution will benefit Never Surrender, Inc. I am President Donald J. Trump. You're the only reason we saved America. Now I am asking you to consider making a small sustaining contribution so we can complete the MAGA agenda. Can I count on your support? What the fuck? What the fuck is this about? AOC and Act Blue? Act Blue asked for money for AOC after she won? That's what you're saying? You want to stand by that? AOC asked for money after she won. Sorry, not after winning her primary. Yes, Representative AOC regularly solicits donations through Act Blue, the Democratic fundraising platform, including after her general election victories. Based on reports from 2024 to 2025 cycle, she and her team, AOC, continue to use Act Blue to power her campaigns and other political efforts through the year. What? Squad and advocacy. Her campaign often uses Act Blue to raise money for her and other progressives promoting people-funded approach. She used the money raised through Act Blue for 3 primary purposes: from maintaining her own political operations, supporting other progressive candidates, and funding grassroots movements. Building because she represents a safe Democratic district, her campaign often carries a significant cash surplus, which totaled approximately $10 million. I guess it's probably different for Congress. That is still odd to me. I didn't know that. But that is totally different when in Congress you still have another election to win. Whereas with Trump, he doesn't have another election to win. Like, there is nothing else after this. Not fully show people that are in debt ask for money to put the campaign back in the black to fund the GOP general, then fund the GOP general electorate. Okay. Joe Biden continued to utilize the benefit of a massive fundraising operation involving joint fundraising committees and affiliated PACs after winning the presidency, specifically to support his 2024 re-election efforts. Okay, that was for the next election. So AOC's is for her next election. Joe Biden's is for his next election. What is Trump fundraising for? Presidents have to fund their libraries. As of early 2026, Donald Trump continues to solicit funds to finance ongoing legal battles, pay substantial civil judgments, and fund his political operations. His efforts often target small donors via email, while also leveraging high-dollar fundraisers and merchandising, with funds aimed at maintaining a permanent campaign and influencing Republican politics. Legal expenses and judgments. Trump faces significant financial penalties from civil lawsuits, with legal teams seeking massive amounts, including claims against the Justice Department for over $230 million. I didn't know that you could use this stuff for personal use. Which group is this one? I thought this was WinRed. WinRed is the primary online fundraising platform for the Republican Party in the U.S., designed to compete with Democratic platform Act Blue. It serves as a conduit for donors to give to GOP candidates and committees, processing donations for federal, state, and local races. It was launched to simplify small donor fundraising for Republican candidates, particularly boosting online donations for federal, state, and local races. Yes, Donald Trump has used money from his Leadership Political Action Committee PAC, Save America, to pay his personal legal fees. While federal rules prohibit using campaign funds for personal expenses, leadership PACs have broad discretion, allowing them to cover legal costs in criminal and civil cases. What? How does that make sense? How does that not fall under personal? How does that not fall under personal use? Massive expenditures. Through early 2024, Trump's PACs, primarily Save America, spent over $100 million on legal fees related to his various investigations and trials, notes this article from the Brennan Center for Justice and similar report from the Brennan Center for Justice. Although FEC rules strictly ban using campaign committee funds for personal use, leadership PACs are treated as third parties, allowing them to pay legal expenses that would have occurred regardless of his presidency. Leadership, A leadership PAC is a political action committee established by a federal office holder, like a senator or representative, to raise money to support other candidates, build political influence, and boost their own career, often used to fund trips, events, and staff, rather than direct donations. These PACs operate alongside a political principal campaign, but are legally separate. Building political clout, lawmakers, supporting allies, funding lifestyle expenses. Some politicians use these funds to cover expenses like private jets, luxury hotels, clothing, and high-end dining, often leading to criticism of them being slush funds. Individuals can donate up to $5,000 a year to a leadership PAC, separate from limits for candidates' primary campaign. Leadership PACs cannot be used to fund the candidate's own campaign for office. That's really odd. Like, I don't know how you separate those things. If you're spending money on things that help you gain clout, how the fuck do you separate like you advertising yourself and advertising your candidacy in any way? That's really weird. I don't think I've ever heard of leadership PACs. That's interesting. Well, I'll have to look into this more sometime.
Now, Director Gabbard, I'd like to reground this in your core responsibilities.
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you joining us. If you want to donate to the channel, use the tips link. It's either in the description, or if you're watching on the vertical stream, you can go to the main channel page, and right here are all my links. You can drop out the links, and at the bottom it says tip the channel. You go to tip the channel, you're able to send donations through there. That'll make it to where we get the money immediately and we get 100% of it. Whereas if you donate through YouTube, it takes 1/3 of every donation, and it takes about 2 months for me to get that money. So if you want to donate, consider using the tips link on the front page or in the description with stream elements. And then also, we really appreciate everybody who's a member and all of you who donate memberships. So to show my appreciation, I am going to gift 5 memberships to you guys right now. And anybody else who would like to gift 5 memberships or any memberships as well would be greatly appreciated.
The law, you are responsible for providing national intelligence to the president, correct?
Yes.
And to the heads of executive branch departments and agencies, yes?
Yes.
And to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and senior military commanders?
Across the IC, yes.
And to the Senate and the House and relevant committees, correct?
Yes.
And the law states that the national intelligence you provide to Congress, quote, should be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations, correct?
Yes.
And you noted in your opening statement you're here fulfilling a statutory responsibility and that your testimony, quote, represents the IC's assessment of threats,
Right.
correct? That opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes?
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what...
I wish you... I wish he brought up the fact that she did not think that Iran was likely going to build a bomb and kind of claimed that they were not really a threat to the United States when she first got into office. So I expected him to bring that up. It's a bit odd to me that he didn't.
What is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False. This is the worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. You've stated today that the intelligence...
Yeah, you guys decide what is or is not a threat. The president decides what what course of action to take and whether or not to act on it at all. But you guys are the ones who decide what is or is not a threat, because you guys decide what it is that you do and don't report on in the first place. Some random little Timmy kid in his basement, like whether or not you think that he's a threat is up to you. It does, like, the president will never hear about little Timmy unless you decide to tell him about it. So you decide what is or is not a threat. You make literal threat assessments, and you give those threat assessments to the president. The president decides how to act on it. He does not decide whether or not there is a threat.
Intelligence community's assessment is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that, quote, there had been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president based on a volume
no,
of
it is precisely,
that is so ridiculous.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing where, as you noted in your opening testimony, quote, you represent the IC's assessment of threats. You are here to represent the IC's assessment.
Yes, they are literally making threat assessments. Whether or not something is or is not a threat has to be determined before you can assess the level of the threat. Like, this is so fucking stupid. I cannot believe she just said that. That is so stupid.
Of threats. That's a quote from your own opening statement. And so my question is, as you're here to present the IC's assessment of threats, was it the assessment of the intelligence community that, as the White House claimed on March 1st, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
Once again, Senator, the intelligence community has provided the inputs that make up this annual threat assessment.
You won't answer the question.
It is the nature of the imminent threat that the president has to make that determination based on a collection and volume
of
information and intelligence that he is provided with.
You're here to be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations.
Exactly what I'm doing.
No, you're evading a question because to provide a candid response to the committee would contradict a statement from the White House. Let me ask you about...
Yes, she's trying to make sure that she doesn't hurt Donald Trump. Even though they've already contradicted him. They've already told us that Donald Trump lied about a number of things by saying that they did give him some of the intelligence that he claimed nobody thought this would happen. And then they say, yeah, we thought that would happen. Yeah, we told him about it. Like, they've already shown that he's lying numerous times. But they tried their best to avoid it when they didn't answer the questions the first 5 or 6 times that it was asked. So they're playing politics by playing these fucking games right now.
Your presence in Fulton County on January 28th of this year. You were present at the FBI's raid on the Fulton County Elections Office on January 28th, correct?
I was present for part of the FBI exercising a warrant approved by a municipal judge.
Yes, and the FBI was there executing that warrant to seize ballots and materials associated with the 2020 election, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that members of this committee have already opened inquiries into your election-related activities?
Yes.
And are you aware that your general counsel and deputy general counsel have already provided testimony to this committee regarding those activities?
Yes.
On February 2nd, you sent a letter to Senator Warner regarding your presence at the raid. Was that letter accurate?
I don't recall the exact date, but if I sent a letter that had my signature, it was accurate.
You stated in the letter that your presence at the raid was, quote, requested by the president, correct?
Yes.
When did the president request your presence at the raid?
The day of the raid, the warrant execution commencing.
The day of the raid?
Yes.
He called you on the phone?
I'm not going to disclose how the message was delivered, but it was a request from the president and his administration to go and help oversee this warrant being executed along with the deputy director of the FBI.
Is it your role to oversee?
She's not going to tell them how it was communicated because it went through a Signal chat group or group chat.
Agents who were conducting.
Is it your role to oversee the execution of criminal warrants?
It is my role, based on statute that Congress has passed, to have oversight over election security, to include counterintelligence.
But you said you oversaw the raid, correct? You just testified you oversaw the raid?
Portions of it.
Okay. Did you handle any ballots or election-related materials?
No.
You were inside an FBI evidence truck, correct? You were photographed inside an FBI evidence truck.
It was an empty truck, yes.
The president stated, quote, you looked at votes that wanted to be checked out.
The senator's time is expired.
Did you look at votes as the president
Senator
stated?
Ossoff, your time is expired.
You respond
can
for the
have
record?
her. No, she cannot respond because.
No, for the record. Will the director please respond for the record to that question is my
I'm happy to respond to questions for the record.
Thank you, Director Gabbard.
Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. I believe that it's in the U.S.'s national interest, our security interest, for Ukraine
W. Ossoff
to be successful in defeating the Russian
That's
invasion.
my senator.
I'm concerned with the consequences of Operation Epic Fury on that ability of Ukraine to succeed in defending its borders. And General Adams, in broad terms, not necessarily, not classified terms, what are the consequences to the supply chain, to the capability of the United States to supply NATO allies and Ukraine as a result of Operation Epic Fury? My question is that usual problem of how do we do both? Are we doing both? Is U.S. support maintained or diminished for Ukraine as a result of Epic Fury?
Senator, thank you for that question, and we do continue to, beyond Epic Fury, observe what is happening across the world in crises like Russia and Ukraine. Unfortunately for the situation there now, just based on the force composition and the delta between.
He sounds like Jim Jordan. Every time he talks, I look over. I'm like, is that Jim Jordan answering? Why is Jim Jordan answering the question?
The Russian forces and the Ukrainian forces, the advantage is to the Russians. As we get into the classified hearing, we can talk a little more specifically about the items with regards to supply chain and with regards to the information that the Defense Intelligence Agency collects. We look at the foreign threat and what their capabilities are from a multi-int perspective. We look a little bit less at friendly capabilities. Now, I would defer questions with regards to U.S. supply chain limitations with regards to logistics and the effort that the Secretary of War is having with regards to trying to boost the U.S. defense industrial base. I would defer those to the department to discuss.
Well, General, please be prepared for the classified session for me to continue to pursue this. I mean, our supply chain issues are not classified in the sense that every hearing I'm in as a defense appropriator has officials from the Department of Defense testifying about the need for further assistance. And really, I'm asking for the facts of what has happened as a result of Operation Fury, Epic Fury, in the last few weeks in our supply to Ukraine and our NATO allies who are supplying Ukraine.
Yes, sir. The department is executing a comprehensive, in fact, the Sec War has gone around the nation to boost the defense industrial base. We know for a fact that we have to increase our defense industrial base capability. its impact based on the munitions expended during Epic Fury will be an impact. But we need to boost it. The efforts are underway to boost it. And
well, I'm interested in helping accomplish that goal. Director Ratcliffe, perhaps along the same line, I assume let me first of all compliment you on your public service. I appreciate you. And that's not my usual town hall meeting when I get a compliment from somebody who then follows it with a but. I am interested in being of help, and in regard to your conversations in preparation for Epic Fury, I'd be interested in knowing if the consequences to our abilities to defend the United States against Russia or China or other adversaries was taken into account. How was that diminished or increased by Operation Epic Fury? And particularly in this instance about what it means, was the conversation had about what it means to our ability to help Ukraine defend itself. U.S. support for Ukraine includes military and other assistance, but also we've undertaken economic sanctions against Russia for their invasion of Ukraine. And Epic Fury has caused a significant increase in oil prices, and the administration has waived.
All right, we're going to go to some other news. We may come back to this later, but for right now, we'll move on to a couple other things. I did say we were going to go to some of the Afroman stuff. That crap is freaking hilarious, okay? Here, let's hit this up first.
This is war. We are not at war. War is hell.
This isn't a war.
War is a state of mind, and in this case, a literal war.
Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it?
Well, I think you could say it both.
This end is the beginning, which is also the end. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Closing time.
You just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war.
Sometimes to avoid a war, you must fight a war. For in that war, you find not a war.
Remember, I'm the president of peace.
Peace and war, are they really so different? I mean, they are literally opposites. Or are they?
This is war. We are not.
They keep contradicting each other, dude. Every fucking time one of them says something, they say the opposite of the last person. It is so fucking stupid, dude. But all right, so here we go. Let's see, is this... So this is Afroman, okay? If you guys don't know who Afroman is, when I was younger, he came out with a great song called Because I Got High, okay? Such a good fucking song. Such a, just like a simplistic, weird, goofy song. Because I Got High. And more recently, he came into a funny situation that we talked about a little bit earlier, but he got raided by his local police department, okay? When he got raided by his local police department, they broke a lot of stuff in his house. They broke down the door to get inside. They broke a bunch of stuff inside, and then turned out they were at the wrong house. They didn't have any reason to be there, and they just left. So later he shows up and he says, hey guys, you guys broke a bunch of stuff in my house. I need you guys to fix all of this. And they were like, nah, bruh. No, thank you. So he decides to go raise money to fix all of it. How does he decide to raise money? Well, when they raided his house, he had security cameras up all over the place. So he took clips of them raiding his house and made funny songs about them and posted them on the internet, and then used the revenue gained by these songs to fix all of the stuff they broke in his house. These police then turned around and sued him. He should have been suing them, right? He should have been suing them. He should have been suing the police department. But instead, he just went an easy route and tried to raise money by using these security cameras. And they turned around and sued him for making the videos and using them in the videos for these songs. So that's the background behind this, okay? But we got a lot to get to.
Y'all got the policeman.
Corruption of the Adam County cops, stealing money, stealing cake when they make they traffic stops. First they screw you, then they sue you, play games and dismiss your claims. The proof's on the internet. Afroman will bring it to ya. Afroman is gonna do ya. Afroman is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. Mine eyes have seen informants get busted with felonies. Tell the cops I'm a kidnapper and I sell a lot of keys. Raid my house and then get pissed, cause the dungeon don't exist. My proof's on the internet. Afroman will bring it to ya. Afroman is gonna do ya. Afroman is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. My gate don't operate and my door is on the floor. My camera's disconnected. Lisa Phillips is up. Mine eyes seen the corruption of.
Okay, so that's as much as we get here, okay? But he makes funny songs about
His
this.
biracial daughter coming home asking if Afroman is her real daddy.
And my daughter came home and advised me that she was getting messed with at school because apparently her mom is having sex with Afroman, and since she's biracial, that must be her daddy.
She's asking that because Afroman made a music video saying that he was sleeping with the sheriff's wife.
I bet Tom knows the song. Oh, yeah. You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Oh, yeah.
Let's rewind. This is part 1 of day 2 of the Afroman trial. We started off day 2 with a jump scare when the attorney for the sheriffs pulled up this photo of one of the sheriffs that Afroman called King Kong.
You recall? Worst of the internet. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, good sir.
And I quote, Colonel King Kong.
We're going over the Afroman lawsuit.
Bundy. Yes.
And we moved on to this officer who Afroman called Quasimodo.
Is it true that Mr. Foreman called you a hunchback? Yes. And specifically compared you to Quasimodo?
Bro, this fucking lawyer is great. Dude, this lawyer is fucking great. This lawyer asks all of them about every single insult that he made about these people. Every single insult that every time he insulted every single one of these cops, the lawyer asks them about it. He's like, is it true that he called you fat? And is it true that he also called you ugly? So is it true, would you say in your own words, that he was calling you fat and ugly? I rest my case. Like, it was the funniest fucking crap, dude. Yes.
Next, we got to this officer, and when the lawyer hit this pose, I already knew the officer wanted to go cry in the car, because unfortunately for this officer, the song Afroman wrote about him is a banger.
He's an Adams County sheriff. He's hungry and he's big as hell. And cut him a slice. Of what? Of what? Lemon pound cake.
This officer said the trolling about lemon pound cake got so bad that people were sending him hundreds of lemon pound cakes. This officer was big mad because everybody was asking him if his wife was cheating on him with Afroman and if she had a baby by Afroman. And this officer had been with his wife since middle school, so you already know he did not take too kindly to that. But this is also the same officer who allegedly on camera flips the bird at Afroman security cameras. If you look here, take a screenshot and zoom in if you can. It does appear to me like the officer's middle finger is up if you look through the window of the shield. Now the officer had all types of excuses talking about, no, you just don't understand how holding a shield works. You know, the checkings and the savings, and then the savings and the check, you got to transfer, you know. Long story short, the officer was saying he was not flipping the bird. I guess that's up to the jury to decide. Oh, and did I mention this is the same officer who gave the instruction to disconnect the security cameras in Afroman's house? It's looking a little spooky, my boy. I also wanted to mention that a common thing each of these police officers has explained is that the entire town was joining in on the jokes made by Afroman. Townspeople started selling merch with the officers' faces in the local smoke shop. People were calling dispatch, asking, where is Afroman's money? Why did y'all steal it? Why did y'all destroy his property? All of that. And my working theory is this: if y'all had a positive reputation in the community, if people knew y'all as good, upstanding people, the rest of the townspeople probably would not have been so quick to hop on a bandwagon and put their feet on your necks. But if this law enforcement department has been wreaking havoc on the good people of Ohio, the people probably saw an opportunity to peacefully get their lick back, and they took it. Next up, I'll cover Afroman's testimony because, oh yes, he took the stand, and day 3 of the trial, including closing arguments. Don't forget to like and follow for more trial updates.
This is so good, okay? Dude, this shit is fucking brilliant, alright? This shit is so good. Where the fuck is it?
What they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office?
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday?
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes.
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
Yes.
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
Yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So you saw all that.
Let's talk. I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators, bro. Holy crap, dude. This is wild.
She was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that. But you're still posting stuff about it.
Yeah, because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming in my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they had did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what they did.
Dude, the way he answers every question is fucking brilliant, bro. It's fucking brilliant every time. Ah, shit.
You really don't know her. I noticed her voice is a few octaves lower. She's not too ugly.
They said that the officer broke down crying while watching the video. This is it.
She's not too fine, but she's might look about something that's bigger than mine. Let her love, Lisa, let her Lisa, she raided my house. She disconnected my camera. Then she went down on my spouse. I just don't know what I'm gonna do. Y'all keep on laughing. She gonna eat your wife's food.
He's sitting there like mouthing the words and shit to the song, dude.
Wait a minute. What the fuck? Oh, this. I did a show one night, and this girl said, "Hey, Afroman, I want to give you some sisters."
Randy Walters is the son of a bitch. Yeah, that's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich.
You're claiming that is the defamation statement, is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's.
Wouldn't that be defamation of your wife, not you? Shouldn't your wife be suing? Sounds like she's not suing, so sounds like she doesn't mind people thinking she had sex with Afroman. Sounds like she's all right. Sounds like she's not too upset with this. She's the one who would be defamed in this, not him.
Caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Bitch before, correct?
I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? If it's a defamation case, how the fuck do you make the argument that it's defamation if you don't know if it's true or not? How can you say you don't know? He just said we all know it's not true, right? I don't know.
Not published, but yes.
Randy Walters is the son of a bitch.
You really don't know her. I noticed her voice is a few octaves lower.
Yeah! We did it, America! Yeah! We did.
Freedom of speech. I should be allowed to sing about my life. And police officers that violate my home, steal my money, should not be allowed to sue me.
In August of 2022, Adams County deputies raided the home of Joseph Foreman, better known as the rapper Afroman. They had a search warrant tied to an investigation into possible drugs and kidnapping victims.
They didn't charge me for any crimes. They didn't find no large amounts of marijuana or whatever narcotic they were saying. They didn't find any kidnapping victims.
Afroman was never charged with a crime after the raid. Deputies seized thousands of dollars in cash that was later returned, but Afroman says about $400 was never recovered. The raid also left damage throughout his home, and he says the department told him it was not responsible for paying for the repairs.
The guy started laughing and waddling his head. He goes, "We're not required to do that." And they were unapologetic.
Afroman used his own security footage from the raids in a music video to make money to pay for the damages sustained to his home.
I got freedom of speech, and then I used my personal life to write my music. I was going to clean my room, but then I got, "Will you help me repair my gate? Will you help me repair my door?" I'm singing about what actually happened to me.
Deputies who appear in the video are now suing the rapper for the damages caused by their faces being in the videos.
Hey, we raid your house, we steal your money, we disconnect your cameras. Now we need to sue you for saying something about it.
Afroman filed a countersuit for the damages to his home and Judge Jonathan Hines dismissed those charges in February.
They dismissed all of my claims with the click of a mouse in some little office somewhere without a hearing.
Afroman believes this lawsuit violates his free speech rights as an American and as a working artist in the United States.
As a working rapper that raps for a living and pays taxes to America with rap money, I need raw materials. Raw materials is my life experience. I should have freedom of speech. I should be allowed to.
Dude, this shit is gold. This shit is gold, bro. This is fucking gold, bro.
Called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You
You
were
received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the context.
He's called Officer Pound Cake by tons of people, and he keeps receiving lemon pound cakes sent to him from other people. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. This is too good, bro. This is too fucking good, dude.
Text of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but you'd have to ask him that.
I don't know where he thought of it. I don't know where he thought of that name. I don't know why he started calling me Officer Pound Cake. I have no idea where that name comes from. I have no idea. He's totally unaware.
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door.
It's so good, dude, because instead of them just playing the security footage of where it happened, they play the song with the security footage in it. So fucking
You would admit that you with the glasses walking by a lemon pound cake on the counter?
Yes.
And that is security footage from the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
I assume, yes.
But there's no question that you during the search?
Yes.
There is question? Or there's
No, that was me, yes. Absolutely.
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break. They found no kidnapping victims, just some living pound cake. Mama's living.
Says him, where he stops and looks at a pound cake on the fucking table.
It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice.
Ah, it's so good. Officer Pound Cake. Pound Cake.
He wanna put down his line. Lemon pound cake, trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake, he's a family guy. Lemon pound cake, crunchies because he got hot. Lemon pound cake, pound cake.
So
He's
good.
a Adams County Sheriff. He's hungry and he's big as hell. He was sniffing for weed.
They're playing these songs in court, bro. It's so good, dude. What song is the original melody? It's she was having some fun under the boardwalk. There's sun under the boardwalk.
Lemon pound cake, trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake, he's a family guy. Lemon pound cake, munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake, he sees my cake and my porno mag call boom boom. Something happened to his camera on the way. into the evidence room. Mama's living pound cake.
You were called Officer Pound Cake?
Bro, this is all such fucking gold, dude. This is gold, bro. Ah, this is so good. Officers questioned about how Afroman's statements are defamatory against him.
Can you tell me what fact about you that receding hairline or dipshit refers to, please?
I'm sorry.
Bro, this lawyer is fucking gold, dude. This lawyer is fucking gold, bro. I love this guy. I fucking love this guy. Can you tell me what characteristic dipshit refers to? So good. This is so fucking good, dude.
What private fact of yours does that refer to?
I mean, there's a picture of me, and see here, talking about see, I wouldn't trust him with methamphetamine crack ass alone in my house.
So
I find
Oh, it's so fucking good, dude. It's so fucking
And
good,
when they call
bro.
you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion?
I'd say that would be an opinion.
Okay. Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Nah, she's been dead for years.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, dude! Oh no! Oh no! Oh! They asked him, they said, they called you a son of a bitch, right? And he said, this is an opinion, right? And he said, I guess. And he said, because there's no way that we could prove whether or not you're a son of a bitch, right? And he said, I mean, she's been dead for years. So I guess, yeah, now that your mom's dead, there's no way we can prove she's a bitch. So there's no way we can prove you're a son of a bitch. Damn. That is fucking rough.
Can you tell me what fact? I'm sorry. I am sorry about your mother on that. I am.
About your mother?
Call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion?
I'd say that would be an opinion.
Okay. Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Nah, she's been dead for years.
I'm sorry.
The lawyer starts laughing, dude. This guy is dead fucking serious. He's dead serious, and the lawyer starts laughing when he says his mom is dead. Oh no, dude. Oh, this is too fucking much, bro.
They call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion?
I'd say that would be an opinion.
Okay. Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Nah, she's been dead for years.
I'm sorry. I am sorry about your mother on that. I am. But You would agree, though, that when someone calls someone a son of a bitch, it's not necessarily a statement of fact. It's more a statement of opinion or a description of a person.
Sure.
Okay. The same thing with being called, I think it's Gomer Pyle.
Yes.
Okay. No one would think you're Gomer Pyle from the movie?
Obviously, that's a character in a movie.
Yeah. But you're not that person?
No.
This may sound stupid, but you've been a law enforcement officer for a long time, correct?
Yes.
You've been called many derogatory names, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Okay, so he's retarded. Okay. I got it.
You've been called a son of a bitch before, correct?
Not published, but yes.
Okay. You've been called other things even worse, correct?
I'm sure over the years I've been called many things.
It would be fair to say that during those years people probably said bad things about you and your family also.
You know, I honestly can't remember bad things being said to my family, but I can remember bad things being done to them.
Do you believe everything you read on the internet?
No.
Do you believe everything you read in the newspaper?
No.
You probably tell your kids, don't believe everything you hear, right?
Especially now.
And when they call you a son of a bitch?
Especially now.
Can you tell me what fact about you that receding hairline or dipshit refers to, please?
I'm sorry?
What private fact of yours does that refer to?
I mean, there's a picture of me, and see here, talking about see, I wouldn't trust him with methamphetamine crack ass alone in my house.
So
I find that pretty insulting.
So that statement is what you're suing on?
Well, no. I told you this is one of many.
Well, and that's why we're trying to find.
You keep trying to make it singular. I'm telling you it's not singular, it's plural.
Okay, and so one of them is dipshit, one is receding hairline,
Yep.
and the other is meth heads.
Yes.
Is there any more?
Well, when he's sitting there making accusations against the organization that I, at that time, was working for, destroying community trust, all based off of a lie, that's what ultimately stopped.
And that's community trust in the Adams County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Let's go back to what was Plaintiff's Exhibit 5.
Okay.
I unfortunately don't do technology very well. But this was Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. You said this was referring to you. Where's your picture of this?
I said, you asked me earlier.
Where's your picture
No,
of this?
no. You asked me earlier.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to answer the question.
Okay.
You can clarify that there's read.
Okay, okay.
Is your picture in this post?
No.
Is that a picture of your father?
Yes.
So this actually pertains more to your father than you?
Correct.
Can you tell me what fact about you that
you have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
I made it.
You are adding them as we speak, good sir.
You got new ones coming all the time.
Not all the time, just here lately.
Because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officers lawsuing me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000. Is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
You think that's a wig? I don't know. Every time I've seen Afroman, he's had a lot of gray in his beard and his afro. And now it's all black. I don't know if he got into the shoe polish, but everything is very black here. Whereas even in some of his videos, He had gray hair.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers.
I haven't looked at it, but that sounds kind of right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Can you tell me what fact?
President Trump claims he talked to a former president.
America won.
In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed.
Let's fucking go, boy.
I didn't win. America won. America still has freedom of speech. It's still for the people, by the people. America won.
Sorry. Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You
You
all-
received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. Is it true that Mr. Foreman called you a hunchback?
Yes.
And specifically compared you to Quasimodo?
Yes.
Can you tell me what fact about you that receding hairline or dipshit refers to, please?
I'm sorry?
So, you were called a couple of names by Mr. Foreman, one of those being, what was it, Beetle Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone believe you're Beetle Bailey?
Probably not. That's a drawn cartoon.
Beetle Bailey is a cartoon that's in the newspaper.
Sure.
Been there for years. Okay. So that would be an exaggeration. Okay. And when they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion?
I'd assume that would be an opinion.
Okay. Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Nah, she's been dead for years.
I'm sorry. I am sorry about your mother on that. I am.
The lawyer laughing, dude. That's so fucked up. Oh, that's so fucked up. Oh, this one. Oh my goodness, this one, dude. Holy shit, this one, bro. Holy shit, this one. If you guys haven't seen this one, holy shit, this one. Like, I saw some of the songs he put out. I thought there's like one claim that might be fucking defamation. There was one claim he made that I thought, okay, this one might be defamation, bro. This one's fucking wild.
That worked in law enforcement?
Yes,
Was he the chief of People's?
he was.
So he's asking about his brother. This guy's got a crazy fucking voice, dude. He sounds like a cartoon character. Or he sounds like one of those smokers with the thing that they have to put on their throat in order to get the sounds to come out. Like, that's what he sounds like. Like, what's the guy's name? Ernest? You guys remember Ernest? Tom, how did this weak case go past preliminary? I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. I don't know. Like, it had to have been a class action suit where they had a ton of them. Where like a ton of, I don't know how the majority of them made it into the case at all. Like, again, this one, I thought this one might actually be defamatory. Like, this one looked bad, but you'll see. But yeah, he's asking about his brother.
Why did he leave?
Why does it matter?
Your Honor, it has been brought up because one of the images has William Newland, and as you read through the post actually talks about Mr. Newland leaving the police department, so therefore I am building a foundation to show the truth of what statements are in there.
Is that the reference to the plaintiff's picture?
It's a reference to one of his exhibits, yes. Give me a second, I'll tell you which exhibit.
As long as it refers to that exhibit, I get where you're going, so you can keep going.
I'll re-ask the question. Why did your brother leave the People's Police Department?
He was charged with some kind of crime through the Adams County Prosecutor's Office. He was subsequently convicted, and he resigned or quit sometime during the process.
And it is a...
He was charged with some sort of crime. Some sort of crime. I don't really know.
Fair statement to say it involved minor children?
I really don't know anything about the investigation.
You don't know anything about your brother's crime he was charged with?
Just what I've seen on Jail Tracker in the past.
So you're not close to your brother?
I'm not, no.
Okay. Are you close to your family then?
Yeah, most of my family.
Then why not your brother who's in law enforcement?
Well, we were both in the Army at the same time, separate parts of the world. We kind of got close again, and then once this, his issues happened, we kind of just drifted apart again.
So you drifted apart once he had a criminal problem?
Correct.
Well, let's talk about that. Has anybody asked you about that prior to 2022 when he was charged?
No.
No one asked you about your brother?
I'm sorry. Like before he was charged and it came out to everybody? No.
So no one asked you about your brother being charged with a crime?
Yeah, after the fact. I've been asked about it.
When was the first time you were asked about it then?
It would,
Yeah, he did. The lawyer did say prior to. I don't know why.
would have been shortly after he was charged or arrested. Okay. It was all a complete surprise to me.
And that was prior to Mr. Foreman's video and post, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So now you've said people have treated you differently since Mr. Foreman's post.
Yes.
So people come and ask you about your brother. Did they treat you differently because of that?
It was just on a smaller scale. I was asked about it, and then that was it. It wasn't shared, and I wasn't put in music videos and everything else because of that reason.
But your brother's criminal charge and everything was in the front page of the local newspaper, correct?
Yeah.
So everybody in Adams County knew that your brother was charged?
Correct.
And so did people treat you differently at that time?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Why didn't they treat you differently?
That'd be a question for them.
Okay. Would it be because they knew you?
Since he said he doesn't know, you shouldn't ask that question. Strike it.
We'll strike the question and move on.
Thank you.
Do you have a brother that worked in law enforcement?
So yeah, when I heard him saying stuff about like the sheriff being a pedophile and shit, I thought, oh no, that one he might actually get fucked for that one. But then I saw that clip, then I realized, oh, okay, maybe not. Wait, what the fuck is this?
Have to carry on with our lives now that we know that
Jeffrey Epstein.
It's Epstein. It's not
Huh?
Epstein. It's Epstein.
What are you doing? It's Epstein. It's a German name.
Epstein. That's how he pronounced it. It's what he would have wanted.
That's what he would have wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you? Well, you're friends with him.
Guys, I can't believe it. The former Prince Andrew has been arrested for his connections to Jeffrey Epstein.
Definitely not Epstein.
Did this guy just said Epstein?
What are you guys filming?
What are you filming?
I'm filming an expose.
I'm doing an expose on
Doing a
Jeffrey
rant about
Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Epstein.
It's Epstein. There's no
Epstein.
There's no
Epstein.
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 Imagine
That's
like,
the name of the German town that the name comes from.
No. If it was just the last bit, forget the Ep, you'd say Stein, wouldn't you? So why now you add the Ep? It's not Epstein.
No, it's how he pronounced it. You pronounce someone's name the way that they pronounce it. Doesn't matter what the origin is.
Some people get their own name. Well, listen. What I want to say also is, Ghislaine Maxwell was behind the whole.
Ghislaine.
Ghislaine.
I was just thinking, dude. I was just thinking while they were doing this. I was thinking, dude, don't get me started on fucking Ghislaine Maxwell's name.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell. Check out this code.
This shit is actually too fly, dog. This shit is actually.
It's a nice coat. I like
Did you guys
that
know
coat.
that Kate Bush wrote Wuthering Heights when she was 19 years old?
No way. 19?
Wow. Yeah. Sorry, Kate Bush.
Kate Bush.
Kate Bush.
Kate Bush.
It's not Bush. It's
Kate Bruce.
We just have to carry.
It starts off at the red carpet. I'm right here, and Quenlin's doing an interview. I walk in. You guys know I've gone out.
Bro. Who the fuck cares about him? Who is she? Sheesh. Who is that?
the protests. I've gotten stun grenades tossed my way. I've spoken in front of massive crowds, sold out rooms, rallies, tens of thousands of people. This was the most nerve-wracking 5-minute sequence in my entire life up until this point. I have never been more nervous in my fucking life. Shouts out to Phineas, who basically saved my life by being there and being like a very famous person that other people wanted to talk to because nobody knows who the fuck I am. I just used them as my island. I'm in the background, you can see in this interview, but basically like
I don't want to know who you are. I want to know who she is.
Beautiful. Yes. Looks so good.
If you had to be in one movie this year, what would it be?
you can tell, right? Like you can tell I'm nervous in the background. No, I didn't get to see Hannah Einbinder. I did talk to her beforehand about like what to expect. Like, look at this. You can see the fear in my eyes, dude. No makeup, no hair.
No makeup. Oh man, I can't imagine going out without makeup on. I would never.
Literally just fucking went in there. I met Hudson Williams, by the way. I met him. I hung out with him a little bit. He was chill. Yeah, also the other thing is like Tiana Taylor was like right before me. So everyone was like going crazy over her, understandably, because she's like a real celebrity. I also chickened out as far as talk.
Wait, is that who the other chick was? Tiana Taylor. No, that's not her. Who is she? I don't know who she is.
Talking to Javier Bardem. That was my biggest L of the fucking night. He was literally standing right next to me for like half the night. I wanted to go up to them and be like, yo, I really love what you guys did. Thank you so much for like hyping up the Cuba flotilla. And I just could not do it. Wagner Mora, yeah. He posted about the flotilla, I think. He posted about like the strangulation of Cuba. I wanted to talk to them and I was so scared. I'm a fucking chud loser, bro. I'm such a chud ass loser. I could not do it. I've never felt nervous. Like I don't fucking feel nervous ever. Okay. I don't feel shy ever. Oh, I saw Quinta. I talked to her briefly. I was like, yo, you were at BuzzFeed with my best friend, Will Neff. And she's like, yeah. And I was like, you should come on the podcast. And she was like, every time I go on a podcast, I get in trouble.
They're just people? Bro. Dua Lipa was there. Dua Lipa was there, dude. Okay.
Yes, Quinta knew who I was as well. And then there are people that know of me that I met. I guess like the only one that was relatively surprising was the Heated Rivalry guy. He knew who I was, and I thought that was cool. Right there at 123 out of 100.
Very rich people. Dua Lipa is not just very rich people, okay?
62, Hassan Piker. I look like I could be like a Japanese high school kid. What about number 20 on the list? Who's number 20 on the list? Dude, I'm telling you, I met her husband. He was chill and I could not talk to her. There was a couple people that I really wanted to talk to. Bella Hadid obviously being one, Dua Lipa being another one. You know, people that have done like
that is not a flattering dress.
Advocacy for Palestine for years and years. And yes, I was too much of a chicken. Okay. Is that what you want to hear? I literally stood next to most of these people and I did not fucking talk to them. I am too afraid. It starts off at the red.
It makes her shoulders looks like she's a fucking linebacker. Oh, we already saw this. Okay.
Freedom of speech! Right on! Right on! Yeah! God bless America! Yeah! Power to the people! Yeah! 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 Yeah!
He's got all these old white ladies behind him, dude. It's so cute. It's so cute. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. If you want to donate, use the tips link in the description. If you're on the vertical chat, go to the main channel, click on that, scroll down to the tip, the channel part on Stream Elements. That makes it to where I get 100% of the tip instead of only 1/3, or sorry, 2/3 from YouTube. Or it also makes it to where I get the money immediately instead of having to wait 2 months.
Rand Paul is a snake. Some people just need a good punch in the face, and members of Congress are legally allowed to shoot each other. Those are all positions that Trump's pick to head Homeland Security just endorsed, whether explicitly or implicitly under oath. Because today was the Senate's confirmation hearing for Mark Wayne Mullen, a lawmaker representing Oklahoma who's supposed to replace the outgoing DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Already, on paper, he's kind of a strange pick, but he's got no bachelor's degree. He was a mixed martial arts fighter and the owner of a plumbing company before coming to Congress. Even there, he's never held a prominent party leadership role. He's never served on any congressional committees related to Homeland Security or immigration, and he has no law enforcement experience. But of course, what we've seen with Trump time and time again is that, these kinds of things like experience and qualifications and competence, they're not really the top consideration. What gets you promoted in Trump's America is loyalty, fealty, and unconditional subservience. So Trump, he's essentially going from someone who used to shoot dogs to just having a dog. With Mullen constantly being on TV, defending Trump, he's also been, one of Trump's closest allies for a while, and in his words, a personal friend in the Senate. Even today, he was literally brought to tears just talking about how the president supported him after his son suffered a brain injury.
For the next 15 minutes, he did nothing but love on my son. That, dang it, I hate getting emotional. See, if I talk about my kids, I get emotional. Other than that, you can't make me cry.
Mullen also voted to overturn the 2020 election results, and he's been a staunch defender of Trump's mass deportation policy. Plus, he's got a real knack for that kind of distinctively Trumpian brand of political showmanship. I mean, he wears a cowboy hat on the Senate floor. And in fact, I don't know if you remember this, he's the one who almost brawled with the Teamsters Union president during a Senate hearing. Bernie Sanders had to chime in like, chill the fuck out.
In fact, you tweeted at me,
This is so
quit
funny.
the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me, any place, anytime, cowboy.
He's so weird.
Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your
Sorry.
solution every poll?
No, sit down. Sit
What a
down.
fucking loser.
You're a United
What a
States
fucking
Senator.
loser.
Sit active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
So when he took to the floor for today's hearing, his attitude
What
toward
a
violence
fucking
it was a big
weirdo,
point
bro.
of concern, especially since he's nominated to head federal law enforcement. For Rand Paul, who chairs the Homeland Security Committee, it was very personal. He was assaulted back in 2017 by his neighbor.
Yes, that is the guy that Donald Trump picked to replace Kristi Noem. So after he picked a fucking clown to run his DHS department, he decided to get rid of her and replace her with another fucking clown. It's so embarrassing, dude. It's so embarrassing. And it's kind of a waste, it's a little upsetting that they went and spent $220 million on Kristi Noem being the head of the DHS. That's more than most fucking major Hollywood productions spend on a single movie. $220 million, that's like Lord of the Rings fucking budget, dude. And now she's not even there anymore. It feels like a waste. Why did you just spend taxpayer money on fucking commercials that cost the amount of Lord of the Rings, and then she didn't even stick around for 2 years. Didn't even make it a year and a half. Barely made it a year. 220 million. I want my money back.
Who tackled him, put him in the hospital, and so today he confronted Mullen about his comments on that incident.
You decided to transfer the...
Has there been a time when the Senate refused a presidential appointee? Yeah, numerous times. It's having a bunch. Who is she? It's having a bunch. One of the more recent ones was Matt Gaetz, who he was picked by Trump to I think it was to be I think he was supposed to be the attorney general, right? And then Pam Bondi took his spot. I think he was supposed to be attorney general, if I remember correctly. I think it was Matt Gaetz was initially supposed to be the attorney general, and then the like entirety of the Senate was like, no way, dude. Like Republicans, everybody was like, no shot, bro. Like absolutely no shot. No, he denied it, I thought. No, the Senate said they were not going to do it. He might have played it off and pretended like he denied it, but no, the Senate straight up said that they weren't going to do it. Like when Trump asked him to do it, yeah, he accepted the nomination. Now they never even got to the vote. That's how fucked up it was. Like they never even got to the vote. They like everybody, I'm telling you, Republicans, Democrats, everybody was like, no shot. Absolutely no shot. Yeah, he played it off like he denied it. Well, now, doesn't he work for like Newsmax now or some shit like that? He works for like one of those like really fucking embarrassing MAGA orgs now.
The blame. You told the media that I was a freaking
I'm not able to give specific people memberships. I wish I could.
snake, and that you completely understood why I had been assaulted. I just wonder if someone who applauds violence against their political opponents is the right person to lead an agency that has struggled to accept limits to the proper use of force. Explain to the American.
Oh my goodness! Wait, did he really
about his
say
comments on that incident?
You decided to transfer the blame. You told the media that I was a freaking snake, and that you completely understood why I had been assaulted. I just wonder if someone who applauds violence against their political opponents is the right person to lead an agency that has struggled to accept limits to the proper use of force. Explain to the American public how a man who has no regrets about brawling in a Senate committee can set a proper example for over 250,000 men and women who work at the Department of Homeland Security.
According to Nick Fuentes, again, I don't know if this is true, but according to Nick Fuentes, he says that he has inside sources who say that the Trump administration is done with deportations. They're done. Like, the rest of the deportations are just going to be going after anybody who's on a visa or a green card or anything like that that commits a felony or something like that that's worth kicking them out over. But that the mass deportation plan is done with. It's over.
And you had Mullen then going, yeah, that's what I said.
I simply addressed that I said I could understand because of the behavior you were having, that I could understand why the neighbor did what he did.
And then as for the freaking snake comment,
I work around this room to try to fix problems. I've worked with many people in this room. Seems like you fight Republicans more than you work with us.
But then despite that, he stressed that he has a job to do and partisan bickering won't get in his way.
I can set it aside if you're willing to set it aside. Let me earn your respect. Let me earn the job.
But then Rand Paul, he just wasn't having it.
You said a few minutes ago, we can just set it aside. Well, political differences we can, but when you say that you agree with
yeah, this isn't about like your personal beef. Like when he's bringing this up, he's not bringing up a personal beef he has with you. He's bringing up your ability to do the job. And he made it very clear when he said it too. He made it very clear that he's saying you're somebody who's supposed to be the head of the DHS and you don't seem to understand when it's okay to use violence and when it's not okay. So there's no way that you could be the head of the Department of Homeland Security and have absolutely no idea when it's okay to use violence. And this is one of the reasons that Kristi Noem is being replaced. This is one of the reasons Kristi Noem is being replaced, is because she had too many issues with violence during her tenure. And so they had to get rid of her and put somebody else in place. And if you're going to replace her with some other fucking chud who has, again, absolutely no idea when it is or isn't okay to use violence in these scenarios, you just shouldn't be running the Department of Homeland Security. This is not a job for you.
A felon, a Trump-hating felon who attacked me, somehow you think I'm just going to set that aside? Oh, it's no big deal. You know, I lay in pain for 2 months, had 6 ribs broken, 3 of them separated, grinding upon bone for months, had part of my lung removed, and you think that's great and to be extolled.
And then Rand just held Mullen's feet to the fire, first playing the clip that I showed you, the near brawl with the Teamsters boss, and then playing other clips where Mullen displays a penchant for violence.
If he got up too, would you have gone at it right there in the hearing room?
I would have probably jumped over the dais at that point. But every now and then you need to get punched in the face.
Well, go back to the 1800s and 1700s. They used to have canings.
And duels. And they used to have duels. Yeah.
Right. And there's a way that men used to settle their differences.
To move from an almost.
And by the way, I'm not afraid of biting. I will.
Yeah, so you're just uncivilized. Like, I agree that it's true that there are times where people need to learn, like, a lesson. I agree. There's times where it's okay to punch people in the face. I literally had a debate with Chud Logic a long time ago over the fact that I said that sometimes people deserve to get punched in the face. Like, that is a thing that is okay sometimes. Because Destiny and Chud Logic kept running around saying that it's never okay to get in a fight over words. It's never okay to hit somebody over words. And I was like, sometimes people deserve to get punched in the face, bro. Like, sometimes people should get punched in the fucking face. I'm sorry. Like, it just is what it is. Sometimes people need a good fucking beatdown. It's a easy way to learn a lesson. Does that make it, like, legal? No. Does that make it, like, morally okay? But, like, sometimes people deserve it. Sometimes it is a thing that is deserved. But outside of that, this guy's a fucking maniac.
Biting?
I'll bite 100%. Yeah, I'm in a fight. I'm going to bite. I'll do anything. I mean, I'm not above it.
Right, and then this is where shit gets crazy, because when Paul asked him about that caning and dueling clip in particular, Mullen replied,
What I was simply pointing out is some of the rules that still apply to this body. For instance, dueling with 2 consenting adults is still there. I was pointing out what is still
illegal for 170 years. There's no precedent for legal dueling. Even then, they fled the country.
And then after that, the committee stopped Democrat Gary Peters.
Wait, did he just say that he thinks that that's currently legal? Is that what he just said?
Paul asked him about that caning and dueling clip in particular. Mullen replied,
What I was simply pointing out is some of the rules that still apply to this body.
Some of the rules that still apply to this body. He thinks it's currently legal for 2 congressmen to go out and duel? Isn't that how what's his name died? Who's the guy that, like, the rap, the like hip hop play was made out of after? I'm blanking on his name. Hamlet? No. That's not it. Hamilton. Not Hamlet. Hamilton. Yeah, isn't that how Hamilton died? Was from a duel? Was like another senator. The only rap white people know? I'm sorry, bro. Have you ever seen a Kanye West concert?
For instance, dueling with 2 consenting adults is still there. I was pointing out what is still
illegal for 170 years. There's no precedent for legal dueling. Even then, they fled the country.
And then after that, the committee stopped Democrat Gary Peters, got him to concede on at least one of the shootings by federal agents.
You, sir, you called Alex Preddy, quote, a deranged individual that came
and to cause max damage.
Like I said, there's sometimes going to make a mistake, and I own it. That one, I went out there too fast. I was responding immediately without the facts. That's my fault. That won't happen as Secretary.
But then, when it came to Renee Good, he said that he doesn't regret calling her shooting justified.
It's very clear that an officer had to make a split decision in that case as the car was running towards him and did strike him.
And then the rest of it was pretty much senator after senator throwing hardball questions at him, and his answers really weren't always reassuring.
If directed by the president to take an action that would break the law, would you follow the law or follow the president's direction?
The president would never ask me to do that.
If confirmed, will you commit to me and the chair and ranking member of this committee and the American people that ICE will no longer instruct agents to break into people's homes without a judicial warrant?
Sir, you're using the word break into people's houses very loosely. However, I have made it very clear to the staff.
It's not loosely. It's without a fucking warrant. If you don't have a warrant, you're breaking into their house. What are you talking about?
And I think when you and I spoke, that judicial warrants will be used to go into houses, into place of businesses, unless we're pursuing someone that enters in that place.
And you wouldn't attempt to eliminate FEMA?
As I said, I think it needs to be restructured, not eliminated.
Also a fun one as always, he refused to admit that Trump lost the 2020 election, and then he gave this answer about future elections.
If you are Secretary of Homeland Security, do you feel you have the authority to put uniformed officers at polling locations in 2026?
The only reason why my officers would be there if there was a specific threat for them to be there, not for intimidation.
Now with all this, if he does get confirmed, and it does look like he has pretty solid support, he is going to have a hell of a mess to try to clean up over at DHS. Where for one thing, the reputation it has, kind of in a dumpster fire, and he says that one of his main goals is to restore the public's trust. Also, thanks to the partial shutdown, funding lapsed over a month ago, and you have Democrats saying that they're not going to pass more spending until they get some concessions on stuff like masks and body cameras. Democrats have also offered solutions where the rest of the government would be funded, right? So you don't have issues like with the TSA, while the debate and negotiations around things around ICE get handled. And then, right, there's all the chaos around DHS contracts that are piling up on Noem's desk because she was requiring that everything above $100,000 get her personal approval. So there, when asked whether he would revoke that policy, you had Mullen saying yes.
Absolutely. That's called micromanaging.
And among the troubles that Markwayne Mullen is inheriting with DHS is its flop of a self-deportation program. Because the Trump administration spent nearly $1 billion on this self-deportation program, claimed that 2.2 million people used it, and then leaked documents showed that the real number is about 72,000. And more than half of those were already in ICE detention, and they really didn't have a choice. So let's talk about Project Homecoming and what $1 billion actually bought. Because last May, the Trump administration launched this program called Project Homecoming, offering undocumented immigrants a free flight to their home country and a cash stipend to leave voluntarily. The stipend started at $1,000 and it was recently bumped up to $2,600. They even had an app called CBP Home, ran millions of dollars in ad campaigns and a full social media blitz. And the total cost? Nearly $1 billion. And since launching, the administration, they've released almost no data on whether it's actually working. The closest thing we got was outgoing DHS Secretary Kristi Noem saying back in January that 2.2 million undocumented immigrants had chosen to self-deport. But we really don't know where that number came from. We do know that it includes a ton of people who never interacted with Project Homecoming at all. And DHS basically confirmed that, saying that those who use the app and the program are but a fraction of the total, and that the bigger number reflects people leaving because they know President Trump is enforcing our immigration laws. And it wasn't until December when sworn statements were filed in court that we got any on-record details, with an executive from Salas Worldwide Solutions, the company holding the contract to run Project Homecoming, saying that the government had authorized nearly 35,000 stipends, so only about half of what had been completed at the time. And then you would CNN reviewing newly leaked internal DHS documents showing that the number had since risen to 72,000, which if you want the number to be higher, you're supporting this program, it sounds good until you learn that more than half of those were already in ICE detention when they signed up. Right? You had David Beer, the director of immigration studies at the Cato Institute, putting it this way, saying they're trying to claim credit for those people who are leaving, but it's not obvious to me that those people would have stayed in the absence of this financial incentive. And adding every year, hundreds of thousands of people leave the United States on their own, voluntarily, for various reasons. Before this app, there was a zero cost to the government, right? And for the people in ICE detention, voluntarily, as a word, that's doing a lot of heavy lifting. And there you had a North Carolina immigration attorney explaining they're having to choose between a prolonged detention and spending a lot of money to fight their case, or take voluntary departure, get money for leaving, and potentially not to have to pay for their flight home. And then looking around for specific situations, you see see what happened with Lizette, who self-deported to Honduras back in May after her husband was detained and deported, with her saying that the separation was more than she could handle, and so she took a federal immigration officer's suggestion to use the app and leave. And that, as you have experts and attorneys concerned that many of the people being funneled into this program don't actually fully understand the consequences, including years-long bans on re-entering the United States. Right? And as far as why this matters, I mean, there's a few things here. You had the White House really not commenting on any of this, which is not surprising given how Trump feels about leaks. Right? And I think it's important we talk about this for two reasons. One, in the year of our Lord 2026, fewer and fewer people are starting from the base core reality, right? We're not all living in the same world. So we need to talk about what is actually happening and get the truth out there, because especially because you have the administration trying to describe this self-deportation thing as a success story. And then secondly, when people are being terrorized or your tax dollars are being used for something, you should care about what is actually happening. Right? Not only is this a $1 billion pressure campaign dressed up as a voluntary.
I feel like this is going to be an ad for that news website where you get stuff from both sides and it'll give you like a bias meter and all of that. I forget what it's called. I think it starts with a B, but I feel like it's going to be an ad.
Program that is also actually a bust. It is $1 billion of your dollars doing all these things. And so then with all that, one of the final questions is what the new DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin's going to do with it. Do they continue saying it's a success even though it doesn't actually look that way? Do they make the stipend go up? Does the program quietly disappear while the war dominates the news cycle? Or, does someone in this administration actually have to answer for what $1 billion taxpayer dollars bought, or I guess didn't buy? And then there's more that we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me take a minute to thank a sponsor and say, you know something I love? Having fun at night, but you know what I hate is the morning cheating at 5 at 4 are 50 to the world, and they are continuing to sow death and can be very grateful. But then diving right back into the news, Israel took out another one of Iran's highest ranking officials. They also allegedly struck the largest natural gas field in the world, and they are continuing to sow death and destruction in Lebanon. Right, but let's start with this latest assassination, which targeted Iran's intelligence minister, a person that the Israeli military claimed oversaw surveillance, espionage, and the execution of covert operations worldwide, particularly against the state of Israel and Iranian citizens. With Israel's defense minister saying in a statement afterward, the intensity of the strikes in Iran is reaching a new level. Israel's policy is clear and unequivocal. No one in Iran has immunity and everyone is a target. I guess also with that, we have to mention that the civilian death toll in the country, according to Iran, is at least 1,348, although that number is now several days old, and Israel's been hunting down leaders of the regime one by one. Right, today's announcement actually came a day after Israel said that it killed Iran's national security chief, who had been serving as the de facto leader of the country since the war began, as well as the commander of the powerful Basij militia. And actually with that, early this morning, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said that they had successfully struck Israel in retaliation for the latest assassination, with the Israeli Emergency Service reporting that an Iranian missile had killed 2 people outside of Tel Aviv and injured at least 1 other, bringing the overall death toll in Israel to 14, according to Israeli authorities. Officials also revealed today that missile strikes had hit a major railway station in the country's main international airport. And then outside of Israel, Iranian strikes have also kept up across the region, with several Gulf nations, including Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, all saying that they were intercepting missiles and drones today. And at one point, even Iran.
Oh, dude. Sorry for those of you who are just listening. I know you're not watching, but I just got totally fucking owned in the game. I just got completely fucking owned in this game. Sheesh, bro.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards warning people to stay away from major oil and gas facilities in several of these countries, claiming that they would be targeting in the coming hours. And that coming after what Iranian state media said were Israeli airstrikes that hit what is by far the largest offshore natural gas field in the world. And actually, to give you kind of an idea of what we're talking about, this place, it reportedly holds enough to supply the world's needs for about 13 years. The world. And it accounts for roughly 70 to 75% of Iran's natural gas production, which is almost entirely for domestic use, including heat, hot water, and cooking by most Iranians. Although actually, that's just the Iranian portion, because these reserves are shared with Qatar, who also blamed Israel for the strikes, and you had a spokesperson warning that targeting shared energy infrastructure was a dangerous and irresponsible step that could threaten global energy security. And on that note, the impact, it was almost immediate. International oil prices leapt to around $108 a barrel, up from $103 earlier this morning. And that's as, despite Trump's downplaying of the economic impact this war might have in the US, we're continuing to see exactly that, with the national average price of regular gas reaching $3.84 a gallon today, up 29% since the war began. And of course, that's the average. Like, we're seeing other other numbers that are way worse in certain parts of the country. And despite Trump's claims that everything's under control, the Strait of Hormuz remains on lockdown, at least to anyone Iran wants. Because while most shipping traffic through the strait has been stopped since the war began, with nearly 20 vessels getting attacked in the area, about 90 ships have actually made their way through, with Iran managing to export well above 16 million barrels of oil since the beginning of March, as some ships linked to other countries are allowed to pass at times. And yesterday, you had Iran's Speaker of Parliament claiming that the strait won't ever return to its pre-war status. And you had the country's foreign minister doubling down on that today, arguing that after the war comes to an end, countries in the Gulf, they should draft a new protocol for the Strait of Hormuz. And the aim there being to ensure that safe passage through the waterway is carried out under certain conditions aligned with Iranian and regional interests. And so it might be just getting more and more urgent for Trump to show that there is something that he can do. Although notably, recent reporting from Notice showed that his administration might be lacking the expertise to give him good advice, not to say that he would even listen to it. Or with the outlets.
Yeah, it sounds like either, again, nobody in his intelligence told him that the Strait of Hormuz was likely going to get shut down, when again, every single YouTuber happened to know this and was talking about it. Everybody on Twitter happened to know this and was talking about it from the day one when the bombing initially started. Everybody was talking about whether or not the Strait of Hormuz was going to get cut off. And then Donald Trump today, or over the last couple of days, has been saying that he didn't know that the Strait of Hormuz was going to get shut down, and that all of the experts said that it wasn't going to, that this wasn't even a possibility. So then in the hearings that we watched earlier with Tulsi Gabbard, she said that they knew that this was a possibility, and then every time they asked, did you tell Donald Trump this, she would say things like, Donald Trump is given the information that we have, or things like that. But she would normally say, like, oh, I'm not going to tell you what it is that I did or didn't say to Donald Trump in intelligence meetings. But like, it's pretty obvious that they told him, and he's just lying now and saying that he didn't think this would happen because he's trying to cope about the fact that gas prices are so high. He promised over and over that he was going to keep gas prices low, and now he has just made a ridiculous decision that is not going to benefit Americans at all and is only going to hurt them by raising gas prices. He was the guy who was supposed to be, he was supposed to keep the gas prices low. That was his whole thing, is that he's so great at the economy. He's so good at keeping prices low and keeping inflation low. And then here he is with tariffs constantly causing prices to go up, and then gas was the one thing that he could keep bragging about at his last State of the Union address, and now here he is with high gas prices too. So this is fucking ridiculous. I don't know how anybody can still support him. It really breaks your brain. Although I was talking about this earlier, but I didn't really get into it. There's a clip from CNN where, the guy that we watch a lot, where he goes over polling data. He's talking about the fact that 100% of Republicans who identify as MAGA, there is a 100% approval rating for Donald Trump from Republicans who identify as MAGA. And so this is getting posted all over the place on Twitter. People are really like jumping up and down about the fact that 100% of the people who identify as MAGA are think that Donald Trump is doing a great job this term. The thing that really annoys me about this poll is that MAGA is somebody who likes Trump. Like, that's what it means to be MAGA. You're MAGA if you're a Trump follower, if you're a Trump sycophant. Like, that's what makes you MAGA, right? People who identify as MAGA are just telling you they're big Trump fans. So you're kind of begging the question. You're kind of begging the question. It's almost like saying, of people who think Donald Trump's doing a great job, 100% of them think Donald Trump's doing a great job. Like, that's what I feel like the question actually is. Like, of the Republicans who identify as MAGA, 100% of them approve of Donald Trump's job as president. Yeah, that's what it means to be MAGA. Like, no duh. It's so stupid.
speaking to several former employees and officials who said that back in July, that Doge wrecking ball, it took out staff who would have been responsible for gaming out possible scenarios if the Strait of Hormuz was closed. And that's in addition to staffers with close personal relationships at oil and gas companies in the Middle East and experts tasked with maintaining diplomatic contacts at foreign energy bureaus. With the former Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources under Joe Biden saying, "I'm sure Secretary Rubio wishes he had that expertise available today. Most of that institutional knowledge was lost." And also, right, the impact of those cuts, it may extend beyond this specific oil and gas expertise. You have people who quit positions at the National Security Council, the Treasury, and the Department of Energy saying that the usual process of analyzing, reporting, and debating before decisions are made is virtually non-existent now. And with all that, you're seeing things like the editorial board of the Financial Times making a similar point in an opinion that was published today, claiming that Trump has undermined the U.S. national security apparatus, arguing that Trump's emphasis on loyalty over expertise at least partially explains how he started this war against Iran without a clear objective or plan, and he is hampering America's ability to prosecute the war now that it has begun. In that piece, it also pointed to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's push for what he called unapologetic lethality, along with his gutting of a congressionally mandated office meant to help military planners avoid civilian casualties. And all of this, it's raising the question of whether all of this, it could have something to do with what was likely a U.S. missile strike on a girls' school in Iran that killed more than 100 children. But with all that, you actually had Trump today sharing an opinion from a different...
I don't even know if we should say it's likely a U.S. drone strike anymore. I'm pretty sure the Pentagon took responsibility for it and said that it was a U.S. drone strike. Am I wrong? I could have sworn that while Trump was still denying that it was a U.S. drone strike, the Pentagon had already said that it was a U.S. drone strike. Am I wrong here? Yes, and we'll vote for it again in December or September. Yeah, well, that's kind of what it means to be a cult member or a sycophant. Like, that is the way that it works. But of Americans, almost no Americans approve of Donald Trump. Like, of Americans, the numbers are very, very small. Is again record-breaking low approval ratings, but it's even lower once you figure out that MAGA aren't even real Americans. Oh shit! It's a snackening. Oh, it's a snackening. Oh, it's a snackening. Oh.
Editorial board, that of the New York Post, which was titled, "U.S. allies need to get a grip, step up, and help open the Strait of Hormuz." And that's also as he had some words to share himself, writing in another post, "I wonder what would happen if we finished off what's left of the Iranian terror state and let the countries that use it, we don't, be responsible for the so-called strait. That would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast." With that appearing to be kind of just his latest lash out in response to NATO members refusing to participate in a mission to escort commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz while Iranian missiles rain down on them. And with that strategy failing, he's trying other options, right? One, to manage the effects of rising prices. Today, he temporarily waived a century-old shipping law called the Jones Act to lower the cost of transporting oil, gas, and other goods around the U.S. And then, of course, the military is continuing to try and degrade Iran's ability to threaten ships in the Strait, with CENTCOM claiming today that it had successfully employed multiple 5,000-pound deep penetrator munitions on hardened Iranian missile sites along Iran's coastline near the Strait of Hormuz. But still, as of right now, there's no sign that the Strait's opening back up. And it's becoming increasingly clear that the impact, it's not just about rising prices, it's about human lives. With, for example, the United Nations Food Program now saying that because of this war, the number of people going hungry, it may go up by tens of millions worldwide. And that's partly because of the disruption of shipping lanes since the start of the conflicts delaying deliveries of life-saving food aid. But notably, even aid that doesn't have to pass through the Strait of Hormuz is going to be affected. And that's because shipping costs have risen 18% and higher oil prices are driving up the World Food Program's operating costs. Plus, as we've talked about it, in addition to roughly 20% of the world's oil and liquid natural gas, around 1/3 of global seaborne trade in fertilizers is typically passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So along with oil and gas, fertilizer is getting more expensive. And since all three are key agricultural inputs, food is likely going to get more expensive as well. And overall, the World Food Program estimates that if war in the Middle East goes on through, let's say, June, it'll push around 45 million people into acute hunger. With the agency's deputy executive director and operations chief saying this would take global hunger levels to an all-time record, and it's a terrible, terrible prospect. The consequences are falling on the world's most vulnerable people who are already living in dire conditions. And actually with that, I will say, even without the war, the situation was bad, getting worse, and part partly the fault of Donald Trump. But according to the agency, around 319 million people around the world already suffer from acute hunger, which represents a threefold increase in the last 5 years. But also because the US and several other major donors have slashed aid funding, the agency has had to reduce rations and cut the number of people receiving food aid. And so kids that might have lived otherwise are literally starving to death, right? And then also on the topic of dying children, we then still have to talk about Lebanon, right? Because the Israeli military has continued to ramp up its attacks on the country, striking Beirut and other major cities, towns, and villages, while Israeli troops continue a ground invasion in the country's south. And of course, with this, you have Israel claiming that it's targeting Hezbollah. But now many strikes have hit central and eastern Beirut, away from where Hezbollah is generally based, adding to fears that the areas once considered safe just aren't anymore. And so in one neighborhood in central Beirut, for example, the Israeli military issued an evacuation warning for a building that it said was being used by Hezbollah. And as residents fled the area during the morning call to prayer, a missile hit the building and brought it to the ground. And that's notable because while Israeli airstrikes have targeted some buildings in Beirut over the past 2 weeks, reportedly they haven't collapsed entire buildings until now. And that also as some Israeli strikes have reportedly hit without any warning whatsoever. Or with one unannounced attack, for example, on central areas of Beirut, reportedly killing at least 10 people and injuring 27 others, according to the Lebanese health ministry. And overall, the death toll is now reported to be at least 960, including at least 110 kids. And then you also have the Norwegian Refugee Council reporting today that 1 million people have now been displaced by the fighting, which is about 1/6 of the country's population. And kind of the worst fear is that we have another Gaza on our hands, which it appears to be something that Israel seems absolutely giddy about. In fact, just last week, you had the Israeli army dropping leaflets over Beirut with what was seen as a mocking text saying, "In light of the remarkable success in Gaza, the newspaper, The New Reality, arrives in Lebanon. Where is your country headed?" We also talked about the country's finance minister claiming that one part of the country would soon resemble Khan Yunis, one of the cities almost obliterated by the Israeli military in Gaza. And then you also had a member of the party claiming we must conquer territory in southern Lebanon, destroy the villages there, and annex the territory.
I don't know if like the Israel-Palestine war ever actually turned into like mass starvation. I know that it was projected to, but I don't think it ever actually did. From what I remember, it seemed like all those projections that turned out to be just drastically wrong, even though the conditions didn't change and reportedly only got worse throughout the conflict, that we didn't end up having anywhere near the amount that they projected the deaths were going to be at. I'm pretty sure it just didn't come anywhere close.
Territory to the state of Israel. And that is yet a member of another party there calling for the implementation of a doctrine understood as the strategy of overwhelming, using disproportionate force and the destruction of civilian infrastructure. And while the war is still playing out in real time, the top intelligence officials in the country just sat in front of the Senate and they couldn't, or I guess wouldn't, answer a basic question. Did the president know that striking Iran would shut down the Strait of Hormuz and trigger attacks on our allies? Or because he was either told and then lied about it, or he wasn't told and his own intelligence agencies failed him? Right after 3 hours of testimony, we still don't know which one it's supposed to be because Tulsi Gabbard, she spent most of the hearing insisting that it's not her job to answer. And actually, to kind of set this up for you, you had the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and other top officials testifying before the Senate Intelligence Committee yesterday.
She literally, I mean, if you guys weren't here, she literally at one point said that it's not her job to assess the threat. She literally said that at one point. It's not her job to assess what is or is not a threat. She said that that's the president's job. It is actually insane. Like, the shit that these people say is actually fucking bonkers, dude.
On the war and broader security threats. And this is a hearing that was especially high stakes for Gabbard. She's a longtime anti-interventionalist who has publicly opposed military action in Iran. A year ago, sitting before this same committee, she downplayed Iran's nuclear weapons program, prompting Trump to publicly say she was wrong. And since Trump started this Iran war, she's been almost completely silent. The only time she said anything of substance was after Joe Kent resigned as director of the National Counterterrorism Center, where he said that he couldn't support the war and that Iran didn't pose an imminent threat. With Gabbard issuing a lukewarm statement arguing that Trump has the authority to determine if there is an imminent threat and that he made his determination based on intelligence that her office provided. And a key thing is what she didn't say, right? She didn't say that she personally believed the intelligence showed an imminent threat. And with Kent's resignation, right, becoming this flashpoint, you have some speculating about how long Gabbard lasts in this administration, or at least in this role. Because a big part of Trump's
Wait, what did she say?
A lukewarm statement arguing that Trump has the authority to determine if there is an imminent threat and that he made his determination based on intelligence that her office provided. And the key thing is what she didn't say, right? She didn't say that she personally believed the intelligence showed an imminent threat. And with Kent's resignation, right, becoming this flashpoint, you have some speculating about how long Gabbard lasts in this administration, or at least in this role. Because a big part of Trump 2.0 is you don't get fired, you get kind of just moved around. And actually with all this, one of the things we saw was Ratcliffe pushing.
Yeah, Trump last time, the amount of people that he kept firing, it was seen as weakness from him in his first administration. Because he said going into the administration that he was going to have all the best people, and that this was like part of why you wanted to vote him in as president, was because he was able to get all the best people for the jobs. And then he just kept firing people, like setting record rates of firing. Record rates of people, literally positions that weren't even held by anybody. They just left tons of positions vacant during his presidency for long periods of time. Again, not only setting records in vacant positions, but setting records in how long they were vacant as well. And so it just, the whole thing was something that was heavily used against Trump throughout his first presidency. And so this time, now what he's doing is, instead of firing people now, and instead of having vacancies, he's just moving people around and trading them for somebody else. And so he's just avoiding that criticism by making sure that he doesn't look weak. He didn't choose the wrong person. This person's not fired. No, they didn't do anything wrong. I'm just moving them to a different position. That's all. We're finding somewhere a job that's a little bit better suited for their talents.
Back on Kent's claims directly.
I think Iran has been a constant threat to the United States for an extended period of time and posed an immediate threat at this time.
But I thought the Democrats loved Iran. Democrats are all defending Iran because they love them. Oh, wait.
When asked if an Iranian missile could threaten the U.S. within 6 months, he didn't give a timeline. And Gabbard, meanwhile, she noted in her opening statement that a previous Defense Intelligence Agency report said that Iran couldn't build a viable missile to reach the U.S. before 2035. When Senator Ossoff pressed her on whether the intelligence community assessed an imminent nuclear threat, which is what the White House claimed as justification for the war, she tried to kind of pass the buck.
Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president
here's the problem.
based on a volume
no,
of
it is
information
precisely
that he receives.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing. You're here to be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations.
Exactly what I'm doing.
No, you're evading a question because to provide a candid response to the committee would contradict a statement from the White House.
Also, the other major line of questioning was,
almost every time that I listen to these hearings, I start to feel bad for them at some point, which I did. I felt bad for Tulsi at some point. I felt bad for Radcliffe. I really feel bad for them at points because I feel like Trump is just so fucking stupid that he puts them in the worst positions by just saying the dumbest shit of all time, to where they're just like, they're in an impossible position. Like, they're totally fucked because Trump is so dictatorial with the way that he acts. They know that if they say something that contradicts Trump, they'll get fired, which is not something that Biden would do. It's not something Obama would do, but this is something that Trump does. And then but then Trump goes and says things that makes it to where it's like impossible for them to answer questions, because what are you gonna do? Like, they don't know what they can or can't say anymore because they're just kind of fucked one way or the other. So I feel bad for them for a second, but then I remember, oh yeah, you're like sitting there actively defending like the worst fucking human being in America right now. So yeah, I don't feel bad for them for very long.
Whether the intelligence community warned Trump about what would happen to the Strait of Hormuz and to U.S. allies in the Gulf. Because Trump has publicly said multiple times that nobody predicted Iran would attack its neighbors or shut down the strait. And you had the senators wanting to know, is that true, or did he just ignore what he was told? And you had Senator Wyden going first.
Every problem we're seeing now was not only foreseeable, but was actually predicted by the intelligence agencies. So Director In the lead up to the start of this war 3 weeks ago, did the intelligence agencies stick to their assessment that in response to an attack, the Iranians had the capability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz?
Thank you, Senator Wyden. The intelligence community has continued to provide the president and his team with the intelligence related to this operation in Iran.
With the senator then asking Gabbard if intel agencies assessed that Iran could strike U.S. partners. And then Wyden brought up Trump's own words.
Donald Trump was asked about Iranian strikes on the Gulf states. He said, and I quote, nobody, no, the greatest experts, nobody thought they were going to hit the Gulf states. You all are supposed to be the greatest experts. That's what we have you there for. Director Gabbard, did the intelligence agencies assess that Iran could conduct strikes on our own partners in the region if it was attacked?
The intelligence community has continued to assess the potential threats to the region, the existing threats to the region, and providing those assessments to the policymakers.
You also had Senator Angus King then pressing harder.
Any predictions to the
Chat, you guys got 50 people watching in one stream, and you got 27 likes. Okay? 50 people watching in one stream. You got 27 likes. Take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Okay? It's free. I'm allowing people to hit the thumbs up button for free today, okay? No charge. Then the other chat has 27 people watching, and they have 50 likes. What is happening? What is happening? It's literally, it's opposite world on these. 27 people, 27 concurrent viewers, 47 likes. And the other one, 47 concurrent viewers, 27 likes. This is fucking crazy. This is crazy. Tom, did you notice during the hearing that there was barely any Republican senators? I didn't notice. I only watched the what do you call it? I only watched the highlights of it, so I'm not sure if that was just in the highlights or if that was the case overall. But
president about the Strait of Hormuz? All you got to do is look at a map, and you'll see that the vulnerability of the Strait of Hormuz. Was that part of the briefing, Director Gabbard?
I think the Director Ratcliffe made the point here is that this has long been an assessment of the IC, that Iran would likely hold the Strait of Hormuz as leverage.
And my question is, was that communicated to the president in the
Offers valid for a limited time. Terms and conditions may apply. But then, coming right back into the news, we've got to talk about how left-leaning Democrats got wiped out in the Illinois primaries yesterday. And the money trail, it tells a big part of the story. Right? AIPAC-affiliated groups, crypto PACs, and AI industry donors poured over $32 million into just 4 Chicago House races. And with them winning most of them, there are now real questions about whether these groups are quietly reshaping what the Democratic Party actually looks like. Especially as, among other things, the war in Iran makes their influence more controversial than ever. So Cook County Commissioner Donna Miller, former Representative Melissa Bean, and Lieutenant Governor Julia Stratton all won big yesterday. With Miller beating former Representative Jesse Jackson Jr., who had $1.4 million from a top AI super PAC after receiving nearly $4.5 million from an AIPAC-affiliated group. AIPAC groups also threw $4 million behind Bean. Stratton, backed largely by Governor J.B. Pritzker with $14.4 million from him, beat Representative Robin Kelly. And not only are these not small numbers, they tell a bigger story about who's actually picking the candidates. Right? Bean's ad campaign painted her opponent as a friend of Elon Musk and fossil fuel interests, even though he's a fairly progressive politician. Meanwhile, Bean herself is generally seen as a centrist ex-lawmaker, but heavy ad support from AI and crypto PACs portrayed her as more progressive than she's likely to govern. And in Illinois' 9th district, AIPAC spent most of the race attacking Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss. And because that's not the only person they went after, and because Biss won anyway and their candidate lost, they kind of just pivoted seamlessly, posting on Twitter that they were proud to have helped defeat Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, a fiercely anti-Israel candidate and would-be squad member. And that PR move, it didn't go unnoticed. Right? You had a senior House.
Ooh, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is out. All right then. Interesting. So she's out. That's that.
House Progressive telling Axios, AIPAC wanted Daniel Biss to lose. And adding, it seems their spending harmed their candidate because it's so toxic in this politically active district. And then there's the transparency issue. AIPAC funneled its Illinois spending through new super PACs called Elect Chicago Women and Chicago Progressive Partnership, right? Names that don't exactly scream Israeli lobby. And they only claim credit after the results were in, which is also wild because you had people shouting, hey, that's anti-Semitic, when you had people saying that AIPAC was doing this. But also with all these races, right, the scale is hard to overstate. For Chicago House,
wait, what?
Harmed their candidate because it's so toxic in this politically active district. And then there's the transparency issue. AIPAC funneled its Illinois spending through new super PACs called Elect Chicago Women and Chicago Progressive Partnership, right? Names that don't exactly scream Israeli lobby. And they only claim credit after the results were in, which is also wild because you had people shouting, hey, that's anti-Semitic, when you had people saying that AIPAC was doing this. But also with all these races, right, the scale is hard to overstate. 4 Chicago House candidates saw more than 30.
This is one of the things that I talked about. We had a debate recently where a bunch of people were arguing over whether or not Jasmine Crockett got any money from AIPAC. And I said, in the recent races, it doesn't seem as though she's gotten money directly from AIPAC, but just because it's not actually listed from AIPAC doesn't mean she didn't get money from AIPAC. She may have still gotten money from AIPAC. It's just that it would have gone through a different PAC because currently everybody, like getting money from AIPAC is such a toxic part of your campaign. You look really bad if you get money from AIPAC to where you're more likely to lose than to win. So now AIPAC is using other PACs to funnel their money to these people. And so they're sending it to other smaller PACs or even creating new subsidiary PACs to then give money to the campaign. So then that way it doesn't say AIPAC on it. So yeah.
$32 million in outside spending, led by AIPAC groups at upward of $20 million with crypto and AI PACs filling in the rest. And understand, that's just Illinois. Reports say that AIPAC, the AI industry and the crypto sector, they have collectively had about $340 million to spend on political efforts at the start of this year. And yesterday's primaries, they were just a test run for reshaping the Democratic Party heading into the midterms. And the influence, I mean, it was visible even before the election. You saw some of these candidates openly posting pro-AI and pro-crypto positions, essentially flirting with these industries to attract financial back. And then on the other side of this, the left had a rough night. The Congressional Progressive Caucus landed just one of its 4 endorsed candidates, Biss. Justice Democrats, the group that had success unseating moderate incumbents in the past, they also came up short. And that's being seen as a real blow coming off of the energy that Mamdani's rise in New York and the New Jersey special election, or things that gave a lot of progressives hope that the party was pulling more and more left as the primaries progressed. But after yesterday, you have some saying not so fast and others arguing, you know, you need different kinds of Democrats in different kinds of places. So I would also argue, especially as you look at a lot of these races with just a lot of people, it's a really good argument for ranked choice voting. Right? Whether it's the
I'm sorry, but it's I've been very clear from the beginning, which you guys will notice that none of the progressives are here today. None of them showed up because I have been arguing that the moderates are going to continue winning. They kept saying, "Oh, but Mamdani," and I said, "Mamdani's a fucking mayor, bitch. He's a fucking mayor. Get the fuck out of here. He's not a governor. He's not a congressman. He's not a senator. He's not a president. He's a mayor of one city. You think the mayor of one city, big city, important city, cute, if there's a city to be the mayor of, it would be New York. But it's still mayor. He's still mayor. Bixby owes you $5 because Netanyahu's alive. I told you, dude, they're never going to admit it. I told you they're never going to admit it. And look at this. Look at this, okay? Anytime I make a video on anything, even just tangentially related to Israel, okay? So I have a lot of videos that literally have nothing to do with Israel. Absolutely fucking nothing to do with Israel, okay? But it's about a person who talks about Israel a lot, all right? So like this, where's the video? Here it is, okay? So this is about Anna Kasparian says that a woman stopped her on the street and started yelling at her. And Anna Kasparian just totally lied about it, okay? She just totally lied about it, totally made the shit up. And no, I'm East Coast, Lucy. Anna just completely fucking lied from top to bottom and just made up this whole fucking story. And it was pretty easy to dissect just based on the information that she gave us. Like, we didn't even need the other person's story to realize how much Anna was lying about it, okay? So that's what this whole thing is about. It's about this video. She literally, like, puts out the woman. She doxes her. She shows her face and everything. Like, but that's what the whole video is about, okay? You go to the comments. The comments are, did you get your $7,000? 73 comments, by the way. Okay? Did you get your $7,000? Anna is the best and most honest journalist on the internet. Her credibility is way above and beyond. She has no video. Sorry, she has the video to prove it. There's no way that the middle-aged woman whose labradoodle is not very well trained has any shape, way, or form trained her dog to attack or even growl. It did not happen. I hope this woman comes forward and tells her side of things. This is like the one fucking comment that was like semi-supportive in this comment section, okay? You support the genocide. She is perfectly right, true story or not. Her message on Israel is true. What does that have to do with anything? We're not talking about fucking Israel. Why are you commenting on the video about a dog and how she lied about the dog? Why are you commenting on this video about Israel? Why are you doing that? What does that have to do with anything? You are the liar. This woman stands with truth against evil. We know who this channel is sponsored by. Like, you are a bullshitter. I don't like Anna, but opposition to genocide is the most pathetic thing to attack her on. I reply to all of these people too. You can see I'm replying to all of them. When did I attack her on this? Please tell me when the fuck that happened. Nothing. They never reply. This is from 4 months ago. They never reply. Ever. None of these people ever fucking reply, okay? They never do it. I hope at least they pay you. If you say anything negative about Israel, you could be denaturalized and deported. So please don't pretend like we can say anything about Israel. If we have a platform, we could lose our jobs. Like, what the fuck, dude? I don't know where the shit is coming from. Again, I reply to this one. No reply from them. They don't reply. I think they're bots. Like, I think I'm getting botted. LMAO, your propaganda isn't working and theirs is, but I love watching you and yours cry about it. I said, my propaganda, we're on the same side. I'm just not an idiot. LOL WTF, no response. Come on, buddy. Nobody believes what you're saying anymore. People are losing jobs and getting canceled left and right for calling out Israel. What is this? This has nothing to do with Israel. Why are you talking about fucking Israel? These are bots. These are bots, dude. So many people talk about the fact that there's pro-Israel bots all over the place. Where the fuck are they? Where the fuck are they? Where's the pro-Israel bots? Because all I get are the anti-Israel bots. That's it. That's all I get. That's it. So the most recent video is about Netanyahu being dead, okay? They claim that it's an AI video. It's pretty obviously not AI. They claim that he has 6 fingers. We show he has 5 fingers. It doesn't even look like 6. It's fucking stupid, okay? 17 comments. Thoughts and prayers go to the bombs. Bro, I get the grind, but that's AI. This guy is rage baiting our brains. Don't fall for it. I'd say he's more likely in hiding. 941 conveniently doesn't read the first bullet and just takes AI's word for it. Okay, this one's a real person. They did reply to my comment. Why is everything focusing on the wrong? Everyone focusing on the wrong hand? Yeah. You not about to make it in this YouTube life telling lies and blatantly avoiding what's in your face. AI thumbs down. Like, this is fucking insane, okay? This is insane. So when we go to the actual content for each one of these, all right, let's go to the analytics. Look at this. Average view duration, 2 minutes and 34 fucking seconds. 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Why would it be 2 minutes and 34 seconds? Why? Because it's bots who come to the channel just to auto post a comment and gone. They're there for 2 seconds, they're gone. They don't watch the video. There's nobody watching it long enough to gain an opinion. They're here, they're leaving a comment, they're gone. The rest of the people who do watch the video are the ones who make it to where it's 2 minutes and 34 seconds. But let's see. Likes versus dislikes. I'm at 59% likes. 59% of the people who watched it hit the like button. So they're also thumbs downing it. But then we go to the other videos that are going to fall into the same category. So we'll go to the one about the dog. Four minutes and 52 seconds. This is a video that's an hour and 4 minutes. It's an hour and 4 minutes. And the average watch time is less than 5 minutes? What the fuck? No shot, dude. No fucking way. %59% like. Yes, this is insane, dude. This is look at this video. 36% like. 36% liked. I'm getting botted by anti-Israel bots, dude, all over the fucking place. If I remember correctly, the lady allegedly called Anna a Jew hater, so I do think saying it had nothing to do with Israel is not 100% accurate, but that's just my memory. We're talking about whether or not she lied about the woman, though. Like, we're not talking about whether or not her assessment of Anna Kasparian is correct. We're not talking about whether or not, like, Anna is, like, anti-Semitic or anything. I purposely avoided it in that video because of this shit. Because every time I mentioned Anna Kasparian in a video, I got flooded with these fucking bots. Okay? That one, 34% liked percentage, okay? The videos right before this, we had covered like 5 or 6 videos on Anna Kasparian. So here's another one. Anna Kasparian, Jewish conspiracy theories. Analytics. This one's an hour and 37 minutes, 7.5 minute watch time. This one had 67% liked on it, okay? But my channel average is like 90%. So like for my channel, on average, 90% of people hit the thumbs up, or it's 90% thumbs up, 10% thumbs down. That's my channel average. And then this one's 67%. Okay. Not that bad. 7.5 average minute watch time, okay? Then this one. This one's an hour long, 55 minutes long, 5 minutes and 44-second average watch time. 45% thumbs up. Oh, 90% of who interacts with it? No, 90% of the thumbs are thumbs up. So it's saying thumbs up versus thumbs down. 90. That's why I said 90% thumbs up, 10% thumbs down. So it's just of the thumbs. But yeah, like this is absolutely ridiculous. And I bet you this one has a bunch of comments on it, similar to the others. So like, if I have a video that gets like 1,000 views on it, maybe I get like 20 to 30 comments on it, okay? 20 to 30 comments if I get 1,000 views. This one has 9 comments, but the other ones had like 70. The other ones had like fucking 70 comments on them. This one right here, the most recent video, Netanyahu is dead. This one has 17, and it only has 700 views on it. And then the other one that I showed you, I think it had even less views. Okay, it had about the same amount. 850 views.
Piece of meat.
850 views. 73 fucking comments. Like, about the same amount of views. 73 fucking comments, dude. Like, I'm getting bombarded. And it all happens at once. Like, it all happens at once where all of a sudden I just get a ton of comments from these people. And my average watch time just tanks. I feel like anytime I post anything relatively, like, related to Israel, I get a ton of bots. It's so fucking annoying. And the top comment is, did you get your $7,000? Your channel is different because you mostly get regulars, so you can see much higher. Hold on, we're not talking about how many people who watch the video hit the thumbs up. Not 90% of the people who watch the video hit the thumbs up. I feel like I've explained this like 5 times now, but it's of people who hit the thumbs, who hit a thumb. So again, if 800 people watch, that's not related. It's 10 people hit thumbs up, 10 people hit thumbs down. That's 50-50. Even though 800 people watched, how many people watched is not related. It's of the people who hit a thumbs up or a thumbs down. That's the percentage that it gives you. Like you can see, it's only 16 thumbs ups on this one. But this is the one that had 34%. So it had 34% thumbs ups on it. And so that means that it's like double this. That means it's like 36 thumbs downs. What's your normal ratio? Drastically varies. Drastically varies. So if we look at like live streams, that might be the easiest one to look at. Fuck. Yeah, so this this live stream right now, it's at 31 thumbs ups, 3 thumbs downs. So that's 91%. But my normal ratio, the ratio is again like 90%. That's my channel average is 90%. 90% of the people who hit thumbs up or thumbs down, 90% hit thumbs up. yeah, today this stream is at 91% and 88% or 88.9%. Yesterday's is at 97%. The day before is at 87% and 97%, 93%. This is 85 likes. This one's 29 likes. This one's 57 likes. This one's 36 likes. So yeah, it's kind of all over the place. But yeah, anyways. All right.
Surprise, like in Boca Raton, Florida, of all of a sudden a Dem won by like 1 to 5 votes, though with well under 50% of the votes. There's that. Or BIS beating Abu Ghazaleh, even though they were both well under 50%. But of course, that's just me with my eyes pointed towards the future and not the current situation on the ground, which obviously every candidate is going to have to navigate. But then also with everything we're talking about today, what makes all of this even messier is the war in Iran. AIPAC money that is backing Democratic candidates, it now comes with a war tag attached. And Stratton, the favorite to win her general election, which would actually make her part of the first time 3 black women have served in the Senate simultaneously, she's pro-Israel. Miller opposed U.S. military aid to Israel, but supports a two-state solution. Bean's a returning centrist. And these are the candidates that AIPAC's money helped select. And voters now have to weigh, what that money means for where these people land on the biggest foreign policy crisis in a generation. So you're seeing some Democrats saying things like, it's difficult to trust politicians who take money from weapons manufacturers and AIPAC, all of whom are for this war, and for those politicians to then stand up and say they are against the war. And more progressive Democrats think that the party should be rejecting AIPAC donations entirely to avoid the conflict of interest. Though you then have moderates saying that, you can take the money and then still oppose the war, accusing progressives of manufacturing a conflict for electoral gain. All of this, it's the tension that the Democratic Party is going to have to figure out, and figure it out fast. Because AIPAC and its allies, they have the money to pick winners. They just proved that in Illinois. But that money also comes with strings that are becoming harder and harder to ignore as the war is raging on in the Middle East, and voters are paying closer and closer attention to where their candidates' funding is coming from. Seemingly, the party is supposed to be anti-war.
Did you know the difference in the Iron Dome during the war and before? What difference? What do you mean?
Its donor class is backing pro-Israel candidates, its progressive wings getting outspent, and the infighting over whether to accept AIPAC money is exactly the kind of internal fracture that could cost Democrats seats that they need in November. And the Democrats aren't the only ones split on AIPAC. Right? In his resignation letter from the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent warned against AIPAC's influence on our government, and that was also something that wasn't received well by some on the right, like Ben Shapiro.
The letter is deeply, deeply conspiratorial. It states openly that, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Now, that is conspiracy trash.
Right, and $340 million, it buys a lot of candidates. We are seeing that, but the question that remains is whether it buys a party where voters actually want to show up for. And while time will tell how all this shakes out, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of your Wednesday Philip DeFranco Show dive into the news. Thank you for being a part of another one, and remember, the show doesn't have to end, because you're just a click or tap away from today's brand new episode of Crashing Out with myself and Alex Perlman. Enjoy.
Today we're going to crash out about a lot of different things.
What's the name of the game? I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's a game where like you're 2 people or even sometimes 2 cars and you're chained together. You're chained to each other. You could see the missiles coming down and hitting Israel as opposed to before when you could only see the Israel fireworks shooting at nothing. Wait, that's not true. You and I went over this, bro. You and I went over this. We watched the fucking videos. You could see missiles coming this way and then the thing come into contact with it. You came on. You and I went over the video. We watched it together. Is that what it's called? Chained together?
All of it to the air would be impossible.
Do you think they'll ever fix ping? Like they'll eventually have a breakthrough?
Nope. I don't think so.
One day.
I don't think so. My prediction is that it's there physical limitations.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so one day.
You're such a
Well,
you piss me off.
You're gonna quit.
Why is it not pulling?
It is pulling. It is pulling.
All right, listen. We're gonna 3, 2, 1s on the big ones always.
Okay. Also,
these ones are simple.
Yeah. Also,
we're all just.
Yeah. True. Also, listen. Stand space bar. When you go to the edge, stand space bar. Like stand space bar means you volt.
Gotcha.
Nope.
Oh.
Yeah. See how you yanked us?
Yeah.
Come on, Greek.
Shut up.
Greek.
Okay.
I feel like this has got to be Like, it seems like it would be harder with 3 people, but I bet it's so much easier with 3 people, because sometimes if there's like one person here and then another person jumps up and they miss and they fall, they can drag the second person down. But on this, if 2 people make it up and one person doesn't, they're going to fall and just dangle there, and then the 2 people can move forward and pull them up. This seems like it's actually going to be easier.
What is the trend thing? Okay, it's fine. Let's not try it over here, but we're going to get an example of weapons whenever we have people falling off. It'll pull on you if he falls off. The physics, you know what I mean?
Yes.
If I fall, it'll pull you to the side. You get the counter momentum.
Heard that.
All right, good job. Keep it going. Okay, right side. Yep, that's fine. This is good. Good job. Okay.
What now?
Over here, I don't remember. On the grill.
On the grill? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Keep it going.
Good job.
You guys are doing fantastic.
A lot of skill, but we're doing good. Ready? Go. GG. Good job.
Nice.
3,
Okay, ready?
2, 1, go.
Yeah, I want to play this with Mantis. We'll scream at each other.
Well done.
Don't hit it. Don't hit it.
Fucking send it.
Booyah. Try to go as far as we can. Nice.
Good. That's just skip it. That's just skip it.
The story and gameplay. You play as Cody and May, 2 parents that have decided to divorce. Of course, this upsets their daughter Rose, who creates 2 dolls that the parents magically turn into. And with the guidance of a cheesy love book called Dr. Hakim,
they have to stay together.
I will help you. I want to play this game, but there's another one that I want to play as well, where it almost looks like claymation. It's kind of creepy looking. And or like claymation dolls almost. They look like little kids. One of them's wearing like a cone on his head. You know what I'm talking about?
fix your relationship. You now control Cody and May on this crazy ride. The amount of variation is insane. There are no similar scenarios. Every scene is unique. Whatever happens in the story will be reflected in the gameplay. Let me show you some examples. When Cody and May meet a gang of squirrels in their tree, May finds out that Cody let a nest of wasps move in. Now there are 4
nightmares. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we could play this together.
Peanut, my friend, is tripping balls. Help her.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare! They're in your walls! Run!
Here you go. Peanut, my friend.
I thought I saw him play this before, but maybe not. I could have sworn I saw him and Cloaksy play it one time. In the waiting room? Bro, I don't... fuck. Alright, I left you waiting last time, so I'll do it. But I was going to say, I don't know if I feel like doing this today. Hello?
Yo.
What's up?
All right, so what I'm going to say is I think the recent bombings or missiles from Iran are actual real missiles, and you can see them coming down with streaks and everything and hitting Israel. And I think the Iron Dome is fake. And before, when we were looking at you know, the Iron Dome in working, basically all we saw was like the Iron Dome missiles coming up and exploding in the air, but we never got to see the actual Iran missiles. But now,
That's not
when
true.
we actually see
We went
real
over this last
war,
time. You said this last time. We went over it, and we
no,
could
but
see
now we have
the Iran
context. Now
missiles.
we have a contrast, right? We have a contrast because now we have real missiles coming down and actually hitting Israel.
Hold on, bro.
And,
Listen, hold on,
we
hold
can
on, slow
actually
down,
see
slow
the
down, slow down,
streaks
hold
of
on,
the
hold on.
or the missiles.
Bro, slow down, slow down. You claimed this last time. You came on and said that you couldn't see the missiles. You and
But
I pulled up the
think there's
videos.
more to argue
Hold
now
on,
because now
hold on,
we've
slow
actually
down.
seen-
Stop talking. Stop talking. Holy shit. We went over this last time. You could see the missiles. We did see them. You and I. You admitted that you could see the missiles last time. I don't know why you're coming on here and making the same claim that you couldn't see the missiles. Stop. Don't move on to the you can compare and contrast because there is nothing to contrast if you could see them both times.
I don't know. I think I gave you the benefit of the doubt and I said, oh, well, possibly they could be hitting something, but I don't think we actually saw. See, there's a drastic difference between the footage that we're seeing now with the Iranian missiles coming down, and we're seeing large streaks from the rockets coming down, and that looks like real missiles to me. But before, I don't think so, man. Like it just looks so drastically different that I feel like it's a good thing to look at.
I don't think they look different. It looks exactly the same to me.
Well, have you seen the new stuff? See?
Yes.
Look how long that streak is.
Yes, some of them have long streaks. Some of them they are using like different types of missiles on. Okay, so this one's from 9 months ago. You can see streaks on these as they're dropping. And then you can see these coming up. So what these have is some of them are...
Give me footage from like 10 years ago of the Iron Dome.
No, we're talking about last time we talked about this in June, where you said that we couldn't see the missiles, but we could. Not only could we see the missiles, but a lot of the missiles come with flares to make it to where when the Iron Dome tries to hit it, they shoot flares out so that the Iron Dome only hits the flares and not the actual missiles. So we not only saw missiles, we saw a lot of shit falling.
What is this? When is this?
This is from 9 months ago. 3.3 million views.
I almost feel like that's not long enough ago, though, you know, because maybe...
But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the last time you and I went over this in June.
I want to see the Iranian missiles getting hit. I don't see that.
Okay. So we can see them dropping, right? You see them dropping.
No, those might be from Israel.
And then you see it go. No, the things that are dropping are not from Israel. The things that are going up are the Iron Dome.
Let me look at it for a second. Yeah, I mean, can you play it for a little longer than 2 seconds?
Well, I'm just trying to show you. So this right here is a missile that's coming down. Okay. So this one right here is coming down. And then
no, that's going up.
No, this is coming down.
Play it.
I'll rewind it and I'll drop it again. So, but you can see the streaks coming down behind these as well. And then you can see the Iron Dome firing at those.
Okay, but are there not examples of like literally the Iron Dome going up and hitting nothing? Like this, all right. I mean, all right. Yeah, that definitely hit something.
So yes, there's sometimes you can't see exactly what it's hitting. Sometimes it doesn't hit anything. Sometimes they're being fired and there's nothing for it to hit and then they just explode. That is a thing that they'll do. Like, I don't know what you expected. I don't know if you thought that if there wasn't a missile that it finds, that it just like went into outer space and traveled to the sun or something. But yeah, no, if they don't
that
connect,
looks pretty
they explode.
convincing. The problem is I'm talking about old footage. I'm talking about like 2017 stuff. You know what I mean?
Hold on. Just to be clear, the last time you and I had this conversation again was in June, where you claimed the same thing. We had the same exact conversation where you said that they weren't hitting anything, that they were just going up and exploding. And I'm pretty sure this is the exact video that we watched then as well, showing that they were going up and they were hitting things. So now you're saying, well, now we have something
Can I give you all of that and argue my point, though?
Okay.
I still think they're shooting the sky and pretending Iran's attacking them. And both of those things can exist at the same time.
Okay. So Iran's saying that they're attacking them. Why don't you believe Iran?
Now they are. But what I'm saying is, like, a lot of the time when Israel was saying, "Oh, we're getting attacked by Iran," I don't even think Iran was attacking them. That's my argument.
Like when?
So whether or not the Iron Dome is real, I think Israel faked a lot of those missile attacks, because a lot of the missile attacks that you see, like maybe that one that we just saw was real, but not all of them were. Like I guarantee it.
Like what? Like what? When is a time that they claim to get attacked that you think they weren't actually getting attacked?
I don't know. It had to have been earlier. Like, I mean,
like when?
I don't know. I can't remember. I mean, like, but I've seen a lot of footage, and I've seen a lot of funny shenanigans with that footage where it's like you don't see the streaks coming down. You know what I mean? Which it seems normal to me. Like, if you're seeing streaks coming down, then okay, maybe those are real missiles. But like, dude, a lot of the times you never saw the streaks, you never saw anything coming down. You only saw the stuff coming up and blowing up in the sky. And I think it was just to know what you're talking about.
I need to know,
to rile them up to like be in the war mindset.
Israel has not always claimed that they're being attacked by Iran. Like, the only time that I can think of in recent years that Iran has bombed Israel is June. And then right now, that's it.
I mean, they've used the Iron Dome many times, and they freaked out their own population saying, hey, guys, we're sound the alarm, the alarm started going.
I'm sorry. I would need an example of what you're talking about to be able to engage with this. I would need, to know when you're talking about when you think it's happening.
I thought maybe you could just, like, pull up, I don't know, 2017, 2018, 2019, something like that. Let's look at something like that. What's that?
Hold on.
Why would they fake a rocket attack?
Bomb.
Casual Germ says, why would
hold
they
on, stop. Hold on, chill.
Why wouldn't they?
Hold back. Okay, I typed in, did Iran bomb Israel in 2017? They said, no, Iran did not bomb Israel in 2017. Okay. What years in the last
good idea
10 years did Iran bomb Israel?
I don't know if bomb is the right word.
Last 10 years, 2016 to 2026, Iran has directly attacked Israel with missiles or drones in 2024, 2025, and 2026.
Okay.
So, all right. So let's see when, or I guess 2024. This marks the first.
But a lot of the times they were.
Hold on. 2024. This year marked the first ever direct military assaults from Iranian territory. So 2024, April 13th through the 14th, Iran launched over 300 drones and missiles in retaliation for a strike on its consulate in Syria.
Let's take a look.
Okay, and then October 1st, Iran launched approximately 200 ballistic missiles at Israel's target, including airbase and intelligence headquarters. Okay, so 2024.
Yeah, October 1st sounds fine. I mean, but also maybe I'm thinking Hamas. I don't know. And maybe those are different rockets and they don't show the little streak. I don't know. I like, maybe I'm just ignorant of missiles, you know, but
Yeah, I think you might be thinking of Hamas.
I could be. But also they blame Iran for Hamas, so it's kind of the same thing, right?
No.
In their argument, if they're doing a false flag Iron Dome strike in the air and they're saying it's Hamas, it's basically them blaming Iran because they blame Iran for Hamas.
Okay. It's like saying anytime Israel bombs Iran, it's pretty much the United States bombing Iran because the United States is funding
But I
Israel.
mean, that's what Israel said, right? I mean, whether it's true or not. I mean, like, yeah, they say Iran funds Hamas. Where is, oh, yeah.
Iran does fund Hamas.
So they're saying Iran is doing it through proxy, I guess. Ooh, that looks like
it's
a good
not
one.
coming up with anything. I put in like 2024, but everything is from more recent.
I hate that. Why can't it?
I don't know. YouTube fucking sucks. Like it literally doesn't even give you the option to filter for older dates. It like literally does not even give you the fucking option. And I even put 2024 in parentheses.
You can't go back
and it's
further
still,
than a year, right? See, it says this year. That's it. You can't go any further than that.
Well, yeah, you can put this year, but that's it. Like you can't do anything. You can't put specific dates in. It's really fucking obnoxious.
Well, do October 1st, 2024. Iran missile attack or whatever. Oh, wait, yeah, that looks good. Wait, you keep passing good ones, man. But I know I'm behind, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, where's the Iron Dome?
Coming.
Okay, there's one. Doesn't even hit anything. It literally doesn't hit anything because it doesn't work. It's not real. It doesn't hit any of the bombs because it's not real. It's
Bro,
a fireworks.
this is not insane to think that there are.
Dude, I remember footage. Dude, I remember footage where they were smacking every bomb in the sky, dude. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like now it's not happening. Like what's going on? You know, like I mean, like because these are real
I don't
bombs.
know what you're talking about.
Before, I'm saying that there was a lot of times they were shooting the sky with fireworks and saying they were getting attacked, and all to drum up the war drums. I think that's a logical argument. Like whether or not this shit's real or not, okay, like I saw some rockets go up. I didn't really see anything get hit by them, which kind of goes towards my argument, right? You know, I mean,
you can hold on. Just because some like from the perspective of where the person's standing, they don't see it. Like if in the state that you're in, if you were filming rockets going overhead, that doesn't mean that you're going to see exactly where in the state that they land, but you can see an explosion in the back right here. Like you can see that they are hitting things.
Yeah, but I know. Yeah, exactly. That's the point, though. It's like these are real rockets coming down, and the iron defense is useless because it's not a real thing. Like it's.
I don't
a
know
firework
why you
show.
keep saying that it's not a real thing. Like
Like,
why is it hard
yes,
for
they
you to
have stuff
believe
go
that
up,
there
and
would?
it's like, I mean,
Why would it be
it's
hard to believe that these would be capable of tracking
because
missiles and
before,
blowing them
like
up?
in maybe in those Hamas attacks, dude, we were seeing the Iron Dome kicking ass. It was literally hitting like 50 bombs at once, but we could never see the actual streaks of the Hamas missiles coming. You know what I mean? And maybe it's just a different kind of missile that doesn't show a streak or doesn't have a little fire with it. But dude, but literally all we were seeing is just a ton of Iron Dome shit going up and blowing up in the sky, and you cannot actually see it hitting anything. Not like this is different, of course, but at the same time, it's, and I'm not even going to argue that. I'm going to go back to just what I just said before, you know? Do some early shit, like Hamas.
Okay, this is from 2 years ago.
No, like way early, like 2017 or something. Like,
again, bro, we can barely find shit from like a year ago. Okay, I'm finding things from as early as I can, but it's all everything is from recent.
See, now
so it's not
that's
showing
more like what I'm
anything.
talking about. That's more like what I'm talking about. Look, you can't see actually what they're hitting, but you can exactly see what's getting shot into the sky. See? Like there's two reasons to do this. One, to make your people feel safe, and another to make them feel like they're getting attacked, right? Two reasons. And Israel likes to get their people riled up for war, you know? So there's a very logical reason to do it. Look at that. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. They're not shooting anything.
So it looks like they are, and it looks like there's a bunch of stuff falling each time they blow up.
That's just
falling.
that's their shit blowing up, not actually them blowing up
Wait,
anything.
but you're just saying that you can't see what it's hitting before it goes there.
Right.
It doesn't mean that it didn't hit anything.
Well, then what kind of missiles are they that they don't like? I see missiles coming from Israel that have
hold on, not missiles. Hold on, not missiles. Hold on. It's not hold on. It's not what kind of missiles are they. It's the camera isn't looking at it. It has nothing to do with the missiles, that you can't see the missiles. It's that the camera isn't even looking
all these
at
other
where they're
ones
blowing up.
in the recent times by Iran look like real missiles coming down with streaks and fire, right? But these pictures that we're seeing now are different, right? We're not actually seeing stuff coming from the other side that they're hitting, right? And that's my point. You know what I mean?
Okay, we're just saying that these are different. Like the camera sucks, that the camera isn't showing where it's going. Like that's the difference. That the camera can't see what's happening.
What you're saying?
That what?
That doesn't make sense to me.
The camera was not pointed at where they were blowing up. It was a fucking phone camera. It was a phone. The phone was not pointed at where they were blowing up.
Like so.
No, that's not what I said. The phone was not looking at where they were blowing up. It was not looking at it. You hear me, right? You hear what I'm saying? The phone was not looking at what.
Well, no, we can go back to it and we can see shit blowing up in the sky. Right?
No, it wasn't showing it.
Go back.
It wasn't showing anything dropping. I'm not going back, bro. It was not showing it.
That's the point. There's nothing dropping. You're saying
so
that
in this
I
one
can
you
show
can
it
see
to you
stuff dropping. No, hold on. I said that camera just wasn't looking at where they were blowing up. It wasn't. It was not looking at it. I'm just like it objectively just was not looking at where they were blowing
actually
up.
It was blowing up.
What?
And you said, oh, you could see it blowing up. So that denies.
Yes, I'm saying that you can see that they blew up. It's not showing where they blew up. That's what I said. It's that you can see that they did blow up, but it doesn't show them actually explode. So your argument is, well, because the camera didn't turn in time, it didn't happen. That's fucking stupid.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm like, oh, okay. What? I don't know how else to explain this thing.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
not going to keep
you
repeating the
see
same thing
it blow
20
up,
times
but you
for you
don't
to
see
still
it blow up. I don't
misunderstand
get
somehow.
that. I don't get that.
Okay, do you understand that if I am not pointing a camera at you, it can't see what you're doing?
What I'm doing, we're looking at missiles here.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Answer the question. Do you understand that if I am not pointing a camera at you, I cannot see, it won't see what you're doing. The camera will not see what you're doing. Yes or no? Do you understand that concept? Okay.
Yes.
So let's say you're standing on a bed. Okay. I turn, I show you standing on the bed. I turn back, or sorry, I don't even turn and show you standing on the bed. I turn, and then all of a sudden you're standing on the floor, okay, with the camera.
But that's inaccurately describing what happened in that video.
Hold on, I didn't say anything yet. You're
saying the camera pointed away from
I turned
the
towards
scene?
you, so I'm not looking at you, and then all of a sudden I turn towards you, and you're standing on the floor. Does this mean that you did not jump off the bed because the camera didn't show it? Yes or no?
But you're saying the camera.
Yes or no?
pans-
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Does
Yes.
that mean you did not jump off the bed?
Whatever you want, yeah, like whatever you're getting at. Yes, I agree with what you're saying.
I don't think you do, bro. I don't know if you understand this concept. I'm
You're
trying to make sure that you
okay,
do. I
I'm
didn't go
looking
through
at
this
you
for
with
no
the
reason.
camera. You're on the bed. I look away for a second with the camera. You jump off the bed. I come back, and now you're on the ground. And with my camera, I see you. You're misdescribing what we just saw.
Okay, so you agree that these things could be blowing something up, and we wouldn't see it if the camera's not looking at it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I will try to go back to the one that we had up.
I don't get that though.
It wasn't even looking at it. This is the one that we were looking at. See? It's only looking at the things going up. It is not looking at the missiles coming down. It's not looking at it. Then it all of a sudden pans over and stuff's exploded, dropping to the ground.
Well, let me look. Let me look. No, we get to see stuff blowing up. We see stuff blowing up there. You're trying to say that stuff isn't blowing up. We only see what happened after. No, we're seeing it happen as it's happening. I proved my point right here. Like, what are they shooting? There's nothing being shot here. They're literally just shooting into the sky and blowing up fireworks and saying they're getting attacked. Like, and I'm not saying every time, like, because my whole point is the Iran stuff that's happening now is legit because you can actually see the stuff coming down. Here you can't. And that's why I'm saying there's a discrepancy here. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Okay. One, again, you're not always going to see a streak behind things. There's different types of missiles. There's different types of rockets. There's sometimes
I'd
there's
love to hear that
drones.
argument because you haven't brought that one up yet.
What?
I'd love to hear that argument because that's intriguing to me. And if that's the case, then okay. I love a good counter argument. Prove it to me then. Prove to me that there's missiles that don't actually have fiery streaks. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just ignorant of how missiles work. I don't know.
Okay. Let's see.
See, I think that's a better argument, and we should have gotten to that 30 minutes ago. But can I know you can understand what I'm saying, though. Like, can you not envision Israel doing that just to, like, bang the war drums and tell them, like, hey, first of all, all that money you invested in, that was well spent because we're saving you. And also, watch out for those bad guys over there because they're trying to get you,
Okay, so it says in March of 2024, Hezbollah primarily fired Katyusha rockets and other artillery rockets into northern Israel with a significant barrage of roughly 100 rockets targeting Golan Heights bases on March 12th. Notes the JINSA report, these attacks, which often target border communities, were conducted in response to Israeli strikes in Lebanon, particularly near the Baalbek, says the JINSA report.
Okay, what's the
So
difference
let's see.
between
This
Hamas
is
and
from
Hezbollah?
this is from
Hezbollah
March
is the
6th. So this is a
Lebanon,
different one.
Iranian, right?
This
And then
is
Hamas is
this is
Gaza,
hold
right?
on, stop talking. Holy
I'm just
shit,
asking.
dude. My head's gonna fucking explode. Stop asking. Okay. This says that this is from March 12th. The video that we watched is from March 6th. So or at least that's when it was posted. So it can't be around March 6, 2024, Hezbollah fired dozens of rockets, primarily, same, Katyusha rockets into northern Israel and occupy Golan Heights. These strikes
Let's learn
targeted...
about the rockets.
Okay.
Do they make a streak or a fiery streak in the sky at night? And if they do, then you got a problem, good sir.
Yes, Katyusha rockets and similar multiple rockets. Sorry. Katyusha rockets produce a dramatic fire strike.
There you go.
In fact, when launched at night, due to the solid propellant used, they create bright, fiery trails and smoke that will illuminate the sky as they ascend. Hold on, stop talking! Holy shit! Shut the fuck up! In fact, when launched at night, due to the solid propellant used, they can create bright, fiery trails and smoke that will illuminate the sky as they ascend, often described as fire snakes streaking towards their target. So this says as they ascend. This doesn't say as they descend. Normally they will have like a streak and then they can just turn off and drop straight down. Sometimes they can...
That's interesting, yeah.
Sometimes they'll still burn as they're like picking up speed as they're dropping.
Okay, but we also don't see them going up either, though. Unfortunately, we don't see them at all. That's the whole point.
Yes, again, that video was not looking at where everything was being fired before it was fired. That doesn't say anything. This says dozens. So the other one from the 12th was like I said it was hundreds. So let's see if we can find
That would be interesting.
12th.
Yeah, but short stack goblin, they might be. I mean, the Iron Dome is meeting them at the, at the top of their ascension. So you should see them going up.
But they don't always meet them at the top of their ascension.
Yeah, but you should still see them coming, dude.
Okay, so this is another one.
But that's not at night, so I don't know if that's gonna work. But
well, this is from March 12th. This is when there was hundreds of them.
not a lot to look at. But you still didn't answer my question. Like, is it not extremely plausible that they're doing that?
No.
You think Israel's just on the up and up? They never lie. They would never lie.
We
That's how
can
you
normally know where missiles take off from. Like, we normally have like enough radar and enough like technology to know where things are coming from. But on top of that, countries can't really hide those sorts of things normally, and so they'll pretty much always tell you they
I'm not
fired
even
those fucking
saying they're
missiles.
not getting attacked. I mean, like, I don't know.
You're
I
literally saying they're not being attacked. You're literally saying that.
I think sometimes they are, sometimes they're not, and I think
And so,
Israel
if based on whether or not the other
willfully
side takes
exaggerating
responsibility
the
for it,
amount
I
of
think that's a
attacks
big
they
part
are,
of the
you know?
calculation.
What?
If the other side doesn't take responsibility for it, then
I think
that
if
could
they're
be part of
really
the
getting
calculation.
attacked, then the Iron Dome is not doing shit to stop it.
What?
I think if the real bombs are dropping, the Iron Dome is doing nothing to stop it because it's only a fireworks show.
So again, as I said, if the other country is saying that
They get a
we're
couple lucky hits.
okay,
But I
bro,
mean,
if you start talking literally every single time I start talking, I'm just gonna hang up. This is the other side. If they say that they fired the missiles, why would you doubt that they actually fired the missiles? That would not help. Like, doesn't make sense that Israel is trying to lie about these things, and then Iran
where we get
or
the information
Hezbollah.
that these people are even like sending the missiles to begin with. I don't know, man. Like, I mean, maybe they're sending a missile or two here and there, but like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think there's many, like, I don't understand why you can't just accept the idea that like sometimes they're faking it. Like, it
Bro,
doesn't have to always.
you have to present evidence for that. You can't just come up
I
with a
just
theory
did. You
and
just
then
showed
just
a video of them hitting nothing.
hold on. Stop talking. I didn't. And again, as I said, if the other side says we fired missiles in there, that doesn't, your whole theory falls apart. But then you just say, oh, I don't know why it's so hard for you to accept. Well, because it literally has there's no reason to believe it.
The information that these people are agreeing to the fact that they sent the missiles. Like, is Israel telling you that? Like,
okay. Based on search results, Hezbollah maintained a pattern of daily rocket launches into Israel throughout early 2024, following a deadly Israeli strike in southern Lebanon that killed civilians. And around March 6th through the 9th, Hezbollah claimed responsibility for rocket attacks on northern Israel in retaliation. Hezbollah stated that their attacks were a response to the Israeli strikes on Lebanese villages and homes, particularly targeting civilians. That's literally the date of the one that was at night where you said it wasn't hitting anything.
hey, you're
That's
basing
March
it on
6th.
AI. Like where's the Lebanese guy? Like, I mean, like,
this is from Amnesty International. This one wasn't even AI. This is straight from Amnesty International saying
who are they?
That they're like a international. APAC? No, they're very like anti-Israel. And it was also sourcing from Al Jazeera as well.
I don't know.
I know you don't know. That's why we're getting into it.
But what pisses me off is like we actually saw a video of like shit blowing up in the sky hitting nothing, and you still won't kind of accept that. Like, I've already accepted the idea that like, yeah, okay, maybe they got one or two going up there and maybe getting some lucky hits, but like, dude, it's not nearly as powerful as they say it is. And you know, like, dude, it's a mirage. It's a, you know, like, dude, and here's the thing, like I just don't understand why you can't accept the idea that it's possible that they're lying sometimes when they're getting hit and they're just sending up shit, you know, to blow up in the sky.
It's possible. It's possible. That's fine. It's possible that there's invisible aliens that are sticking their hands up your asshole right now and making you talk like a fucking puppet. I don't have any evidence for that, but it's possible. I have no reason to believe it, but it's possible.
You're crazy, man. Was that footage not good enough for you? Like where it went up in
No.
the sky and didn't hit anything?
No. I don't know
Why?
that it didn't hit anything. You keep claiming that.
You don't know that
I'm
it
not.
did.
I didn't say exactly. You're not claiming that you don't know that it did. You're claiming that it didn't. You're claiming you saw that it didn't hit anything. And I keep saying you don't know
It
that.
makes more sense that it didn't than it did.
How does that make more sense?
Because you can't see the rockets coming from the other side. Either going up or down.
The
Like,
invisible
you can't
alien
see the
either.
fiery blaze of a rocket coming from the other side. That's my point. And if I can only show one example, then that's good enough. And that proves my goddamn point.
It doesn't. The fact that you can't see the rocket does not mean that it's not there.
I disagree completely, and we need to get a professional, like, we literally need to get a professional to squash this because, like, fuck that, man. I don't believe you. Because I'm showing you stuff that's recent, that's actually real, and you're seeing rockets that have fiery blazes going up and down and all over the place. So
you're saying these people want to put out this campaign, right? So they're filming this themselves. They're filming on a phone, apparently. They're filming on a phone this happening so that they can put out this propaganda that they're being attacked. And for some reason, they choose to not even fire rockets at themselves to make it happen. They instead just show some these things hitting absolutely nothing so that people can just pull it up and be like, oh, what? It hit nothing. Oh, man.
Well, no. I mean, they could just claim it's hitting something and people would believe it.
Or if the other side says that they fired the rockets as they did, then that would be enough for people to believe it.
Okay. Here's an idea. Do you think there's people that infiltrate the other side and are spies and say other things? You know, like, I mean, like, is that not a possibility too? Like, that there's Israeli Mossad inside of Hezbollah? Like, come on, are we dumb? Like, that's how they got all the pagers to people.
Okay, sure. Do you have evidence that that's what happened?
How did they get all the pagers to people? Right? They had inside agents, right? So like maybe you have some inside agents kind of speaking for the, you know,
kind
of
the
home
but
team
that's
doesn't actually have
fine.
like
Okay, fine. So then the rest of Hezbollah would then find out that somebody claimed that they fired those rockets, and they'd come out and be like, "Wait, no, we didn't. That never happened."
Okay,
I don't know
have
why
we not
somebody
looked
told
for
you
that
that.
information to see if maybe that's happened?
You're the one would have to find that. You're the one who would need that information. You.
Like, all of this could be true, and I could still be right. That's the whole point. Like,
No,
you know what I mean?
Bro, you can say that
Like,
about
literally they could have, like,
anything.
thrown some rockets
You can
at
say
Israel.
that about
Like,
literally
I'm not even
anything.
saying they're not. Like, I'm just saying, like, a lot of the times when Israel's, you know, trying to act tough and pretend like they're getting attacked, you know.
I'm telling you, bro, you can say this about literally anything. I can come up with a claim right now just based on the evidence that I have available, and then make an ulterior claim with that information.
I feel like we've gotten to the end of what we can tell each other about this, but I remember when we were
as much
talking about
information as we had coming into it.
I remember when we were talking about the Donald Trump fucking assassination attempt, and you said, "Oh, you could see there was blood on Donald's hand." There wasn't, though. Like, if you go back and you have, like, you actually look at, like, a closer picture, there's no blood on that guy's hand. Like, when he goes to touch his ear, and then you can see his palm for a second, there's nothing on there. And the only reason that you thought there was blood on there, and I kind of almost conceded it, you know, was because the pixelation made, you know, it look redder. But, like, if you have a clearer view, it was not red. There was no blood on his hand, and we can fact check this in real time if you want.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna move on.
What do you mean? We have moved on.
What do you? I'm sorry. I'm gonna go do something else. I'm not going to
I
go
feel you.
back to the fucking Trump assassination.
I mean, is it not important
No.
considering, certain things that have happened recently?
No.
I mean, what about Charlie Kirk?
What about him?
You think he was killed by, some nobody, or was it an Israeli assassination?
Yeah, it seems as though he was killed by some nobody.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Did you
Crazy
see
world.
the interview with Joe Kent and Tucker Carlson? I didn't, but I know he said something about like the FBI wasn't
Not
allowing
yet.
them
I'm about
to
to
look
I'm
into
about to
like.
get to it.
Go ahead.
I said not yet. I'm about to get to it.
Yeah. So he said something about like he wasn't allowed to look into it because the FBI blocked him from looking into like there being like overseas like actors in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you think of that?
Pretty standard. So the FBI is not allowed to look into things from overseas.
Well, Joe Kent said that they were blocking him, and I don't know.
Well, I
if it
guess
was the CIA,
maybe he is supposed to. I think
but
he's supposed. No, he's part of the counterterrorism program. So, but people in my chat are saying he didn't say that.
Okay, then I didn't see the interview, so I thought that's what someone was saying.
Okay. All right. Well, I gotta go.
All right. Well, good talk. See you
All
later.
right. Later, homie. I just realized we were in the waiting room the entire time. We were just sitting in the waiting room talking the whole time. Statement from the White House from President Trump on South Pars Gaz Field. Oh, South Pars gas field. Okay. They capitalized they capitalized gas in field to where I was like, what the fuck? How did you just say gas? Why did they capitalize the G? I thought it was part of like Pars Gaz. I don't know. All right. Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars Gaz Field in Iran. A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea that it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this, or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case, Qatar. Unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case, Qatar. In which instance, the United States of America, with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. Bro, is this a fucking joke? Is this a joke? Is this a meme? This is a fucking meme? What the fuck? I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran. But if Qatar LNG is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Based on reports, the situation was the reverse. Iran attacked Qatari energy infrastructure, and Qatar reported extensive damage from these Iranian missile strikes. Why did Trump act like they thought it was Qatar? Iran launched missiles into the Gulf Energy Facility, including Qatar's major Ras Laffan gas facility, following a report Israeli strikes on the South Pars gas field, which Iran and Qatar share. Trump saying Qatar gas was hit. I know they were fucking hit. I know they were hit. What does that have to fucking... never mind. It says right here that the United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. He said they had nothing to do with this, and Iran didn't know that. So they attacked Qatar. He's making it sound like they thought it was fucking Qatar. Both Israel and U.S. military sources said the U.S. knew. Okay, I don't either. It doesn't make sense. I don't know why the fuck he's saying they thought Qatar did this when this seems to make it pretty clear that they knew it was Israel and decided to just bomb Qatar instead. In retaliation, as they did when the United States and Israel initially attacked them. They started bombing Oman, they started bombing Qatar, they started bombing UAE, they started bombing Saudi Arabia, they started bombing literally everybody else. That's what they fucking do. This doesn't seem as though they think Qatar or any of these other countries had anything to do with it. They just bomb the other fucking countries because that's what they do. That's what they fucking do. Like they're not gonna go after Israel when they have the dome. They're not going to go after the United States when it's the United States. So they go after everybody else and kind of hold them hostage. I think he's saying Qatar is innocent and Iran just attacked them. He didn't just say that. He said Iran didn't know that. He said Iran didn't know that Qatar had nothing to do with this. That's what he said. It's not complicated, guys. I don't know why this is hard for you. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did they have any idea that it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this. This is not difficult. This is not confusing. He's acting as though Iran thinks that Qatar had something to do with this. This motherfucker.
I think I've done a pretty good interview. From what, like, context? Because if it's from the context of what you guys reached out was your intention, then I would say that you've done a pretty shitty job.
All right, well, I think people probably want to learn about you, and that was what I was trying to give you the opportunity to do.
Well, no, I know. I think that's totally fair, and that's I applaud you for that. But not one, question about looks maxing.
There's been so many questions about looks maxing. I probably asked you about looks maxing like 40 times. I just don't know the specific science. I'm not in the community.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, if you were to ask about, like, maybe something in regards to hair loss, like, there's really nothing.
Yeah, sure, hair loss.
You see what I mean?
Telling
it's
me
like,
what to, you're trying
I'm
to
telling you what to ask. So when you wake up every single morning and you take a look in the mirror, you're 100% satisfied with every single thing. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, dude. All right. Well, I guess that's just, if you want to be completely disingenuous, that's fine with me. I guess there's just no point to continue.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, bro.
No worries.
Wait, what? That was a fucking sassy walk-in.
No worries.
That was a fucking sassy walk-in. I have a feeling the person who walks like that came in and fucking chewed out clavicular. I got a feeling anybody who walks like that, anybody who walks that sassily, they came in and fucking gave clavicular the business.
No worries.
Oh yeah, the camera's cut. Excuse me? No, you didn't. He looks fine. He doesn't even have to wear that hat that he just put on, for your information. What a fucking loser, dude. So basically what the clavicular kid is showing here is that he's constantly insecure with himself and how he looks, so he can't understand someone that isn't insecure about their looks and feels it's disingenuous. Andrew Callaghan is the most obvious media industry plant on YouTube. Same tactics, same hack. There's no fucking way you can call him an industry plant. There's no way you can call somebody like that an industry plant who worked his way from the bottom to the top. Like, there's no way. There's no way you can't call him an industry plant. His shit is like, one, pretty anti-establishment. Two, the majority of his shit in the beginning was literally just like, he didn't seem to give much like political opinion. He just went and put a mic up to people who were going to act a fool. Who the fuck was that sassy ass motherfucker at the end? Yes! Yes! See, I told you! I told you! See? Let's go! Let's fucking go, dude! Yes! I told you, bitches. Anyone who with above 100 IQ will see that Andrew is a completely disingenuous troll with a quarter way through the interview. Luckily, Clav isn't a retard, so he saw it. I wish Andrew would just be upfront about the trolling and not pretend to be a journalist, because he makes really funny content sometimes. Has anyone ever walked out of Channel 5 interview? He's usually so unbiased and fair. Walking out is an awful look. Wait, he didn't walk out. Just to be clear, he didn't walk out. That was just the end of the interview, and Clavicular was mad about the way that the interview went. I don't know what this motherfucker's talking about. We should all be talking about that sassy ass motherfucker walking in at the end. You told us he was sassy. That's a W? Yes. Yes. You guys should be spamming cheers in the fucking chat right now, bro. I put up a theory. I proved it essentially. You have no fucking idea what proved means. You have no idea what proved means when you say it could be possible. You're just unwilling to accept that this is a possibility. That is not you proving a theory. But okay. Can't wait for Asmongold to somehow make this about Hassan? What? Bro, you need to reevaluate your internet opinions. True, dude. The only thing Asmongold ever does is react to Hassan's small-dicked daily bitching. He never goes after Hassan. It's incredible how disciplined the Roach King is versus Electric Dog.
We want to start tonight with a clip from January of 2024. This is from this show, and this is Joe Kent, who later went on to become, until yesterday, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Here it is.
Real quick, if you guys are watching on the vertical chat, head over to the other stream. We have 2 streams going on the channel right now. So just head over to my main channel and click on this one with the thumbnail of this really weird looking bald guy with glasses on it. It says call-in show on the thumbnail, not on the title, but on the thumbnail. Click on that one. We're going to end the vertical stream. So head on over and hopefully we'll see you there. Later, guys. For everybody else, stay put. We're going to keep streaming.